Indoors and watch another day at the Combine. 5'10" and 1/8", 204 pounds coming at you. That's Bryce Young coming to work today with the rest of the quarterbacks and wide receivers and tight end. C.J. Stroud of the Ohio State at the Scouting Combine. Will Levis, QB8, hydrating. Maybe a little Java on his way in from Kentucky. Also, Anthony Richardson and a special quarterback coming to work from Appalachian State. Daniel Jeremiah and Pam Litton making sure that nobody's stopping him on the way to work. We're on the air here on NFL Network on a Saturday.
This is where the greatest stories begin, where preparation triumphs and hope lives, and where future stars seize the moment.
He knows that look good. Yeah.
Sometimes it's a Texas kid arriving with little fanfare and changing the way the sport is played.
Mahomes, magic!
Or those who arrived here just 1 year ago.
Brock Purdy of Iowa State.
Making their mark as rookie sensations.
Can we call him Playground Purdy?
They've all come here to write the first chapter of their legend.
Bryce Young threads the needle.
This is the main event, with franchise hopes riding on their arms and in their hands.
Touchdown! Unbelievable!
Who will prove themselves ready for the ultimate spotlight. The moment is here. The time is now. The next great story is about to begin. Welcome to the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine.
And it's the weekend. Hey, it's the weekend, everybody. And it is a nice size group of fans, children of all ages, diaper dandies, if you will, here to watch the youngins from college become grown men right in front of our eyes. It's time for day 3 of the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine, presented by Noble, on the air here on NFL Network. Pleased to be right here in the 50-yard line booth with Daniel Jeremiah. I am Rich Eisen. Good to see you, DJ.
Good to see you, buddy.
Sir? We made it.
It's quarterback day.
It's quarterback's day. You have the floor.
I am so fired up for this day. Look, the defense was excellent. We had fun watching those guys, but this is the main event, and this is a very deep and talented quarterback class with some stars. And for the first time in a long time, we're going to see a bunch of them throwing on the field here at the Combine. Bryce Young, the top overall quarterback for me. But you look at C.J. Stroud, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson. We're going to see all three of these guys spin the ball out here on the field this afternoon, starting with C.J. Stroud. He might end up being the first quarterback to go off the board. Just a real gifted, natural thrower. Everything comes out of his hands so clean and so pretty. He can drive the ball. He can throw it over the top. We'll see his full arsenal of throws today. Will Levis, polarizing player when you talk to teams around the league. Some love him, some have concerns. This year, the play dropped off a little bit due to some injury as well as losing some of his supporting cast. But, Rich, he has a cannon, and he plans on showing that off in the workout today. Anthony Richardson, big-time athlete, 244 pounds.
Say that again.
244 pounds.
Jeez.
And you watch him, you will see long runs. You'll see incredible off-platform throws. He's as gifted as anybody. He has the highest ceiling of any quarterback in this entire draft process, and I think he'll put on a show today.
And then you've got the receiving group out there today at the same time.
Yeah, the college game just keeps giving us more and more wide receivers, and this year is no exception. You start there with, in my opinion, the best one, Jordan Addison. Not the biggest guy in the world, but he is a pristine route runner. Jackson Smith-Njigba, it's been a while since we've seen him. Didn't get a chance to see him much this year, but we're going to see him running routes out there today. Jalen Hyatt and Quentin Johnston can fly. And Zay Flowers, to me, this guy reminds me so much of Tyler Lockett. I think he's going to be an outstanding pro. Excited to see him.
And then the quarterback group includes one of the first QBs we're going to watch run and work out today, the guy who's won the last 2 national championships.
Oh, yeah, him. Yeah.
Stetson Bennett is here at the Combine. So is Jamie Erdahl of Good Morning Football. But first, we say hello to Stacey Dales. Stacey?
Thank you, Rich. Let me add to a couple of the quarterbacks we're going to see throw. The top quarterbacks see throw here today out of Kentucky, Will Levis. Not only does he believe he has the strongest arm in this class, but the strongest in most recent memory in terms of quarterback groups. He said that this week. He is throwing because, as DJ said, he told us he has a cannon for an arm. And when I talked to him on Friday, he told me that his meetings with the teams have gone particularly well because of his vast offensive knowledge and specifically the terminology that he believes because of those chats will translate to the next level. And then, of course, it is Ohio State's C.J. Stroud. He is strikingly confident. He actually told us this week, hey, I've been the best college football player over the last 2 seasons. But when I spoke to him yesterday, clearly excited to put his arm on display, but he prides himself most in his accuracy, called himself a ball placement specialist. Anxious to see them, and certainly anxious to see Anthony Richardson and the expectations, which allows me now to send it over to my teammate. Welcome in, Jamie. Take it away, Jamie Erdahl.
Thanks, Stacey. Yeah, if you had a bingo card at the Combine this week and you had Anthony Richardson names at all the squares, you would have won, because we're talking a lot about the Florida quarterback coming out as a redshirt sophomore. The problem with Anthony Richardson is the sample size coming out of Florida isn't huge. He earned his first start in the fall of 21 going up against a top-ranked Georgia defense. Didn't fare well in that first time out for him. He was the guy in Gainesville in 2022. Scouts are looking at this today because they have an expectation for him to perform right up to his standard in terms of his elite athleticism that he has. But scouts also care about what is between the helmet and how he makes decisions at the line of scrimmage. And they're just going to take today to try to make that decision about him if he has it, Rich and DJ.
And then it's a big day for tight ends, too, right?
It's the best tight end group in a decade.
And Travis Kelce's hosting Saturday Night Live tonight. And I buried the lead. I have the keys to the NFL Network Instagram story
buckle
page.
up, everybody.
All 6-7 hours of this broadcast. Oh, baby.
The 2023 NFL Scouting Combine is presented by No Bull, the official training partner of the NFL Combine.
I've never fit the criteria of a modern-day running back. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not 215 pounds. I wake up every single day and I say, let's get 1% better today. Doing things over and over and over and over again to the point where you can't get it wrong.
A better cashback.
It is time.
Typical begins.
Camping influencer.
Families.
Back here in Indianapolis on a Saturday, and it is about to begin. It is the first day of offensive players out on the field for drills and 40-yard dashes and the like. And the first group of guys, you could just split it up alphabetically. So you got Stroud, you got Richardson, you got Levis. That's in the second group. First up, though, is Tyson Bagent. That is Travis Bagent, a 25-time arm wrestling world champion. In case you're wondering if he favors his right or his left, taking the video of his son, he won 17 championships left-handed, 11 right-handed.
Not included a win over Tom Pelissero at the Reese's Senior Bowl.
Okay, very good.
Add that one to the total. But his son, if you want production, Rich, how's 17,000 career passing yards?
That's good.
The most in Division II history.
For the Shepherd Rams. And the first 40 on the Saturday at the Combine. 4.81.
Time. Let's give you some numbers here. If you're looking at the top 10 quarterbacks in passing yards in the NFL, their average was 6'3" and 5'8" size, 221 pounds with a 4.8 flat 40. So speed-wise, right there.
And there are the holders of the first overall selection in the draft. Matt Eberflus, the coach of the Bears. Ryan Poles chomping on the gum, the GM of the Bears. What will they do with the pick? Will they fall in love with one of the quarterbacks here at the Combine and through the draft process? Are they ready to trade that pick and hold on to Justin Fields as is expected? Stetson Bennett, QB2 here at the Combine, but QB1 for Georgia after being, what, QB8 for Georgia when he first arrived, whatever it might be technically?
He had to step away and go the junior college route and come back.
What a journey to this charity stripe, if you will, here at the Combine.
I was talking with a general manager a couple months ago, and we were talking about him as a player, and he said, look, if Bryce Young can go first overall, how come Stetson Bennett's not going until the 7th round? And people are talking about him being a late draft pick.
Stetson Bennett
slowed down a little bit.
4.67.
He was cruising at 4.67.
Chris Rose and Charles Davis join the broadcast from the concourse. Gents.
Good afternoon, Rich. I know you were curious to see how Stetson Bennett would run, huh?
I was. I mean, I talked to you about that all the way coming into this thing, and Stetson Bennett running 4.67. You heard Daniel Jeremiah mention that looked like he slowed down a little bit as he got straight up. I think his athleticism is going to surprise people today. And that comment about if Bryce Young could go first, why is Stetson Bennett going 7th? Remember, Brock Purdy went in the 7th round last year with so much college experience, played well out of the gate, albeit in San Francisco, that makes quarterbacks really good. Stetson Bennett, if he can clean up the off-field, he's the type of guy that brings that type of experience to the league. He's 25 years old, too.
By the way, our Mark Ross hand time 4.53. Once again, those are unofficial this time.
I thought it'd be a surprise, Chris. There it is.
Malik Cunningham out of Louisville, 4.54.
No surprise at all there with Malik Cunningham. Elite experience there. Sean Payton now in Denver has a quarterback that knows how to run it a little bit up there already.
As Sean Payton continues his game of Candy Crush, let's send it back up to Rich Eisen.
Well, I was about to say, I mean, you can do words with friends when you don't have a first round or a second round pick.
I
Right?
just thought he heard you say you'd taken over the Instagram account.
That's what it is. That's right.
So
at NFL Network, I have the keys.
Coach is
I got the phone right here.
He's just bird dogging it to see what kind of content you're going to push out there.
Half the Heisman Trophy finalist podium is running the 40-yard dashes to start our day. We just saw Stetson Bennett. Here's Max Duggan of TCU.
You're not going to find a tougher player in this draft. Forget quarterback, just tougher overall. How physical he runs. Pretty good start there.
4.52 for Max Duggan.
Yeah, this is an athletic group.
We'll go to the top again, and they'll run through it again, and then we'll get the wideouts of this group. Group 4, as you can see. Or Group 7, pardon me. This is QB4. Max Duggan. I mean, the way that he ran
violently
against Kansas State in that Big 12 championship game.
Just willed them back into the ball game.
He did, and then, of course, they wound up short. And the way that he handled his business at the podium with his emotions on his sleeve, it really was very impressive. And now you see Duggan here at the Combine, and it's run number 2 for Tyson Bagent.
Sit down, please.
They had so many close games at TCU with Duggan and just found ways to make the plays at the end of ball games and help them win.
Set the NCAA all-division record with 159 passing touchdowns.
First tape I watched on him was against Lock Haven, Rich, and didn't play in the second half of that one. It was 48-0 at half for Shepherd.
He was Lock Haven, didn't
he? Definitely was.
Daddy looking on. 4.79. All right.
I love it.
Yeah, smiles from Pops.
That's awesome.
Now we'll see him spin it.
Shout out Shep. Shep, you, what's up? What's happening?
Fun stuff.
That's great.
Stetson Bennett.
I think Stetson Bennett, I mean, we saw the number. I know we heard Charles say that Mark Ross had a faster hand time. He did pull up with a 4.67 on this one here on the first one. I think he can beat that by a good margin. Look at his height, Rich. He's taller than Bryce Young. He's 192 pounds. But there was thought he might be, right at 5'10". He's just a shade under 6 foot. He loves the big stage, and this is another big stage for him here today.
That was pretty quick. So Stetson Bennett gets the whistle. And there's Pete Carroll, who, as you know, is not averse to drafting a quarterback that's presumed to be undersized and win with them. Charles Davis.
Hey, DJ, I want to go back to the Stetson Bennett thing real quick, because what convinced me that I really wanted to see the Combine was the national championship game against TCU. You remember the one time he had the free hitter off the edge and he spun out of it on a baseball turnout and got to the corner? And then later in that second drive of the game, when he just hit the corner, put his foot in the ground, and sprinted upfield for the touchdown, I thought to myself, this kid's got more athleticism we've given him credit for. I just want to see how it plays out here today.
Yeah, he's done that, and that's one thing playing the SEC, even with as great a group as Georgia has. You're going to get pressure, and you got to be able to navigate around it. I honestly think, looking at his times here, guys, that he knows the importance of him going through the field workout. You can see him run around with his legs and make plays. I think he kept a little bit in the tank there, not wanting to get hurt, pull anything, and go out there and put on a good throwing session.
Well, and I look forward to seeing it. Look forward to seeing it. with Richardson and Levis and also Stroud later on this afternoon.
I know coaches in the ACC and talking to them are glad they don't have to play this guy anymore because Malik Cunningham makes all kinds of plays with his legs.
This is one way to train, I guess.
Cost efficient.
Malik Cunningham.
I thought Will McDonald was going to jump over the truck while he was pushing the truck.
Good one. Here you go.
That's a workout. Size is a topic of conversation, not just with the quarterbacks this year, but so many positions, Rich.
And so is a current Louisville quarterback in the league in Baltimore, and what they might do with him and whether they might be interested in any of the guys running today because of it. Just trying to...
It all gets thread together.
Weave it all together. Mike Duggan with some nice 40 runs. So wide receivers are now going to head to the 40-yard dash line and receive their instructions. And we'll see that. And we'll see Jalen Hyatt, Jordan Addison, your top wide receiver on the draft board, Daniel Jeremiah. But right now, the 40-yard dashes for this young man over the top.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
That is amazing. And that's just, again, how evaluations go and who you target at a combine and then throughout the process and hope that nobody knows and hope that they fall to you and the way you play a draft board. And Seattle hops in and says, okay, we'll take the kid from, Wisconsin by way of NC State, and
changes the fortune of a franchise when you hit on one of those.
Jeez. Now, this is your top receiver. How about this? Have you ever had your top receiver be alphabetically first? Have you ever had
I don't think so. I have to go back in memory.
Well?
I think I got to go back on that one.
Why do you like Jordan Addison so
He's
much?
so smooth and fluid. He's a natural route runner. He's got excellent hands. He's polished. You'll show the ability to tempo in his routes. That's all the football stuff. And then you talk to the people at the school and talk about this guy takes unbelievable notes. He learned every position at USC. See how he runs here. Smooth mover.
4.55. Stacey Dales?
Yeah, Rich, you hear the criticisms maybe about his size. Today, 5'11", 173, but he said this week, it doesn't bother me. A lot of guys in the league now are excelling, and he brought up Devontae Smith. And then when we asked him, we pressed him on the 40 as we just watched him do it here. He wasn't going to tell us. He said, y'all are just going to have to wait and see. This is a speedy guy, and his confidence is truly off the charts. He sees himself as a sudden, quick route runner. He tracks the ball. He loves the deep ball, intermediate, shallow, deep, you name it, DJ. Mentally, that's where he thinks he has an edge. Mentally tough. He believes that'll, translate to the next level.
Ronnie Bell, who kind of stumbled out of the gate right there, ran a 4.54. Anyway, this is one of my favorite Wolverines in recent times. How he blows his knee out 2 years ago, right at the start of the season. Sticks around, comes back, had a terrific year, is a great leader. And I ran a stumbling 4.54 40.
Not bad. I mean, circling back what Stacey was saying about Addison, I expect him to be faster than that 4.55. We'll see if he betters that time on the next one. But Ronnie Bell to finish him up, Rich. Yeah, toughness is one of his big takeaways when you watch him, as we see Kayshon Boutte here.
4.5 flat for the LSU Tiger. Charles?
This is a guy I was looking forward to seeing, and DJ, Kayshon Boutte came into last season with a ton of attention, as you remember. Didn't get off to a great start, had a major lull, started to play better, and then at the end of the year was talking about going back to LSU and decided to come out. I know he's not Jamar Chase, but LSU, they tend to put out receivers. And later on, we're going to see Jalen Moreno-Cropper from Fresno State. Jake Kaner didn't throw the ball and catch it himself. Cropper did a nice job for him.
Nicely done, CD, with Boutte. To me, I want to see him in the field workout. I just thought as a route runner, you saw him drift. Just want to be a little more crisp. As we see Jalen Brooks. He's ground gaining.
4.7 flat.
That long stride. He's got one of the longest strides you'll see.
So when you say you want to see Kayshon work out on the field, you're looking forward to seeing Boutte shake it out there? Thank you so much. I need to learn how to pace myself.
I mean, we went simulcam right out the gate. We're firing on all cylinders already today.
There's the Dayball and Shane. right there for the Giants.
Jason Brownlee, man, he did not have great quarterback play. He was targeted 130 times with 58 catches.
4-6 flat.
Haven't seen this receiver group really get cranked up yet.
Doug Peterson, whose Jacksonville Jaguars are waiting to hear from the league on Calvin Ridley, who, by the way, is just standing by, one would think, to join a Jacksonville Jaguar team that had a breakout season from Christian Kirk and Zay Jones
Evan Ingram,
and Evan Ingram. And you add Ridley to that?
He's a #1. He's a #1 wide receiver.
And then, of course, there's all of these young men that we're watching work out today at the wide receiver position. Jacob Copeland.
He's a physical outside receiver. Just kind of use his body and box guys out, make plays. Not a ton of production, only 27 catches. There was a lot of wideouts. We'll see a few Maryland wide receivers here today. Spread that ball around to his brother, slinging it all over the place. Great time for him.
4-4-2.
Fantastic time.
As we all know, Maryland is the school that sent him to the National Football League, a.k.a. Stephon Diggs. This was Copeland running straight at the fans.
Love it.
Nice run there. Jalen Moreno-Cropper.
CD was talking about him a minute ago. He's really, really quick. I'm anxious to see how fast he is. He's starting to get going.
Ooh, 4-4 flat.
That's the quickness and the speed. He's got really good feel working in zones. Does a nice job playing inside in the slot.
It's Mike McDaniel, who, as we all know, brought the system to Miami. And, you know, guys get open and then they run after the catch. We all saw what happened last year.
I think he just said that's me.
Oh, yeah.
That's a strong jacket.
By the way, his jacket game has been impressive. There's also an individual standing on the 45-yard line in a peach jump sweatsuit. Need to know who that individual is.
Is that TJ Houshmandzadeh?
It looks like it.
Houshmandzadeh.
Maybe.
Here.
Darius Davis of TCU.
Yeah, he's fast.
4.37. That's the best time we've got right now. Stacey Dales.
Ooh, you know who's going to want to beat that time? Zay Flowers, the receiver out of Boston College, Rich. I've been around all these receivers. I don't know if there's one as confident as this young man. The target for him, he told me, is a 4.3, and his goal next year in the NFL to be the rookie of the year, at least in the discussion for it, guys.
Tank Dell of Houston now.
Talked about undersized players that are really good in this draft. This is another one, Tank Dell. He can fly.
4-5 flat. So don't worry. The 40s that are running the commercial break we're about to hit, we will show you on the other side. Fast receivers and quarterbacks to start our Saturday. Don't go anywhere. More in a moment.
Tonight after the Combine on NFL Total Access.
Strength is not a...
Dante Demas Jr., another fast Terrapin 4.57.
We're going to see again several of these Maryland wide receivers.
They put points on the board, man.
It's a fun offense.
The Mario Douglas of Liberty.
He can roll a little bit. See him putting them up, putting them down.
4.44.
Big time run after catch guy. Josh Downs a good player. We talk about his quarterback next year.
Picking him up and putting him downs.
Excellent.
4.48.
Gave me a Randall L vibe when I watched him on tape.
That's a good vibe.
Taking it back.
Oh, certainly here in Indiana, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Grant Dubose of Charlotte. 4.57.
That's actually a good time for him. He's a 50-50 guy down the field.
The aforementioned Zay Flowers of Boston College. Let's see what he did. 4.42.
That works. So my comp was Tyler Lockett. Tyler Lockett ran 4.4 flat. They're almost the exact same height and weight. So those numbers are all tracking. Exact same vertical jump as well.
Bryce Ford Wheaton of West Virginia. 4.38. Nicely done.
Now we're starting to pick it up a little bit.
We have the best tape truck in the business. We do, says the king of spring from the truck. Fearless leader Charlie Hook and the rest of the crew so excited to be here for you for another scouting combine. This is an event we've been doing basically since the network was in diapers. I'm thrilled to keep making it bigger every year. Antoine Green, 4.48.
Saw that 4.48 when they're playing against Notre Dame at 80-yard touchdown in that one. We talked about Tyreek Stevenson in the corner from Miami. He beat him over the top on a post as well. So he's had some good games, some good tape for Antoine Green.
Jaden Hazelwood, Arkansas, team leader in catches.
Use him on a bunch of jet sweeps as well. Real physical after the catch. Go get the ball. Great size. 215 pounds.
Pumping those arms.
The question's going to be the speed. That's about what you see there on tape. See if you can get that down a little bit with the next run.
Willie Key, wide out 20.
Eric DaCosta and Ozzie Newsome there with the Ravens.
Real quick, the thought that your receivers aren't successful there.
In Baltimore?
Yeah. Based on the system that they've run, the issues we saw last year again. Is that fair or not? I mean,
they have drafted every position.
That is a perception. That is a perception.
Every position so well, but self-admittedly, that's been a little bit of a blind spot. Every team has it. There's just one position that seems to have not worked out. Now, the other side of that is, look what they've done in free agency with receivers over the year, bringing in Anquan Bolden, Derek Mason. They've hit on veterans, bringing them in, letting them kind of fill that gap. But yeah, it has been, and they'll readily admit it, as Eric DaCosta did the other day. That's an area they got to keep swinging away.
And of course, who is the one going to be under center and shotgun? They keep saying it's Lamar, and of course Lamar can be franchise tagged in just 3 days. Well, we're all eyes peeled on the type of franchise tag that will be delivered to him if somehow over the next 72 hours something isn't hammered out, like it has not been for the last year plus. Elijah Higgins of Stanford.
Charles, if you've got me there, Elijah Higgins, we talked about him, maybe end up being a tight end when it's all said and done.
Yeah, and that's the way that we see the game going, too. Are you going to lose weight to try and gain speed, and it might not be enough? Gain weight, maintain your speed, and now you might be a matchup problem. So Elijah Higgins may have that opportunity and may have that decision to make.
Yeah, 235 pounds.
That's move tight end size already.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, if you were watching Brock Purdy tape, this is the guy who caught a lot of the passes on the tape.
And they love him there. Talk to Matt Campbell, their head coach. It's just he's handled himself like a pro since he's been at Iowa State.
4.53. And Charles Davis, of course, we have to have you introduce this next individual, please.
Yeah, we're going to talk about Jalen Hyatt from the University of Tennessee. And the reason I wanted to get in and talk here, as you guys know, he was out of the state of South Carolina and didn't get offered by his home state school, the Gamecocks, ends up at Tennessee. And it's not going so great, right? He's behind a couple of guys, including one we'll see later on, Cedric Tillman. Started the season essentially number 3 and rose to incredible prominence. DJ, you'll be able to detail the Alabama game. But he caught 200 balls a day, and instead of going to the transfer portal, just made himself a better player, waited for his opportunity, and then he seized it. Now I'm eager to watch him run because when he catches it on the run, DJ, he's gone.
His first 2 years, he didn't have over 300 yards receiving in either of those 2 years, with 4 receiving touchdowns total. This year, total breakout. Here he is running his 40. 4.41 for the guy who had 1,267 receiving yards and 15 touchdowns this year for Tennessee.
Yeah, when you're playing against Tennessee, it's death by slot verticals. I mean, that's what they did. Put him in the slot, let him run by everybody. And after you celebrate when you have a big win, you get to do this in the locker room with the sheriff.
Yeah, light him up after beating Alabama.
That's
what you do is you take the goalposts, you throw them in the river, and then you light a cigar with it. That's what you do.
Charles, how'd you celebrate that win?
What, that win?
Yeah.
Cigars, and I threw other things in the East River because I was in New York at the time. So I ran down there and I saw Kramer floating by as he was getting his morning workout.
Well done.
Real quick, this kid, heptathlete, his coach at Princeton second to Bruce Jenner, I believe, in the Olympic trials in 1976 when Bruce Jenner won the Olympic gold medal for the decathlon.
Andrei Yoshevas of Princeton from Honolulu.
He was striding it out.
Kearis Jackson, wideout 25.
Man, what are the Cardinals going to look like next year with Kyler Murray maybe not coming back till the middle of the season, if then? DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, Matthew Judon created a huge stir on Twitter last night saying he was coming to the Patriots. And
pulled a shot. He was doing a little Ian Rappaport work there.
I mean, he set off a few alarm bells in the restaurant I was in last night when that thing came through on Twitter. Hopkins, as of now, is still a member of the Arizona Cardinals.
Obviously, J.J. Watt retired. It's going to look a little different there.
Jay Green retired.
Correct.
Speaking of Georgia wide receivers,
they've got to find an edge rusher, Rich, where they're positioned in the draft. They should be able to get a good one.
Kearis Jackson of Georgia. It's whistled.
Not a ton of production for Jackson there with the Bulldogs. Lots of quick screens, though, and you can see some quickness on tape.
And, of course, who's going to be the quarterback for this man's team this year? Jason Light, Bucs GM. Tom Brady retiring, quote-unquote, for good. And, you know, I had team advisor Bruce Arians on my show last week. He's like, Kyle Trask can do it.
Big fan. By the way, those are not travel-friendly binoculars. You got to get Jason some smaller ones.
Didn't know that.
Travel-friendly.
Didn't know that. Again, everything's an evaluation for Daniel Jeremiah. So the question is, who?
No, they do like Trask in that building. They're in a position, like a couple of these teams we've talked about, where if a quarterback were to fall to you that you like, you can do it.
Yeah.
But you don't necessarily, feel that you have to really jump all the way up there to go get one.
All right, after getting the whistle, Kearis taking his time here. There he goes. 4-5-5. Jamie?
Rich, we're watching Tyson Bagent walk around the end zone here of an NFL stadium, which is a life goal for him. I'm with his dad, Travis. People know him as that guy that arm wrestled Tom Pelissero at the Senior Bowl. Mr. Bagent, what's the family dynamic been like over the last couple of weeks?
Everything's great, but they call me the Beast. Just so.
Excuse me, Mr. Beast. I will watching you watch your son. What's this moment like for your family?
Well, I think it's just a dream come true for the entire Bagent family, but not just the Bagents, the Humphreys. My beautiful wife is at home with her other 3 kids, and everyone's watching. I'm sure it's amazing.
A lot of this is, the tagline, biggest job audition for these guys. Sell your son to the NFL. Why is he the right guy for someone to take in the NFL draft?
Well, first of all, he has a tremendous amount of positive and amazing DNA, first of all, okay? So we definitely know that he has, all those skills that you don't know about that you just look at and you can see. But for me, it's all the things that he has that you really can't see unless you get to know him. So the amount of determination, the amount of dedication, the poise, how humble, how selfless, all the things that you need in order to have this job, right? Like, and all the athleticism and intelligence and stuff, we got all that. All of us have that, right? All the Bagents, but he has about 5 or other just amazing characteristics that I think make him, I know that I have a super unrealistic thing, but I'm here. I got eyes. I can see that he's clearly the best player here.
You got eyes. You got hard eyes for your son. You're very proud of him. Congratulations to the Bagent family for your great genetic code, Rich.
Thank you. It's very good. That's Michael Jefferson, 4-5-6. I want to try this because that was so impressive, and I've never been able to try it. So if you don't mind,
the floor is yours.
Just call me by my name. Go ahead. Just start.
Oh yeah, what, Rich?
No. They call me the Beast. See, it doesn't work.
It was a great effort, though.
Actually, he was able to pull that off, and you're like, okay, no, Mr. Beast.
He did not stutter. He did not stutter.
It doesn't work when I do it, is what you're saying. You can evaluate it.
It was a strong effort, but a little short.
All right, here's Jordan Addison's second run.
Jordan
number
Addison,
1 receiver.
With his size, you want to see him run a little bit faster than that 4.55.
They call me the Beast.
2 things. You rolled a little bit, gonna get you slow because you're fast. I want you to be fast, okay?
It works.
You rolled a little bit, number 1. Number 2, your offhand went and you took off. Offhand goes back, just hold it. Hold it for 3. You got this, man.
the #1 wide receiver in the group, alphabetically, numerically, but also the #1 wide receiver amongst the entire group at the Combine here in Indianapolis on Daniel Jeremiah's draft board. Jordan Addison from USC. .449.
That's much better. Good for him.
Let's take a break here on our Combine coverage on NFL Network, presented by Noble. When we come back, all the 40s you missed, and Kevin O'Connell of the Minnesota Vikings will join us in the booth.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP.
Here's what you missed. Second run of Ronnie Bell, University of Michigan. He stumbled his first time and still ran a 4.54, so he didn't stumble there. And he ran slower.
We'll see the officials. Sometimes the officials come out and like a different number there, Rich. But I thought he played in the low 4.5s.
Kayshon Boutte. 4.5 flat, now 4.67.
Rich has used one Boutte pun. I have the over-under at 3.5 before the day is over.
There's still on-field drills. I have to pace myself, Daniel. Jalen Brooks.
Talking about him being a strider. Look how long his stride is.
He runs a 4.740. I'm just going to say it. Jason Brownlee. He ran a 4.60 the first time. And a 4.59 for the Southern Miss Golden Eagle.
Really good after the catch.
Jacob Copeland.
A lot of Terps. A lot of Terps in this group.
Bass Turtle first time, 4.42. 4.46.
We had a couple Terp corners yesterday. We get the Terp wideouts today. Those one-on-ones have been fun in practice.
Jalen Moreno Cropper. A fast Bulldog. 4.4 flat first time, and okay.
That works.
That does work. And it's Darius Davis of TCU. Runs this 40. 4.37 first time. Ow. It's a 4.37 40-yard dash runner welcoming into the booth the HCKOC of the Minnesota Vikings. Good to see you, Kevin.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for coming up.
Awesome. You guys do a great job up
Thank
here,
you.
man.
Appreciate you.
We're having fun. We're having fun. Who are you looking at today? How about that? And we'll just throw that one at your
Yeah,
direction.
I think, you know, for me, just any time you can see these quarterbacks and receivers and then the tight ends a little bit later on the field, on the grass, kind of, I love the fact that you get to see them throw the football side by side, running routes side by side. You know, they're getting, you know, they're all prepared for these drills. We know that, but you're getting to see them kind of react in the moment to maybe missing a throw, maybe dropping a ball. How do they respond, you know, in a stage where they know we're all watching, and you know, hopefully these guys all have a great day today.
Well, you've got very important players at each of these positions already on your team. Are you willing to take from any of these position groups?
Yeah, I think, you know, I think we've got to continue, you know, with the foundation we set this year, and we feel so good about where our roster is. You know, moving forward, you're just constantly trying to figure out any winning edge you can find as you add to your football team and really complement the pieces that you already have. So I'm always going to evaluate the quarterback position. It's, you know, my background, my history. It's kind of, as DJ knows, we've talked a lot about it. Clearly, with my experience here, I think the one thing these quarterbacks probably wouldn't want to ask me about is my hair product when I ran this 40. But, you know, having gone through it, I'm fascinated by seeing kids come through each and every year and go through this process, knowing how important it is for their whole careers. But ultimately, you know, just it's always fun when we get them in the formals, and I try to do them every year if we can, because I just love learning about the position and learning the guys coming out every year.
How has it changed from that picture that we saw there, that video of you running the combine itself, from experiencing as a player to where you are now?
Other than the fact that the RCA Dome doesn't exist anymore.
That is definitely one part of it. But I just feel the schedule that they've done a great job in making this about the player. You know, it may put a little more stress on coaches or scouts and things here and there to stretch out some days. But what they've done is they made it a little bit more convenient for them. They're not getting, you know, crushed with, you know, long stretches of stand around times and things like that. And then when they get to the field, they should be fresh. They should be able to put their best foot forward.
Do you already have somebody that you don't have to give a name, but do you already have somebody that you've interviewed, you targeted, you go, I want that kid in the draft? Now, obviously, there's many other people pounding a table, but have you gone through this process where you're like, okay, kid leaves the room, you're like, I want that one.
I told Kwesi, our general manager, we had about a stretch of about 10 straight, the other night. I don't know which night it was. But I literally was standing and clapping as these kids were walking out, one after another after another.
Why is that?
The personalities, you could feel the competitiveness, you could feel the kind of football ownership we're looking for. You could tell they loved football. But I told, I asked him, I don't know who selects the order. I don't know who selects even the players that we were talking to. When I jump into this process, I'm normally pretty far behind everybody else. But I said, shoot, that's about 8 or 10 guys in a row that I would love to have on the Minnesota Vikings.
So a lot of teams have gone to Zoom, right? So you don't see them all in the room.
Yeah.
I'm a proponent. I think when you're in that room, you can feel a guy's energy and his juice. And when they're talking about ball, I think there's still value in being here in person versus doing this virtually.
I just know everybody's going to be different. But I just know when we couldn't come here a couple years ago, it affected my evaluations. I look back on things that I thought watching the tape, and I believe, as I know you do, DJ, wholeheartedly in the tape being the driving force of an evaluation. But there's something to be said for seeing a guy walk into a room with all of your coaches and scouts, being able to compare that guy to the last guy that walked in and the presence they have. And then it's not to me about so much trying to get under their skin or make them uncomfortable. It's try to get them comfortable and then see, because that's what we're going to do when they come in our building. We're not going to try to make everybody uncomfortable every minute of every day. We're going to compete, but we want them to be themselves and ultimately feel like it's a place they can just share who they are and what they are and how they'll fit with our team.
Zay Flowers, 4.42 the first time, 4.45.
Yeah, we talked to Zay. And
how was he?
I know his head coach at Boston College, Jeff Hafley, really well, and he's a big fan of his. And Zay was phenomenal. He was great, very confident. We talked a little bit about what he was going to run, and he in fact was right about what he was going to run. So I'm happy for Zay.
We talk about wideouts. A lot of times people get obsessed with size, but when we pull some numbers on him, I talked about Tyler Lockett.
Yeah,
they're almost identical. And Tyler Lockett's been a great receiver in this league for a long time. As you've seen, receivers come in all different shapes and sizes.
And they can really, the versatility to line up all over the field. We do it with, obviously, who I believe is the greatest receiver in our game today, in Justin Jefferson. But there's your comp right there. I mean, and when you turn on the tape, you see basically that regardless of where they are, what you're doing with them, whether you're handing the ball off to them, throwing the ball, you feel that explosiveness on the field anytime they touch it. And then the ability to just run, whether it's in the move area, vertical, slot game, outside, those are valuable guys that, you can do a lot of things with as a play caller, and especially when you're trying to make things easier on the quarterback position. A lot of times the way you do that is by having versatility in the skill sets around those guys.
And height, weight, people buzzing around here as we're watching Antoine Green of UNC run another sub 4.540. Anthony Richardson, did you stand next to him? Did you see him? Did you?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
You're a big guy, first of all.
That's one of the things that we talk about. We had a few of those guys in, and so I always try to meet them as they come in the room because it gives everybody a good bearing on. Hey, I'm a little over 6'5", so. As players come in, I'll tell you what, I wanted to get back to my seat in a hurry when he came in. But what a presence, and thought he did a great job in the interview, and I'm really, really looking forward to not only seeing him throw today, but seeing him go through this whole process all the way through the pro day and the rest of it. He seems like a great kid.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, man. Awesome.
You got it. And thanks for sitting down.
Congrats on the year, and best of luck, man.
I appreciate you sitting down because I don't like being judged on my height, when you walk in the room. So. Oh, yes.
I love it.
That's
football
a future draft
jammies.
choice. I like it. I like it.
It's a football onesie.
At Domino's, we appreciate those who get off the couch to pick up the pizza.
The wide receiver group, first wide receiver group of the day that you missed during our commercial break. Malik Heath of Ole Miss. Still sub 4.7.
He can really jump. He can go up and get the ball at the highest point. That's his strength. We talked about Elijah Higgins maybe being a tight end, a move tight end. 4.55 is a great time for him at that size.
He slightly improves it. Xavier Hutchinson of Iowa State. Back live. So we didn't miss much, is basically what we're saying. Whistle.
Take your time.
Dan Marino checking out. There's Wes Welker in the foreground too.
Adam Ingroff with a nice hat glasses combination as well. It's nicely done next to Dan Marino up there. Maybe clean the beard up a little bit though. That's all.
Wow. Always evaluating. Should be sitting up straighter than I guess. 4.58. These chairs aren't really great for posture.
Rich, this is fun to watch these guys run. I'm excited to watch these quarterbacks spin it here pretty soon.
Well, we're going to see Will Levis. He didn't run the 40, but he is in this group. And the aforementioned cannon that he says he possesses did make it through security. We can confirm it. So we'll watch Will Levis spin it. You're going to watch Stetson Bennett spin it. Max Duggan. Obviously, the other quarterbacks that we just saw, Tyson Bagent.
His quarterback,
Cunningham.
His quarterback's not going to be able to throw here today. Hendon Hooker coming off the knee injury.
Who is
he's
in
here.
This group?
He's here, and he's one we'll talk about some point in time during the day. I want to have that discussion with Charles because I think he's going to be a starting quarterback in this league. I know he's a little older. I know he's coming off injury, but his tape is really good.
Jalen Hyatt. Again, the guy had 4 career touchdown receptions coming into this season. And emerged after the breakout. 15 this year alone. 4.42. 67 catches after just 41 in his career in his first 2 seasons.
He's got easy speed though. When you'll see him when he's running routes. There's some guys when the ball goes up in the air, they can find another gear. That's him, and you'll see it on deep posts, deep overs, just straight vertical routes. He is somebody, if you're an offense that lacks that take the top off the defense element, he'll bring it.
Mark Ross, he's timing for us. I mean, keep it fair, keep it fair. He's timing a Princeton guy. No?
Sitting there with Jim Nagy, the director of the Reese's Senior Bowl. He always enjoys seeing all those Senior Bowl players come out here and keep their draft journey going.
Andre Yoshevus. All 4-4. Nicely done.
I like his hair as well. He's up for hair of the combine. Strong look.
Kearis Jackson. As we're nearing the end of these 40s, there's an entirely different group of quarterbacks and wide receivers. They'll get out there and run the 40 and do their on-field drills after this current group that we're watching run 40s does their on-field drills, and then the tight ends have it.
Cherry on top.
You say that it's the best tight end group you've had in over a decade.
Loaded. I think there's double-digit tight ends in this draft that'll end up being starters at the next level.
Double-digit. 4.6 flat. Darius Davis. The best time that we've had so far.
2 of the teams that are well represented at this combine that were fun watches in the fall, and we're seeing why as we go through this process, were Illinois and Maryland. We've seen a lot of players from those 2 schools. We haven't necessarily seen the biggest crop of guys coming through the last few years. They've got something cooking at both those schools right now.
Good for the Big Ten. Certainly with UCLA and USC coming. I still can't believe they're Big Ten schools.
About that.
4.55. One last 40-yard dash of group number 7.
Michael Jefferson coming up. Rich, to me, he's going to be one of those 4th wide receivers at the next level. He's going to be able to cover kicks on special teams. He's tough. He can play outside. He can go track it and go get it down the field. But he's going to make his way onto the field early. So many of these receivers, you got to try and earn your role on offense by what you do on special teams. I think he'll find a way, make an immediate impact on special teams and continue to grow as a wideout.
Four 6 flat from the Raging Cajun to wrap things up on the 40-yard dash.
No cameras were harmed in those 40s.
That's right. pleased about that. Okay, so we'll watch the on-field drills coming up in a moment. Okay, yeah. Oh, Sauce Gardner's still around.
Stacy's going to be at the combine, apparently. We got her official number.
Fantastic. Oy. Oh, no. Oh, my gosh. Is he happy or I can't tell?
Yeah.
Can't tell. Love hearing the voices of college football, huh? Tess, my buddy Fowler, the voice of college football, national championship games. Love it. Let's talk about Jordan Addison, sir. You've got the floor on, Dan.
Yeah, we just saw him run. You know, the size, not the biggest guy in the world, but he's such a fluid and explosive route runner. Cleaned up the time a little bit with his second run there. But when you look at the tape on him, Rich, you'll see a guy. He can do so many different things in terms of the speed, the quickness in and out of breaks. Here he is on a deep post working against Stanford. That's a corner we just saw out here yesterday with Caillou Blue Kelly, getting over the top, finish here, track it beautifully, stay on your feet, balance,
see ya,
and get into the end zone. How about the quickness here? A little double move, a little out and up. Does a great job with his head fakes, getting guys to turn and bite, and then just catches the ball beautifully. Here's another example. Look at him set up, get up on the toes, sell it, and then create a ton of distance between him and the defender. Then after the catch, just the pure burst that he shows right there. You look at Jahan Dotson, plays for the Commanders. You see the numbers there, not all that dissimilar. Dotson was a middle of the first round pick. I think that's where Jordan Addison finds himself in this draft.
And then, of course, next year's draft will be seeing the other end of that play. Who's throwing it?
Yes, the USC quarterback. We might be talking a little bit about him next year. Just a little bit.
People are already talking about him this year. You know, you're already talking about next year's draft and maybe saving for that as opposed to these guys that we're seeing today.
And he's not going to be by himself either. North Carolina's got a quarterback in Drake May. He's pretty darn good too. So, you know, we've got some intriguing ones in this one, but you're always keeping an eye to the future, and they've done their homework, and there's more on the way.
Send things over to Charles out there on the field. What's up, Charles?
Hey, guys. Happy to be back down here on the field and loving the conversation you're having about the types of receivers we're going to see today. And DJ mentioned we may not have the 6 or 7 in the first round, but we're going to have 7 rounds worth of receivers, and it's going to be fun to watch. And you guys remember yesterday as we concluded the defensive back drills, there was one group that didn't have enough enthusiasm and the coaches got on them. I don't think that'll be a problem today. The enthusiasm will be there, but it'll be a lot of that in between, looking at each other. What did you do? Can I top it type of action out here today.
I love it. I love the competition aspect of it. And part of that, Charles, if you got a second, I love your story about Calvin Johnson running years ago. Did you tell that? I don't know if you told that story on the air yet, but go ahead. Just talk about the competition and how the receivers feel it.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And, you know, receivers are like sprinters. When you talk about the top world-class sprinters, when I was working for the Olympic Committee, I worked with guys who had been at the top of the food chain. And they said there was more trash talk going on when they settled into the blocks to measure each other before they went out and sprinted. Receivers are the same way. So quickly, the Calvin Johnson story years ago, he came into it. Everybody knew who he was. He had said he wasn't going to do anything at the combine but meet with coaches, do the physicals. He walked into here, right, walked into the arena and saw all the lights and looked at me and said, what are all those lights? And I said, TV. He said, this is televised? I said, yes. And he went, well, I should run. And then he turned to one of his guys who was with him and said, I need my shoes. Go get my shoes from Pinckney. I gave my shoes to Pinckney. I think it was Philip Pinckney, the quarterback at East Carolina. He had given his running shoes to him because he said he wouldn't need them. Went back, got his shoes, came out, and I believe he ran an official 4.40. But the best part was when he came out of the tunnel and went to the line.
Yeah.
You know these coaches and scouts and GMs. There was actually an audible buzz. Like, what? Calvin Johnson, Georgia Tech. And what? He's going to run? And it felt just like, you guys know where I'm going now. Daniel LaRusse is going to fight.
Nice.
That's what it felt like, and it was an absolute great moment.
And now there's fans here. I mean, everyone obviously knows this is a televised event now. Back when Calvin Johnson was running, it was still relatively new for us here on NFL Network. And for the league and for the competition committee and for the scouts that run this to put it all together for an event, And when we first came here, the idea of a fan, a human, just the civilian, to be allowed in here was unthinkable. Like that wasn't going to happen. And now we have, there's got to be over 10,000 people here. There's about two different levels, several different sections, fans. And I'm just wondering if, you know, kids like Jordan Addison are used to that spotlight and they feel that energy in the building.
I think it's fun. I like it. I like bringing some energy. Can I just complain now? The old people, they always talk about how they had to walk to school 5 miles uphill in the snow. But when you're a young scout, back in the old days when I started, we had to go make sandwich runs. These guys are all in suites now with catered food. I feel like these young guys are not having to earn their stripes here as they're coming up through the personnel department.
Addison is.
You know what it's like trying to juggle 12 sandwiches as you're walking
Did you
back?
really?
Yes.
You were the guy that said go get it?
Every young guy, that's what you had to do because everybody's out here watching workouts. They didn't want to leave.
So you got Ozzy like a ham on?
Yeah, a little ham and rye. You never know.
DJ, when you were with Baltimore, did you have to deal with Siragusa?
Goose was gone. I got there right after Goose.
Because the dearly departed R.I.P. Tony Siragusa used to say to people all the time around him about food, "You'd bring me this food every 10 minutes till I pass out, then hit me every 5.
We just saw Bobo of UCLA, who did not run. We just saw our first receiver who didn't run actually out there in a drill.
He's an interesting one who might end up, you know, he lightened up. He's at 206 right now. I thought he might go the other way, as we were talking about with Higgins from Stanford, maybe bulk up and try and be a tight end or an H-back at the next level, plays inside and real big and physical. But the question was the speed. We'll have to wait until the UCLA Pro Day to see that.
Brownlee.
Just easing into it here again. Just half speed. Just get loosened up a little bit.
Throw it before he hits that cone.
See, there's Jacob Copeland.
Just give him some air.
So the thrower is not one of the prospects at the combine, correct?
No, I believe that's Carson Strong that's throwing. Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm down here. It's Carson Strong, Kurt Bankert, day 3. They will do the throwing when the quarterbacks aren't throwing with the receivers.
Okay. But later on, shortly, we'll see the quarterbacks get out there, and those will be the drills just for the quarterbacks, and the receivers will serve as the.
Yeah, every drill is going to be for the receivers because you're going to see them do everything. Anytime they get a rep to catch a football is going to be a valuable rep. But yeah, some of these drills, as we move forward, they're going to be more quarterback centric in terms of what you're going to see and evaluate.
Jamie Erdahl.
That's it. Good
Rich,
ball.
you're seeing Louisville quarterback Malik Cunningham's backup quarterback from high school at the combine today. He's not with the quarterback group, though. He's with the wide receivers. That is wideout 15, Grant Dubose out of the Charlotte 49ers draft class in college. They're both from Alabama. Grant Dubose, fascinating story. Didn't play a snap of football between November of 2019 to 21. Went to Miles College, canceled their season due to COVID, and he's about to catch a ball here next up. Goes into the portal for 6 months, which is a lifetime in the draft portal. Finally gets contacted by Charlotte. Actually had a teammate from high school vouch for him essentially to go to Charlotte. Makes a name for himself there. But in that time, not playing football, worked 3 jobs at a car factory, bagging groceries. He said he always knew he was going to have another opportunity. He would work his job, go to the gym at 10 p.m. and then work out and be ready for a moment like this. Pretty cool.
Maybe we should hook him up with Kurt Warner.
I love it. Yeah.
Sounds a little like something we've heard before. Exactly.
Kurt's on the field for NFL Plus right now, so maybe we can actually make that happen. So what are we seeing? Just jog
just
out
track
there?
it. Yeah, we're just seeing them track the ball. They want the ball to have a lot of air under it, and then just watch these wideouts. Can you just track the ball over your shoulder, not look until you get past that cone? Just nice and easy. Again, this is just a tracking it over that outside shoulder, and it really more than anything else, Rich, this is just like a nice little warm up here before you get cranked up.
I mean, we do have all day, right? So it's
all day.
DJ, it is a warm up, but as you noted, seeing if they can track it. This one to see if the eyes are going to be disrupted during the route, because you have to locate it, make sure you're still running, someone jostling you, and make sure the focus is still there.
And CD, the other part of it is, you know, how many colleges we see now, and it started with Mike Leach, of guys that only play on one side or the other. So you get a chance to see, can they track the ball over a shoulder? Maybe they haven't had to do it on that side of the formation.
And real quick, DJ, people will say, well, why do they do that? Because they're playing so fast on offense. They don't want people changing sides defense is having a chance to react. Just come right back to the same side, go again.
That was a nice grab by Hyatt there.
Yeah, when the ball goes up, if there's a space that needs to be covered, Hyatt does a pretty good job of closing that down.
I don't think I've seen a ball on the field yet, right? Have you?
This is the, this is the layup line here, Rich. Just
I don't know.
Getting going.
One.
Is that okay?
Charles, are you like an umpire back there with the little little tracker there? You just punch it.
I haven't told Micah Parsons is out there watching us.
Nice.
Yeah. What's he got to say? What's he got to say? Yep. He football fast. Hey, Micah, what's going on, man?
I believe that's for real, for real.
And he wants my job. You know that.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does. Right now on NFL Plus, there's a players-only combine presented by Noble. You know who's doing it down there? Adam Thielen.
Nice.
Kurt Warner, Steve Smith. They break down the quarterback and wide receiver drills. Only available on NFL Plus. And sign up for NFL Plus at plus.nfl.com. Dave Demas Jr. Looked very smooth up until the end there. I guess a little bobble, but all good. Demario Douglas.
And we want to see these guys take off full speed, stay on that line.
Right down to 30.
Try and catch that ball off your frame. You don't want to gear down as the ball's coming in, so you've got confidence in your hands, run right through it.
And the ones throwing are the quarterbacks in the class.
Correct.
Here. For instance, right in the middle of the field is Stetson Bennett.
Josh Downs.
The first quarterback throwing, that one right there is from Will Levis. So we're seeing Will Levis on the field for the first time.
Again, we saw this with the DBs, and
look out.
See, these guys are a lot more comfortable for the most part just staying right down that line and running. I thought the DBs, you see them about 3/4 speed, half speed. These wideouts like Zay Flowers.
The DJ is
right through it.
As a DB, you never are in a straight line. You're always zigzagging, chasing guys. Hard to stay in a straight line for a gauntlet drill.
Yeah, you're going to defend the DBs, Charles. Death taxes and CD standing up for the DBs.
Was that what I was doing? Did that sound defensive?
Antoine Green. Let's see what he looks like here. A couple Carolina receivers. Josh Downs gets all the attention. He's higher rated, but Antoine Green, I think, is going to be an interesting day 3 receiver. Hazelwood. He was catching passes from Caleb Williams at Oklahoma in 2021.
So that pass thrown there after Will Levis starts it off. It's Malik Cunningham of Louisville. So that's the way receiver starts. Get one from Levis, get one from Cunningham, and off they go. Levis, Cunningham, see ya. Out the gate, Elijah Higgins.
Keep things in the state of Kentucky there to start things off with the rivals. Xavier Hutchinson should be pretty good at this. He's a smooth receiver. Nice job.
That was very
Finish
nice.
it up. There you go.
Here's Hyatt.
Yeah, the thing with Hyatt's going to be, you know, the full route tree. Can you use him on all the underneath routes, and when you have to gear down and work back towards the quarterback? CD, we know what we get with Hyatt when you get over the top. That's well documented.
Absolutely. What he's going to have to show is the ability to catch the football and make somebody miss underneath. Because right now you catch him on the move. That's where he's at his best.
That was a great gauntlet.
It's Princeton, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. Yoshivas.
Jarrett. Get going, Michael. There you go. Get that ball out away from your body. Just the last one. All right, let's get the next gen stats player tracking data. We talked about that line. Can you stay on that line? Well, we're going to test you here because we're going to put the tracer on you. This is the player tracking data. This is Jordan Addison from USC. Oh, this was the trial run, so that wasn't the real run. That was the walkthrough run to set up the drill. Here's DeBose working down the line. See, he's staying close to that. Oh, just didn't finish it up. Nice job, though, of staying flat. Go last one. That's Hyatt from Tennessee. Nice job finishing up with that last one. All right, here's the example of what you're looking for here at the gauntlet drill. Try and stay straight down that line, catch the ball away from your body, be able to turn and transition up the field once you finish. Let's go back in time to A.J. Brown. We saw throughout his young career has been dominant. Look how big and strong he is.
Unbelievable.
Staying right down that line, not really drifting too much, strong hands, and then you see him turn it up the field. It's simulating kind of an in-cut. You're going to be running a dig route to the right or to the left, something we've seen him do a bunch. We saw him do it a lot last year with Jalen Hurts as the Philadelphia Eagles went on to compete in the Super Bowl. That's an example of the drill, translating again on the dead run. Get your hands out extended, pluck the ball and go.
And hey, I know that, that's not the gauntlet drill, but that throw and catch for the touchdown in the Super Bowl between Hurts and Brown was
spectacular.
Stupendous.
Spectacular.
There's Bobo.
DJ, Jake Bobo was smooth on that one.
I know. I think is
catching
he the first
it well too.
Is he the first one we've seen with the hat too? The hat on backwards.
Kayshon Boutte. If he's drafted by the Bucs or the Raiders, you know what?
Pirates Boutte?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Pirates Boutte. That's number 2 for you. Got a couple more in the chute.
2 more. You get 2 more.
Stay tuned. That reminds me of a story that Paul Tagliabue once told me about Parcells.
Yeah.
I'll just tell it real quick here as we watch this gauntlet here. Paul Tagliabue once told me he went to a Jets practice. Parcells standing there in the 50-yard line, and they're doing goal line drills all the way at the other end of the field. And Parcells is chewing people's behinds off. And Tagliabue says at one point to Parcells, "Hey, Bill, we're the same age. How can you see that far down the field to know what you're seeing?" And he goes, "Oh, I can't see that far." And he pulls out a list from his pocket. He goes, "I got a list of 10 guys that I'm going to get on in this practice. I'm on number 3. Stay tuned. I got 7 more."
It's premeditated. That's great.
So, stay tuned. I got more.
Oh, there's more where that came from.
Yes.
Rich put the boo in Boutte.
That's what I got. One of my favorite stories, by the way.
That's great.
Here's Tank Dell of Houston.
He is a big play machine at Houston, and he got a ton of separation at the Reese's Senior Bowl down there at the All-Star game. You see the numbers there, led all FBS. I'm anxious to see the official 40 on him, Charles, because to the naked eye, it looked like he was running faster than the time that we had.
Yeah, I'm eager to see that as well. But you talked about that separation he got. And don't forget the determination. Remember preseason last year, they had the list of the best receivers in the country. He wasn't on it. He actually tweeted to him, "Noted," and then went out and had a big year.
That was very nicely done by Demario Douglas.
Yeah, and Douglas, he's somebody that plays inside and outside. Lots of slot verticals. We talked about that real quick. He's elusive after the catch, over 1,000 yards this year. As Josh Downs puts together a nice little run there. DuBose has some wow catches, CD. 50-50 wins, some spectacular catches.
Great report by Jamie Erdahl on him and his journey. Will Healy was his head coach at Charlotte. He's been texting me throughout this time about this young man. Can't speak highly enough of him.
That's a great, just finished that last one. He had a great run going for Zay Flowers. Twan Green. See the big playability there represented by his yards per catch. All right, let's get back to our next gen stats player tracking data here. Let's get to data. We go data, Rich? Let's go data.
Yeah, sure.
Let's go data.
This time.
This is Tank Dell. That's an outstanding.
Whoa, a straight line.
Right down the line. That's tracing the line. Oh, I love this. Slow motion here. Look at how he extends, and then the very next one, he's got to go low about his knee. That is not easy.
That's Jordan Addison, the #1
That's my
receiver
favorite.
On Daniel Jeremiah's draft board. The simulcam, Justin Jefferson, Julio Jones, and Jalen Hyatt just moments ago. Oh, Jalen Hyatt wins it.
He builds that speed.
Back to Indy in a moment.
Wasn't me.
You're never responsible for unauthorized purchases on your Discover card.
The NFL Combine, presented by No Bull, continues tomorrow at 1, only on NFL Network.
Back here at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. Okay, the gauntlet's done. Now it's some slant routes, and we got the quarterback slinging it. First up is Tyson Bagent.
He's someone in their offense. It was a lot of gun, a lot of just catch, rock, and throw. So as with a lot of these quarterbacks, this is some under center work, not a lot of experience for these guys. Stetson Bennett letting one rip.
What is his evaluation?
It's difficult. I mean, obviously the age, you talk about that. Big games, he's been outstanding. To me, he's just a little bit streaky. You'll see high highs and low lows. He misses a little too many layups, in my opinion, when you study him. The size is something that everybody's going to deal with a couple quarterbacks in this draft. So I thought he was a fourth round type pick, and at worst case you've got a really solid backup quarterback.
DJ, real quick, where do you stand on the age thing? Because I keep hearing that pop up, and I've never seen as a negative to have a 25-year-old rookie quarterback coming in because of the maturity factor. We'll have the same thing with Hendon Hooker of Tennessee.
Yeah, to me, I think it's you got to be comfortable with where they are right now. So knowing that who you draft is who you're going to get. And I think, to me, that's why I think Hooker's just further along in terms of everything he can do, and he's established what he is. The allure of the 20-year-old quarterback is that he's just scratching the surface. He's going to get so much better. I think it's a little bit more of a finished product as a 25-year-old.
And then another Heisman finalist out there, team that Stetson Bennett and Georgia beat in the national championship game, Max Duggan of TCU.
Yeah, one of the things with him I'm looking forward today is that some of the movement stuff when you have to reset. Nice catch, Josh Downs.
Jake Haener now of Fresno State.
This was, if you were looking for who the Purdy was in this draft, which I'm sure every team's trying to find that late round guy that could blossom like Brock Purdy did for the 49ers. This would be my selection in Jake Haener.
Second Fresno State quarterback to be at the Combine this week, right?
Oh yeah, Derek Carr making the rounds. Good call.
Anything?
Got nothing for you there. I haven't heard anything there, Rich. I think he might be an interested party in that.
Just wondering, Jaron Hall of BYU now out there slinging it.
Jaron Hall just a little over 6 feet, but a lot of poise. He can drive the ball. Some over/under throws over linebackers, under safeties.
Similar play style at BYU as Taysom Hill.
All right, here comes Will Levis, our first full-on look at the Kentucky Wildcat.
Yeah, it comes out live. Sometimes this is interesting, him throwing to the left, because when I watched him, I thought he gets closed off a little bit to the left at times. That's nice.
He's not afraid of the weight room, is he, DJ?
No, I think he's the first quarterback in Combine history to wear joggers, too. Nice. That was a nice rep. Nice throw by Bagent. A lot of times, again, people say, what do you get out of this? You're looking at accuracy, ball placement, all those things. More than anything else, you just want to see how the ball comes off their hand. You're throwing to receivers you don't know. Timing is going to be an issue. Just, you look comfortable with your footwork. Do you keep your legs underneath you? Can you drive the football? How does it come out of your hand?
And the ball placement is really important depending on the route, isn't it, DJ?
Yeah, but I mean, even on all these routes, you're going to see some of them where it's going to be a little bit easier. Just you're going to have easier throw in terms of ball placement, but I wouldn't even get too hung up on that on the easier ones. It's just, how's the ball come off?
Third inside mostly. I think that's how everybody sees it now.
Keenan McCardell.
Outside edge of the numbers. Come off the ball.
1 year we were on early on in our tenure at NFL Network. I just remember it came in to being that he wanted to be known as McCardell.
Oh, he changed
like Keenan McCardell is now what?
Sticking and rolling to 5, 6, 7.
There he is.
Roll, tight turn, to the sideline.
Of the Minnesota Vikings staff. Adam Thielen's on the NFL Plus side of things right now. He might be coming away to our booth, but
all right,
let's talk about this route.
Next route we're going to see here. Here's Tom Brady.
I've heard of him.
Yeah, throwing out routes not going to be an issue for Tom Brady, and he's done it throughout his career. Here he is going all the way back to the RCA Dome Combine. Again, look where this ball is. I mean, we talked about placement being a challenge in this setting. He made it look easy, and here he is making it look easy on an NFL field. Back foot, no hitch, on time, outside shoulder, perfect. Again, see no hitch there, strike. This is a ball you can't be late to, you can't be inside. It's got to be on time, outside shoulder. He's going to the Hall of Fame. This is the best ever, and that's one of the reasons why everything was on time, everything was where it needed to be.
Stetson Bennett. The official 40s have come out. There's two 40s, sub 4.4. And they were run by Darius Davis of TCU, 4.36, and Bryce Ford Wheaton of West Virginia, 4.38. 2.44 flats, Jalen Cropper and Jalen Hyatt, Fresno State and Tennessee respectively.
Talked about that 40 time that you were trying to hit was 4.46. That's the average of the top 10 receivers in the NFL this last year in receiving yards. So 4.46 being that number. I thought it was interesting. Jordan Addison ended up with an official 4.49 just off that. Uh-oh, stumble.
Finish. Get another. Eight needs another one.
That was Copeland on the route. Max Duggan.
Inside foot up. Inside foot up. Keep running.
Run through it again. You're going to see some of that as we go through. Here's Haener. That UCLA game, Charles, was the one that kind of announced his presence last year with all the plays he made in that game. And he is not afraid to hang in there. That's what I was getting to. The toughness that he has, beat up in that game and willing his team to victory.
Well, what do you think of his footwork, DJ? Because he looks like a guy who's well schooled in what he's doing. Watch him on the back and then move this just a little bit to the left to open things up for him to get that out.
You got to get that hip cleared here as you're throwing to the left. Here's Hall. One of the things I loved, one of the nuggets on Hall I loved going through this process is his dad made him work at a pizza shop on Saturdays in high school. So let's get a little more responsibility other than just football in school.
You know, Billy Sims worked at a gas station when he remember the great running back.
Yes.
And that's where Barry Switzer would call him every Saturday to recruit him.
He's got a live arm.
Here's Will Levis.
Run through it. Run off the ball.
He takes that little cheat step with his left foot. Some coaches will teach that, you know, when you're getting away from the center.
Come off the ball, run.
Other coaches say you want to put that weight on that left foot and drive off of it. He does throw across his body a little bit when he's going left. You see that on tape, and it's showing up a little bit out here in this drill. Charles, you see that, how he gets a little bit closed off on his front side?
Oh, nice. Madras shorts with the TB12 throwback for Will Levis, huh? Come on, Mom loves Madras shorts. What's wrong with that?
I'm a fan.
Throw Mom under the bus and tweet. Okay, now I guess we're seeing how fast you can throw. Stetson Bennett, can he beat the 58 miles an hour? Let's see. 59. All right, here's to the cannon. 59. 59, very good.
It's enough to break a finger, I can tell you that much.
I bet. 4.26. Back with more in a moment. From Indianapolis, on-field drills, quarterbacks, wide receivers. All right, here are the aforementioned official 40s of the first group of receivers and quarterbacks that we have received. So there you have it. There's an entirely different group of receivers and quarterbacks coming out later. That group includes, on the quarterback front, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson,
we're going to see potentially 4 quarterbacks go in the top 10.
You think so, right?
It's all
Levis and Richardson and Stroud and
moving around
Bryce
for those
Young.
guys.
As we're watching Jaren Hall here, BYU, we're watching dig routes.
This is the line that Kurt will use every year on the coverage. Said this, he built a house on this route right here. A deep in cut. Showing the ability, can you throw on time and can you drive the ball accurately? Talking to some of the different quarterback coaches, it's interesting how they deal with throwing with receivers that you don't know. So you don't want to get to the top of your drop and be stuck there hanging and waiting for guys. So a lot of times you can either tempo your drop a little different, or you can get to the top of your drop and then you want to pop, just keep your feet alive. The last thing you want to do is be real static while you're waiting for the different speeds of these wideouts before you throw the ball. That's a nice in cut by Levis. Yeah, that ball jumps. CD, you're down there. You can see it. Sometimes you can feel it when you see guys with big time arms. How does it look down there?
Oh, there's no question about it. It absolutely jumps. And you know what else? The guys around him notice too. You know, when they're in a pack and everyone has their own talents and their own feel. But when Levis stepped up and threw it, full attention from the rest of the quarterbacks.
He got hit a ton this year. When you look at it, sacked 37 times, which is the second most of the combine quarterbacks, and he dropped back only 357 times, the third fewest. So man, his drop back to getting hit ratio was very high.
Rich, I'm standing down here by the second group of wide receivers. They're working through their vertical jump. They all just turned around to watch Will Levis throw those 3 balls, so they could hear that ball maybe coming out of his hand. They wanted to see what the target looked like, and when I say the body language looked impressed, I would say that's a pretty accurate observation, if you will.
They're stopping.
So I love it.
Where's the fit? Give me the top 10 fit.
Well, I've said Vegas was my team to keep an eye on.
Right.
I just think that he'd be a great fit there with Josh McDaniels and be a fun one for him to develop and to work with.
Here's Jaren Hall again.
Got that nice kind of over the top, that delivery. Again, 7-step from under center. That's a nice ball.
Let it fly. Here's Levis again.
That ball's not more than, it's never more than 6 feet off the ground here driving it. Transfers his weight. Again, the one thing with him is just when he has to go out to the left. I thought he was a little bit closed off, but he's nice and clean here working in the middle of the field.
Let's just say the Raiders do that. Is he a week 1 starter, you think? Can you do it?
I think so. I think you're gonna be able to use his legs while you're growing into it. If you look at the guys that have, the 2 examples are going to be Josh Allen, and you're going to look at Jalen Hurts, that had still work to do as passers coming out, but their athleticism with their legs bought time for them to continue to improve as passers. And I think with Levis, and when he was healthy, you didn't see it this year because he wasn't as healthy. When he was healthy the year before, design quarterback runs were a big part of their offense.
Good stuff, guys. Same stuff now.
Let's go back and look at a couple of those Will Levis throws here. Again, takes that little cheat step with his left foot on the drop, gets to the top, 1 hitch, and again, look at how tight that ball is, right on the money. He's not a high effort thrower. There's not a lot of strain. Throwing it out right there. Last one again. Gets underneath himself. 1 hitch, and then you can see the torque and velocity he gets from his upper half. Stacy?
Yeah, and DJ, as we've been watching Will Levis, CJ Stroud has been watching him holding a football. Stroud has been actually, guys, over here on the sideline holding a ball for roughly an hour as he awaits his portion of the throwing aspect of the combine, and obviously not going to do any other drills, but it's kind of stationary, taking everything in. Then on the other side of it, I've been observing Anthony Richardson, who's been constantly moving. I watched him do his broad jump. He registered his best at 10.9, and he's kind of been, yeah, that's right, DJ. He's been patrolling the sidelines, high knees, doing multiple renditions of the vertical. I mean, the guy is, you guys understand, a specimen, but the level of focus I've been watching in his eyes, he wanted to come out here and put on an athletic performance. As he said this week, I can run through people, I can run over people. He's going to be willing to put his body on the line at the next level he talked about, but he's also, guys, very much focused on the development as a passer in the pocket. Excuse me, a ball just came towards me.
Be careful down there, Stacy.
But my anticipation is bubbling because I'm waiting over here at the vertical to watch him go.
Very good.
Did you say, what was it, 10?
Yes. DJ, that 10-9 ties Matt Jones. That tied Matt Jones when he was here.
And Matt, you know, is technically
yes, he was going to receiver.
Yeah, he was drafted as a receiver.
So, I guess if you want, let's just put a pin in that because I have a feeling we're going to talk about Anthony Richardson quite a bit when we see him on the field, as opposed to, because you know I come from the Mayock school.
Hey, let's give these kids their moment. They're on the field.
You know, I do hear Mike yelling at me sometimes when he's not around, but we'll put a pin in that for later on.
Like that, Rich. Like the focus.
Trying.
Well, just to give you a tease on that, we'll have the conversation.
That's crazy, but that is nuts. 10-9 is nuts. Ridiculous. And then you just did see, as Stacy was describing, how he's just moving around. You could just see like he's locked in and ready to roll here today.
I've made the comment, if you look at quarterbacks, and it's been, you know, very spotty when you're taking these guys in the first round in terms of the hit rate. If you look at them as lottery tickets, you know, if they all cost the same in terms of a first round pick, the Anthony Richardson payout's higher than any of them. I mean, if you hit on that one, you hit massive. One more here from Levis. Again, you're not going to see a ton of this 7-step from under center without play action. You're not going to see a lot of that, but it's a good inclination of the work they've been putting in with their feet.
Seriously, it's entirely possible. Week 1, 2023 season, your AFC West starters are Mahomes, Herbert, Russell Wilson, and this guy.
I think that's absolutely
entirely possible.
Yeah.
All right, here's the 10-9. Oh my goodness gracious! That's a quarterback.
We're going to simulcam that with Brady's brunch.
On behalf of all Michigan Tom Brady lovers, we will not do that. We will not do that. Don't forget Stroud's coming up as well. A lot of fun here on a Saturday. Don't go anywhere. We're just... Okay. Folks are noticing Will Levis. Sheesh. Is Philip Dorsett's commentary. Will Levis. Well, we're getting ready for another drill here. Great note here, just handed me by Jack Andrade, researcher to the Stars.
And us.
Yeah. Since we started doing this thing in 2003, only 3 individuals, at least 6'3", have jumped 40 or more inches in the vertical and run a sub 440-yard dash at the combine. The 2 previous ones are DK Metcalf and Tariq Woolen.
Whoa.
Bryce Ford Wheaton just did it.
Wow.
So do we peg him for the Seahawks? Because the Seahawks
come on,
draft,
they got the other 2.
Seattle likes this sort of combination. So remember yesterday you're pointing out one of the safeties. What was the safety you said that we need to peg for the Kansas
Oh, yeah,
City
Daniel
Chiefs?
Scott from
Daniel
Cal.
Scott, because the position coach.
He'll be in KC.
Okay. Was criticizing him for no other reason other than what you're sniffing out as a scout to try and cover his tracks for actually liking this player.
Correct.
So put another pin in if we're sitting there in Kansas City and you see Bryce Ford Wheaton get drafted by the Seahawks. They'll make it 3 for 3 with this remarkable
jumbo athlete
measurement, height, weight, and vertical and speed combination.
I think he's gonna be day 3 guy, but he definitely moved a little bit up on day 3 with what we've seen out here. It's like we're seeing a little whip route now. This is more of an evaluation for the wideouts on this one than for the quarterbacks. Getting a chance to see these guys in the slot. This is a route you'll see each and every Sunday. Ooh, nice one-handed catch. Who was that? Is that wide receiver 2? Is that Ronnie Bell? Was
that was Ronnie Bell,
yeah.
DJ.
That was nice.
See that one? We can. No, I mean, you know.
Yeah, that's a legitimate request. That's not a homer request. That's a heck of a catch.
I'd like to see it.
See how quickly they can get their foot in the ground and get back out. Jalen Brooks, South Carolina. Again, as a quarterback, you just want to get this ball out in front of them so they don't have to reach back, keep them on the move. But from an evaluation standpoint, there's a lot more evaluation going on with the receivers in this one than the quarterback.
DJ, when you talk about that evaluation, when they go inside, the ability to drop your weight and change direction without stumbling is a big part of this route.
How many different ways have you seen this run, by the way, with a guy like Cooper Kupp?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, he's given you every kind of
Renfro.
Yeah, in and out. Renfro does it as well. I mean, this is the route of choice when you get down there in the red zone, and it's like a crossover almost. If you're watching a basketball game, they're going to get you leaning one way, and then they're going to try and cross you up.
And many of the receivers talk about their basketball background and reference that, how they can cross you over, get you just one step stumbling, and come out of the break.
Oh, that sound you heard was Anthony Richardson jumping his vertical.
Do we have a big number?
How about the highest by any quarterback at the combine in the last 20 years?
That would qualify. What do you do?
40.5.
Oh, jeez. I hope he runs. I hope he runs.
Stetson Bennett.
Wide receiver 15 is DeBose. I think this is Zay Flowers. This is something he should be excellent at with his change of direction quickness. Look at that off the line. Whoop. Little stumble there, but you can see the quickness.
Do you notice a difference between DuBose, a bigger receiver, Zay Flowers, smaller in the body control on that route?
100%. And that's why I think they're doing some of these routes from the slot as well. So let's just not worry about guys on the outside. A lot of these guys are going to make their money and make their living in the slot. So let's give them some slot routes to run.
What's your evaluation of Malik Cunningham?
Yeah, Malik Cunningham, you know, Rich, as a runner, he's ready right now. He's electric, and we saw that in his 40 with how fast he ran. Just inconsistent in the passing game. The footwork, to me, got a little bit all over the place. That was something he could clean up. That, you know, led to some balls really sailing on him. So hasn't been the most accurate guy there. But if you look at somebody that's a playmaker, that you have something to develop and work with, I think that will be intriguing to teams. He's like, in my opinion, I think he's a great practice squad candidate early on. Just work with him, and man, if you get the passing game to get anywhere near where he is as a runner, you might really have something.
Duggan.
Xavier Hutchinson doing a good job getting in and out of there. Here comes Hyatt. This will be interesting with Hyatt because he's so fast. Can he get in and out? Pretty good.
How about Stetson Bennett to Jalen Hyatt right there? How about that one?
Go, a little Georgia, Tennessee.
It's like an all-star game.
It is.
The SEC all-star game right there.
Tennessee to Princeton. Go ahead, Charles. I was going to give you an opportunity. I put it on a tee for you.
I had to let that one go. I just had to let it go. You just left it out there. It was perfect. I get it. I do want to ask you a quick, serious one, though.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, guys. Here it is moments ago. I mentioned it, 40.5 bird. See it.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay.
He's 244 pounds.
How do you? Goodness gracious. Take that, Mac McClung.
Yeah, exactly. Unbelievable performance by that dude, though. I actually watched the dunk contest for the first time. Look at him go. Wow.
It's just great when you see somebody jump and then they just keep going just a couple more inches like they're flying. Jamie, take it away.
Another guy in the SEC, a quarterback you're going to see dressed in all gray. I'm sure he's frustrated about that, is Hendon Hooker out of Tennessee. He tore his ACL back in November. Our Ian Rappaport just tweeted about a half an hour ago that, according to him and his sources, the medical that Hooker has gone through here has been very positive. He's 3 months post-op, and he's on track to be ready for the season opener. I also caught up with Chris Carter, who's here as part of the mentor program. I saw him with a long conversation with Hendon Hooker, and he walked away. I said, what do you think of that young man? He said, he's a true CEO. He's very aware. He's very engaged. He's a leader in this quarterback group, despite not participating today because of that ACL surgery. But that's the kind of thing that when you talk to scouts and GMs and executives, they care about that stuff that goes on inside the helmet. And Hendon Hooker seems to be embodying that despite not being able to participate today.
I think he's going to be a starter. I really do. I think he's going to be a quality starting quarterback at the next level. And it's a difficult offense to evaluate out of because they spread you so wide and you get some pretty big windows. But his ball placement is excellent. He's on play action, off play action, over 51% of the snaps, which is more than anybody in this draft. But once he comes off that play fake, Charles, his feet are always in the ground. He's throwing from a firm platform, and he's extremely accurate. I thought from an accuracy standpoint, obviously a lot more athletic, but an accuracy standpoint, he reminded me of Sam Bradford coming out, and then they even realized the fact, obviously, they both played with Heupel. So yeah. It's there's the connection.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing to add on to that, not just the accuracy part of it. A lot of times you mentioned how wide open receivers are because the offense is good. It plays at a fast tempo. People break open. But he doesn't miss them when they're wide open.
No.
Now, the ball is right there. And the other part, he'll learn with a new offense, but a lot of decision-making goes into that offense. Run, pass, check the play, all of those things. He has full responsibility, including protections.
We've talked about teams, Rich, to get back to some of the stuff we were talking about earlier of those, hey, don't force it, but if a guy gets to you, maybe take one. And we talked about a team, playoff team like the Minnesota Vikings, maybe trying to find their next guy after Kirk Cousins. That could be a situation where maybe you say, oh, is that too early for Hendon Hooker? I don't necessarily think so. If you think he's going to be a starter and you're picking in the 20s,
right?
I don't have any problem with that.
Also, is that urgency, too, as you talked about with him being 25.
Heck of a catch.
The fans like that one.
That was Jalen Cropper. That was Fresno State. Nicely done.
He ran a 4.4 flat as well today, so putting the workout day together for some of these guys.
That's a great route as well. It's a nice ball. Yeah, that was a big-time route. That was Nathaniel Dell. What was his official 40 time when it was all said and done? Was a 4.49.
Tank.
DJ, on these drops, what do you want to see these quarterbacks do dropping here? Because some people will get out with some real urgency. Stetson Bennett very much under control.
Yeah, again, I think the thing you don't want to do, Charles, is get static and talk to some quarterback coaches about this specifically. You don't want to get to that top of your drop and just be stuck there while you're waiting. So you're either going to maybe slow down your tempo a little bit to time it up so you hit your back foot without a hitch and get it out. Or if you get up to the top of your drop, if you got a hitch once and even in some cases maybe twice, just keep your feet alive. There's a 2 hitch. The ball's just a little bit flat. Want to get that up a little bit more from Malik Cunningham. Again, and nice. Talking to a play caller in the NFL, we're talking about, when you look at 7-step drops, really it's just kind of a tendency breaker. Most of the time when you're under center and you're taking a deep drop, it's going to be off play action or you're going to run the ball. Every now and then you maybe sprinkle in a couple pure 7s, but there's not a lot of pure 7-step drop back game in the NFL anymore.
And what's your evaluation of Duggan?
He's got a powerful arm. It's just about controlling it and just being a little bit more accurate. Again, you're not going to get a great feel for that here at the Combine.
Right.
But seeing his arm live, I think he spins it plenty well enough. We know he's an athlete. We saw what he ran. We know he's competitive and tough. It's just about him being a little bit more reliable and consistent with his ball placement.
And what is that? Footwork, coaching?
Yeah, I think
confidence. I mean, what do you?
Sometimes it's just playing more.
Well, I mean, that's part of the reason why I ask is the evaluation. Somebody sits there and says, we just got to get him some reps. We got to put him here. We got to put him there.
Yeah, I mean, he's
no
played,
idea of like throwing him in. Like Malik Willis, when he was here last year, he wound up playing some meaningful games for Tennessee due to.
Well, then they ended.
Injury,
Well, then they ended
up with Josh Dobbs,
yeah,
right? Because they figured towards the end of these must-win games at the end of the season, they went with someone else. But I'm just trying to wonder what. I'm not saying that that's the same evaluation. I'm just trying to figure what coaches or evaluators think about when they hear of, well, somebody's accuracy is a little off.
Yeah, and the thing with him is he's played a lot of ball. So I mean, he's been in 47 games in college. So when you have kind of a long track record of some inconsistent accuracy and ball placement, and it's not necessarily always just off by a hair, he's got some big misses. So it's something, if you feel like you can tweak some things mechanically, you can get a little bit better performance there. But I think with him, you're drafted him for his ability to move around, create plays, and that's kind of going to be his role at the next level.
Looked like a very nice route right there by Jefferson right there.
Nice catch.
Seeing some nice throws, nice catch. Will Levis already has the elite quarterback hair going, as evidenced by that super slow-mo.
Strong.
Back here in Indianapolis, watching the first group of quarterbacks and wide receivers go through the paces on the field. It's Malik Cunningham of Louisville. Before him is Stetson Bennett, man who's won the last 2 national championships as the quarterback of Georgia football.
He's got a starting quarterback record of 29-3.
That works.
Yep.
Will Levis is in this group. He's spinning it. Max Duggan, like Stetson Bennett, a Heisman finalist. He's throwing it right now.
Good power. Again, this is you want a nice firm ball here. You're not trying to knock anybody's head off here. Just a nice firm ball. And try and put it right on his frame.
Who's jumping out at you so far?
Well, I mean, look, the ball definitely jumps out of Will Levis's hand. We've seen that. And I think he's gotten more comfortable as you're working in the middle of the field as well.
Your evaluation of Jake Haener would be?
He's got enough. Like, to me, Jake Haener's got enough arm strength. He's got enough athleticism. He's not going to run around and make a ton of plays with his legs, but he can get away from a free rusher. And he's just really efficient. You know, I don't think he's going to be a driving range quarterback, you know, like you'd see come out here and just put on a huge display with just wow, you know, power throws.
What's the phrase?
But like a driving range quarterback.
Meaning?
Some guys are really good on the driving range, but they stink when you get out onto the golf course.
I've never really heard that phrase before. Okay.
That was one of the things that, and I remember I actually got to probably give Jordan Palmer credit for that, because when we were talking about Joe Burrow coming out,
yeah.
It's like, Joe Burrow, you're going to go to the driving range. You might not be wowed, but he's going to go shoot, you know, 4 under once you go out and play 18.
And he's off to a great start in his career.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Might win a jacket.
He's headed in that direction. Jaren Hall's another one. I've been impressed with Jaren Hall. I like the way that he spins it. Charles, I didn't think he was really healthy towards the end of the year. I didn't think even at the Senior Bowl we saw him healthy. I think he looks much different today than when we saw him in Mobile.
Agreed, and he wasn't healthy. High ankle sprain, and went through the practice sessions with the high ankle sprain. And when he was, you know, when it's time to go for the game, it wasn't a good idea for him to play. I actually talked to 2 coaches before the game who like blessed it. Like, look, he gave us everything he had all week. Great in meetings, great kid. No way he should be out here playing, but he went through 3 days of practice that way.
Yeah, he's one I think is an intriguing, you know, middle round guy.
Remember how Taysom Hill played at BYU? You know, a lot of run game for him for the quarterback and then finding those shots. Same thing with Jaren Hall, and also injuries. Dinged up a lot during his career, same as Taysom Hill.
Good stuff, CD. All right, this is the fun one. This is the show-off throw, otherwise known as the Josh Allen throw. We're going to uncork some deep balls here on the go ball. And we remember Josh Allen. Remember this? Remember he waited?
Oh, yeah.
He waited to start his drop because he's like, let him get out there a little bit before I launch this one.
This is ridiculous.
Unbelievable. And we've seen it, obviously, throughout his young career, whether it's Stephon Diggs or Gabe Davis, you name it. He can throw it over the top better than anybody in the league, and it's on the money, too. Not only does he get a nice loft on it, it's always right on the money. It looks like we got Matt House back down there.
Reading his lips. We're going to take the ball. We're going to score. That's what he's saying right now. One of my favorites. When NFL Network first started, that was when he was truly coming into his own as the Seattle Seahawks quarterback, making Pro Bowls, made the Super Bowl and Super Bowl 40 in Detroit.
He's a great example too of what teams are trying to find. We talked about Brock Purdy. We talked about trying to find a quarterback outside the first round that can be a starter. A heck of a career.
Of course, his career ended here in Indianapolis as a backup to Andrew Luck, and he was terrific at that too. So that's Ronnie Bell on the grab. Nice round of applause from the fans.
Yeah, I thought that was being piped in. Then I realized, no, there's actually fans here. You want to see these guys stay on that straight line.
Agent to Bobo. Oh, fans digging it, huh? They like this.
A lot of air under that one. A little bit short. I've always felt like as a quarterback in this drill, if you overthrow him by 5 yards, that's okay. It's kind of a show-off throw. Launch it out there. Nice deep ball from Stetson Bennett. Perfect.
Oh, the fans like it. Stetson Bennett to Jalen Brooks.
I do feel like I'm at a golf tournament right now, by the way, and they're just watching the
They're making birdies, the jarring birdies. Bennett to Brownlee.
That's a beautiful deep ball.
Stetson Bennett.
Welcome to the party, Stetson Bennett with 2 beautiful throws.
See if he can make it 3 for 3. Throwing this to Jacob Copeland.
I said he loves the big stage, Rich, and this is the show-off moment with fans. That one was a little but that's all right. It's a good session.
So you guys on the par 3 in Scottsdale?
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
What it is, the par 3 hole?
Definitely not waste management, though. That's Malik Cunningham to Moreno Cropper. Darius Davis, the fastest today. Cunningham.
There we go.
It in there. Nice grab. 4.36.40.
That was
young man through.
Tank Dell.
ran.
Tank Dell running right underneath that. Tank Dell remind me a little bit of Marquise Brown as a player.
Pardon me. That was Tank Dell. Dante Demas. Here's Duggan. Check out his deep ball.
Got to get that one out there a little bit, undershot it. It's always interesting to me, too, the guys that get themselves into a rhythm. He looks like he's a rhythm patter, so when he gets to the top of the drop, he's going to pat. There it is. There are 2 pats there on that one.
You might want to eliminate 1 pat and get it out there, DJ.
Yeah, I was going to say it might be 1 pat too many.
1 pat, get rid of one of them, get it out. I'm down here at the end where I can see it coming towards me.
There's only 1 pat in Indianapolis, and it's McAfee. We know that, guys. Come on now.
That's a good ball.
Duggan to DeBose.
DJ, I'm down here where you can see it coming at you.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to see how the choices the quarterbacks are making based on their arms. When you get rid of it, the height they're getting rid of it, all of those things. Some of them a little flatter, some of them the big moon balls.
You also see who he needs to generate that force with their lower half. Hayner really gets into his legs.
Bryce Ford Wheaton on the pattern. Oh, nice throw.
Better. A beautiful ball
from Hayner.
We have never had a soundtrack like this.
This is fun. Antoine Green is the receiver. Hayner.
There you go.
Puts it out there.
That's his best one. Perfect.
DJ, he understands his arm.
Yeah.
And when to get rid of it so he has an opportunity to complete the pass. It's a good ball by him.
Jaron Hall of BYU to Jaden Hazelwood. Arkansas.
A little flat. Get a little more air under that one, Jaron. Put a little more air under that ball.
Brought the safety into that one.
Here's Malik Heath.
Up and out. Up and out. Get it up early and out there. They can adjust their speed if you get it up nice and early with some air. Again, a little much.
See those balls there? The safety's into play, DJ.
Yeah, he's pulling them in, and it's flat. You got to get it up and out and over the top.
All right, here's Elijah Higgins of Stanford. Nice shot at it for Hall.
That's better. There you go.
There you go. Oh,
that's a good ball, though.
All right, now here's the main event. Will Levis, and I've got a cannon. I'm going to show it off. can hear the buzz in the stands.
There is a buzz in here.
Xavier Hutchinson on the route.
He's trying to take it nice and easy.
Flip that one to start.
Yeah.
All right, Will, come on now.
Cut it loose.
Let's see that cannon. Yeah. Oh, you got it. Yeah, you got it. Here we go.
Smiling.
Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee. From Will Levis. Kentucky to Tennessee. Oh!
Nice ball. I want to see him just get a little more loft.
Here's that famed Kentucky. Princeton. Like Pete Carrill, let's get the backdoor pass. In through the front door. All right.
Calipari to Carrill right there?
That's what it is. Back to the beginning. Bagent.
Charles, when I used to have to throw these balls, I got about 2 yards of depth in my drop.
And how many crow hops?
Oh, no, none. I want to get it up and out as fast as I could.
That ball's
get
gone.
that thing out of there.
Michael Jefferson makes the grab. Okay, we're going to get second cracks at it here. It's Duggan. That's nice.
Nice catch.
Nice fingertip grab.
Antoine Green? Was that 19?
It's 19.
That's Hazelwood.
Hazelwood.
That's a lot of error. That's what you want to see. See how it allows the receiver to tempo and just track it.
All right. We're going to move Cones, I guess, to the moving them around, and we'll try it again. Stetson Bennett with a nice deep ball, huh?
Stetson Bennett, I'd say best in show on the deep ball in that drill.
I would agree.
Look at that. See how he gets it up and out? Look at the air under that. Right down the chimney. Nicely done. And here's Will Levis. Cool as a customer here. A flat, firm, easy.
From the 11 to the 30.
Strike.
That's an easy one to figure out right there. Almost
Stetson Bennett giving us a wink.
Oh, a wink from Stetson Bennett. And his hair is perfect.
Here's a little tip for all you aspiring fishermen. The easiest have the meat.
Major issue, fit.
Feeling Lux tack.
Who likes being in the middle of?
I've got this.
To put, I'll take the.
Provide help and hope. Bananas.
There is the reaction.
Style, fun.
Go routes from this guy, Will Levis. There was, in fact, a noticeable buzz in the building when he stepped up there, and everyone was waiting to see him just air it out. But what are we watching here now, Daniel?
Yeah, we're seeing this. Was it a comeback or a deep out here? I've been watching these quarterbacks.
Set up the Cones to go run about 15 yards.
Yeah, we're on a comeback. Yeah, we got a comeback.
Here.
We saw an unbelievable catch by Zay Flowers while we were at break. Hopefully we'll try and bring that one back later, but it's a nice ball. Be about 2 yards from the sideline. That one got out early. That's showing some faith and some trust. That's a great ball by Bagent. He's throwing the ball pretty well today. His feet are clean from under center, real smooth. A lot of times, quarterback coaches, you'll hear him use the same phrase over and over again. How smooth can you be? How smooth can you be? Bagent looks very smooth, getting away from center.
We just saw the rare Shepherd Ram Princeton Tiger connection.
Nice.
Stetson Bennett just threw some very nice deep balls here.
He's had a great day. I mean, from running well. Make sure you don't have a loose ball on the field here. He threw beautiful deep balls. He's very under control. It's not, obviously it's not big for him here. He's been on such big stages.
Nice grab.
That was Jalen Brooks, South Carolina, going up to get it. No, but Stetson Bennett, I think he's been the big winner. If you're saying, you know, overall performance for the day, who's been impressive? Stetson Bennett's had a really nice day.
There's Addison, your top guy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights of the day. There's Ronnie Bell of Michigan.
Here's Ford Wheaton running that out route. Justin back inside. Here's Jordan Addison. A little in cut here. Again, you can see how smooth he is. Look at that.
Nice grab there.
So smooth going to get it. Go ahead, Rich.
You know, if he scores a touchdown, what it's called?
What's that?
A Butte call.
Oh, nice. Jacob Copeland. How do I follow that? Jacob Copeland tracking that ball beautifully, working to the sideline. Dale's, you get a free one. I gave Rich 4 Butte calls for the day, so you get one too.
Well, Butte, let me tell you about this. I guess I would say Butte.
Nice.
Was that good? I don't know. Guys, I just talked to Bryce Young, who obviously isn't participating here today. He is saving that for his pro day. That will take place March 23rd. He's been watching over on the sideline with a backpack on his shoulders. You know, I wanted to know what this week has been like as far as the meetings with the teams. It's interesting. He told me he's received just an array of variations of meetings. I'll take you through them. Hey, draw up a play versus this coverage on the whiteboard. So they've put him to the whiteboard. And he told me, again, every team has been different. It's then gone to, hey, recite this play back. Give me your recall. And then some teams have just simply said, take me through your Alabama tape. So that's kind of interesting, DJ. I'm curious to know from you just, you know, the variations that a team would take that is interested in this quarterback. I also asked him, are you sick of hearing about the size stuff? And he laughed and he said, it's truly been my entire life. But what's really cool about him is he had to make a decision between basketball, which was actually his first love, and football. And up into the 8th grade, I asked him, by the way, could you dunk? And he said on a good day it was a rim grazer, so that's kind of cool. But Cliff Kingsbury offered him a scholarship in the 8th grade at a Texas Tech. And he said, I made the decision to go football because I had to make the responsible decision. And now, guys, he's got a future here in the NFL.
Yeah, I got a chance to visit with the guys that he trains with, and John Beck and Taylor Kelly. Bryce Young showed up there to work with him in the 8th grade. They said he's probably about 5'6" or 5'7" as an 8th grader, and he's working out with a bunch of guys, and they said, we're going to work on the deep ball. And he said, here, this 8th grader launches one 62 yards. And like, okay, that's different. And he's played at Mater Dei High School in Southern California, which is the #1 program in the country, which is like playing college football there for Bryce Young. So he's got a lot of training, a lot of experience. And when you talk to Alabama folks, Rich, they'll tell you, they'll give you the game plan on a Sunday after a Saturday game.
Yeah.
Bryce Young would show up on Monday, having swallowed all that information with recommendations of changes to make to protections and route concepts based on the opponent they were going to play. So he's off the charts in terms of his football intelligence and preparation.
Let me ask you this then. Out of all the tape that you've grinded,
yes,
how many times was there a play where you're like, his height got him?
No, I can tell you less than a handful where I thought, okay, I don't know if you could see this. But I was talking to a head coach this week, and he said there are so many similarities between him and Drew Brees. In other words, that even there's times where I don't think he can see, but because he knows where people are and where they're supposed to be, not only for his team but for the other team, he'll just let it rip. And that's and obviously we've seen Drew Brees do it at the highest of levels. But that's the names that are getting mentioned with this guy.
That's the reason why I just asked you that question is how relevant is that figure?
I think he had 3 batted balls this year. So, you know, that to me is not the issue. The issue to me was the body type and the durability. Okay. And that's more of a concern. It's can he physically hold up?
Jamie?
Let me just put a bow on that Bryce Young thought. I had about a dozen of his games when I was covering the SEC for CBS. The thing we know and love, one of the things about Patrick Mahomes is that when a play breaks down, the beauty of what we love about the basketball style sometimes of his passes, the creativity, the way he can throw the ball from every different level, and we're still waiting for the behind the back from Patrick Mahomes. Bryce Young is the kind of quarterback that can do that. I think he covered up for a lot of Alabama's offense at times when a play would break down. He's got that kind of point guard look to him to get a ball out of his side pocket. Second thought, Will Levis is part of this quarterback group that's throwing right now. He's behind me. Over here, the NFL Plus guys, Kurt Warner and Adam Thielen and Steve Smith, are yucking it up when Will Levis is throwing. Guys, I tell you, Kurt Warner drops his mic and wants to watch this young man to make sure he understands just the kind of gifts that he has. One of the receivers dropped one of Levis's balls, and Thielen goes, that one looked like me. These guys are having an awesome time on Plus. And then Stetson Bennett, my last thought. Second time he's back in this building after winning a national championship with Georgia. He has a laser-focused look to him. And Charles Davis, I know you just said, his balls look good today throwing coming out of his hands.
There is another one. So Bryce Young again, I mean, he is assumed to be the #1 quarterback taken, but it always works, you know, out for another individual. Usually does, where another one gets pushed up. And CJ Stroud is no slouch. CJ Stroud is going to throw today. CJ Stroud's pro day, I'm sure, in Columbus will be electric. I mean, is there a possibility that he is eventually the first quarterback taken in this draft, do you think?
Oh, I think it's possible. I wouldn't even limit it just to Stroud. I think there's, and people might think this is crazy, I think there's 4 guys. If you went to all 32 teams, I bet you will find an Anthony Richardson team. I've talked to 2 that have him as the second one, and they're not taking a quarterback, so they're honest with me. You'll find some Will Levis teams, and I know about Bryce Young and CJ Stroud teams. It's wide open.
Wide open. Oh, the internet has apparently noticed the Will Levis hair situation. Hey, thanks, Brett. You know, I mean, I'm in awe. I'm not going to lie.
You're not coveting.
Yeah.
Rise and shine with GMFB.
Are you kidding me? That was fun to watch.
Oh, I love football. Get your day started with all things football.
This guy is that good.
It's gonna happen.
I love the addition of this drill. I think it was just like 2-3 years ago, maybe, when they.
I think CeeDee Lamb was maybe the first year that we saw that.
And he was tremendous. He made an incredible grab at it. But we've got goal line fades here.
Yeah, working on your release.
Yeah, and the quarterback's throwing to that back pylon.
Yeah, inside, 2 inside, and 2 inside. So 2 inside the sideline, 2 inside the end line. Get that up. There you go. Stutter that release, and then be able to adjust to the ball. We're going to show you a clip of this that we saw from your Jet, Garrett Wilson, going through the combine last year after this drill. You'll see this is something that people might say, how does certain things translate from the combine to the NFL?
Yes.
You'll see this every Sunday, and Garrett Wilson will make the exact same catch he made here in Indianapolis on the field on NFL Sunday. It's fun to see how it all works.
I'll be honest with you, not a big fan of the play call.
Oh, the goal line fade?
It's a coin flip. No?
Getting them down.
Yeah, but
literally 50.
If you have the guys,
you go get it. If you have the guy to go get it, go get it. Right?
I prefer this. I prefer this over throwing an in cut in the Super Bowl against Malcolm Butler.
Oh boy, you just went there.
You've got 2 outcomes for the most part here. You're going to get a touchdown, or 3 outcomes. You're going to get a touchdown, you're going to get a pass interference, or it's going to be incomplete. It's going to be out. It's going to be out of bounds, and line up and kick it. Working in the middle of the field in the red zone, I have more of a in the tight red zone. It's not my jam.
Got it.
Especially if you've got one of these freaky talented young receivers who can go get this. I mean, Cooper Kupp put a Super Bowl ring on the Rams' fingers on this route. Nice job getting your feet down.
Rich and DJ.
Oh, hey, Chuck.
Hey, quick confirmation. You guys nailed it on the CeeDee Lamb, because I was down here, and right as you were talking about it, 2 of the coaches and scouts down here were saying, when did we institute this? Who was that? CeeDee Lamb. So, yes, you guys, as usual, on target.
Lamb had an incredible grab.
Yes, he did. That was a fun draft class.
Good.
Charles, as they say, you got to try and keep this one on the court.
Yeah, you got to give them a chance. You can't score if you're in the crowd with the fans.
Malik, come on.
One more redo here. This is Malik Heath from Ole Miss.
They don't develop small receivers at Ole Miss, do they?
Oh, man, they are in the weight room. Oh, I think he got the second one down, Rich, but it was nice. Heck of an effort.
That appears to be the final pitch and catch of the first of 2 quarterback and wide receiver groups.
All right, this is what we were talking about just a minute ago here. Garrett Wilson at the combine.
By the way, the fans dig it.
Yeah, big fans. Here he is again. The stutter steps there. You see Keenan McCardle teaching the drill. Look at him high point it, twirl around, and watch his feet. Toe tap. Boop. Unbelievable body control and finish. Here's another example up top. Get those feet down. Here he is working against the Browns. There's the release. Game's over right there. A little more room to work with when you get that much separation. But that's the example of that route, that drill. Rich didn't like it as much when he was doing it as a Buckeye at the Combine. He loved it, though, when he was doing it as a Jet.
Sure. I loved it when he was here at the Combine. Don't put words in my mouth.
There's Bobo going up and getting it. Was that Tank Dell?
That was Tank Dell.
Here's Xavier Hutchinson from Iowa State. Again, going up. Some quarterbacks give you more of an opportunity to go up the ladder and get it. That's what we're talking about. Michael Jefferson, way to finish.
So that's it for Group 7. Group 8. We'll kind of get on out there. Anthony Richardson, C.J. Stroud.
The show is a...
So if you want to talk to your kids, you have to get it trending.
No, you're doing it wrong.
Let's go.
Can we talk?
Yeah, what's up?
Visit talkaboutVaping.org for tips on when and how to have the vape talk.
Stacey Dales with you back at the NFL Combine, presented by Noble. And the man of the hour, well, he just finished up in Group 1, is Will Levis, the quarterback out of Kentucky. And I was like, did you break a sweat? And you did, but it's kind of hidden.
Yeah, a little bit.
How'd you feel about it?
It was great. I was so proud of all the dudes in that group. I mean, really felt like we were slinging it around really well. And, I mean, we've all been looking forward to doing that for a long time. And, I mean, seems like the feedback was pretty good.
Well, Charles Davis was standing beside you, and he said you can really see just the power with which you throw it. Did you feel it come out? Did you put the cannon on display the way you wanted it to? And what was maybe a throw you liked?
Yeah, I mean, definitely was able to, especially on every route, kind of maybe throw different kinds of trajectories and on each one to show different situations, different balls are needed. But, I mean, I don't know. I wish I could have let it rip a little more on that fade ball, but it's all good. I like that last post corner that we ran. I know that's not really a route anyone runs, but it's a way to kind of show off the arm strength a little bit and the accuracy.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting. You told me, too, you like the individual stuff to show your movement a little.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm not running out here. I'm not doing a 40 or a 5.10.5, like coming off of the foot that I was dealing with this year. Just wanted to show I was able to get out of the pocket and be able to set up and make those plays on the run, and I thought I did a good job in the individual drills before.
Well, one of the things you talked about this week was accuracy and working on that accuracy with your lower body. Give people a feel for the mechanics, some of the Joe Burrow stuff you've been studying a little bit in terms of those technicalities to be efficient in the pocket.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think I'm pretty accurate, but at times when I do miss, it's not necessarily having to do with anything upper body, but it's just the movement leading up to that throw.
Yep.
So, I mean, being more in tune with my lower body, engaging the right muscles, pushing through the right areas of the ground in my body to just move as efficiently as possible. And I think Joe does as good a job as anybody as that. So I've been watching a lot of his film, and it's cool. Even though he's not necessarily the fastest guy, he's able to move so efficiently that he makes it work at a really high level.
Are you relieved this is done, man?
Yeah.
You celebrate tonight?
This was a great week. I mean, proud of all of us. Guys still have more stuff to do. Benching tomorrow. Just got to wake up early for a drug test. That's it. Yeah.
Well, heck of a performance. We appreciate you joining us, and we will be right back with more. We got Group 2, folks, coming up at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine, presented by Noble.
DBs who stuck around to show off their muscle. Brian Branch of Bama.
Yeah, listen, he's going to be a nickel slot type of a guy, work inside. Just want to make sure you have enough body armor to protect yourself a little bit.
Joey Porter Jr. working out with Pops in the garage, I imagine.
Yeah, I think Pops is still doing more than 17 reps. Big linebacker, but his cornerback son, he's doing just fine.
You love Sidney Brown.
Love him even more now.
Yeah, he's put up the challenge for his twin brother, who we're going to see on Sunday with the running backs.
You don't think that he texted Chase immediately? You know he did.
Of course he did. And then Trey Dean III.
Yeah, this is exactly what fits his game. He's a power type of a player. He's going to strike you on the field. 25 reps, 225. When he hits you, you stay hit.
Most reps out of anybody in the secondary. All right, so we're going to have a second group of quarterbacks and receivers out there. But what about, you were down there on the field.
Yes.
Let's start with Stetson Bennett. You told us at the beginning of the day, you go, I'm interested to see the athleticism. And then I think we all went, whoa, that arm.
Yeah, he ran somewhere in the 4.6 range, which I kind of expected after seeing him against TCU in the championship game and a couple of other runs through his college career. I just thought people were asleep that he's a good athlete, because I think everyone wants to buy into the story, and understandably so. The walk-on who couldn't get there, the junior college guy, he's 25 years old, he's been there forever, but he threw the ball really well. Ball came up with his hand easily. His footwork was impeccable in the pocket when he had to throw to the outside to his left. Ooh. And his deep ball.
This was shocking.
As good as any thrower down there were the deep balls of Stetson Bennett. And look at the haircut, high and tight. Looks like he's about to get inducted.
But he's going to lose a hair off to this guy.
Nah, but listen, if you're going to throw it and just have a power throwing contest, Will Levis is going to be Stetson Bennett every time. Because you just see it, and it's an easy motion for him, and that ball just jumps off of his hand. And here's the best deep ball that he threw. He actually threw one to my man Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee that was pretty good.
Yeah.
And Jalen dropped it because Tennessee's not going to catch Kentucky's pass. Bump. But anyway, Will Levis looks the part, plays the part. You can tell why people like him so much.
In the baseball world, they say a guy who throws 100's got easy cheese. Sometimes
Yes.
he does. It sounds different, too.
It sounds different. It whistles off of his hand. And the best part is the respect factor of others. When those guys step up to the line to throw it, it's like when we go to the baseball stadium to see the best home run hitters, we get there for batting practice, right? When we go out to watch Tiger Woods play a golf tournament, we get there and watch him on the driving range and see him hit. That's what you do with a guy like Will Levis.
All right, so looking ahead to the next group, we've got C.J. Stroud, we've got Anthony Richardson here. I love Stacey Dales earlier today. She said that C.J. Stroud calls himself a ball placement specialist,
Yes.
right?
And it's a way of distinguishing because C.J. Stroud has plenty of arm. That's not the issue. But if you're talking about throwing fastballs with a guy like Levis, with a guy like Anthony Richardson, that's not going to be his game. But if you place the ball in the right spot, because every quarterback coach I talked to, and I spent a lot of this week with Charlie Weiss, who called plays for Super Bowl winners, head coach at Notre Dame, he tells me all the time, accuracy, number one thing I'm looking for from a quarterback. C.J. Stroud has plenty of that and really opened eyes that last ball game against Georgia in the college football playoff with his movement skills, off-schedule throws as well. We hadn't seen much of that. But when he throws the ball, his receivers catch it, and they continue to progress down the field.
I think, however, we're really super excited to see Anthony Richardson, right? We already saw some of the testing that he's done. I mean, he's literally jumping out of the gym. What about when he throws the football?
Yeah, and look, put a big S on his chest right now for the athleticism that we've already witnessed and heard about. But you're talking about throwing the football. Footwork can sometimes get a little bit constricted for him. Sometimes he doesn't have it exactly right. But with the arm he has, the ball still gets there with dispatch, as some people like to say. Plus, when he pulls the ball down and takes off and runs, I can't wait to see him. Please tell me he's going to run the 40-yard dash because I want to see that big train thunder down because he's got it all. Look at all this. Taller than George Kittle, heavier than Hassan Reddick, bigger than DeAndre Hopkins in terms of hand size. Look at that. Higher than Devontae Adams on the vertical and the broad jump.
Wow.
Higher than Odell Beckham Jr. So what does that composite tell you? That if you are a coach in the NFL and you're looking for a quarterback
You are drooling.
model, that is the one that you're hoping you can mold into the guy that can take you to the Super Bowl.
And unlike Will Levis today, Anthony Richardson, we hear, is going to run the 40. So we'll put that one up there on the board as well.
Wait.
All right, I think the other day he told us it was 27 steps from our desk to his little perch. Is that right, Ian Rappaport?
But you said 20 for everyone else?
Stop. I'm not going to bring that back. He was mad with that comment.
I feel like you mentioned this just so you could reference the fact that my steps are a little shorter than the average man, which whatever. Let's say it's 24 for the average man, 27 for me. If Anthony Richardson was going from my perch to your desk, it would probably be, I don't know, maybe 14 steps. The guy is a monster. He's a freak. And I will say this, talking to the people I've spoken with in Indy, the evaluators, the quarterback coaches, the general managers, they are intrigued by Anthony Richardson. And, you know, I think, guys, the consensus sort of seemed to be coming in. Well, you'd probably have 3 quarterbacks in the top 5. Then Anthony Richardson would go, I don't know, maybe somewhere late in the first round. I'm not so sure about that. It's starting to feel to me, just based on the teams that he's met with, and he has met with a lot of quarterback-needy teams in the top 10, certainly possible that he could be pushed up as we see quarterbacks do from time to time. So maybe instead of the late first round, maybe it's kind of earlier than we thought, especially when you think about teams like the Raiders, the Seahawks, the Colts, the Panthers. All of those quarterback-needy teams in the top 10 have spent time with Anthony Richardson this week. Certainly something to consider. And, of course, when he lights it up behind me in the 40, maybe all of that will ramp up just again. Another big-time player that I want to get to as well, Jordan Addison, the USC receiver, potentially the top receiver off the board. We'll see what happens. Plenty of time there. He ran his 40. Ran fine, was going through drills fine, but he's been dealing with a little bit of a back strain. That is my understanding. Kind of coming into this process, has been fighting through it, but pulled himself out of drills just so he didn't injure himself any further. So he is, I'm told, done for the day, going to pick up all these drills at USC Pro Day on March 21st. Chris?
Addison, by the way, still ran a 4.49. So the draft's still well over a month away. Free agency frenzy. Our coverage begins a week from tomorrow. 40 hours of coverage. Free agency frenzy. Rappaport hydrating already. We are getting closer to kickoff for the next group. We're getting ready to check in on Anthony Richardson, who already jumped more than 40 inches. C.J. Stroud, the ball placement specialist. He's getting ready to fire at will. Two of the best around. Early round picks coming up.
I've never fit the criteria of a modern day running back. I'm not 6 foot. I'm not 215 pounds.
Fans inside the stadium, I just love that. Open to our 2023 NFL Scouting Combine. I don't believe I've ever seen this before.
It's the first time we've ever seen a corner, the bump and run in the 40. I love that. That's what Rich does to the rundown every time we get one.
Lock him up. Yeah, keep going.
In our booth, the rare appearance of a leather zip-up jacket, but I kind of dig the run to hoops. Doing all figure eights here.
Figure eight, here we go. Rich wants your jeweler's name too.
Okay. Al the jeweler.
Al the jeweler.
New Jersey.
I probably went to high school with Al. Big name players of our game today out there on a combine field to show off their wares. I like it. I like it.
It's a football onesie.
We're having a lot of fun here at the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. We are, I guess, about a third of the way through the very long Saturday. And joining us here in the booth is, I guess, Minnesota State University's finest from Mankato.
That's right.
Undrafted free agent, but long-time Minnesota Viking, Adam Thielen. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This is great.
You, man. Thanks for coming up here. You're getting ready to see a show here, by the way, right out the jump.
And the show is Anthony Richardson about to run. He is 6'4", 244 pounds. Sorry, 6'4 and a quarter. I mean, it's shorter.
Yeah, don't forget that.
Yep, 244 pounds, and he had the vertical of 40 and a half, a broad jump of 10.9, and here he is running a 40-yard dash, and oh my goodness.
Wow.
It is full Moses Malone. 4.44.
I don't think he'll be asked to do that a lot in his NFL career, but that's pretty impressive.
I think that's a one and done, by the way.
He says he wants to run it twice.
I would advise against that. I think you're good. The 4.44 at 244 pounds.
Impressive.
Fours are wild. That is. Well, we saw yesterday some LSU DBs ran in the 4.5s, and he ran away from them. So that would stand to reason. That's a real number.
Crazy.
I mean, that is some gator bait out there for all those in the market for a quarterback in this year's draft. And you keep mentioning the comp as Cam Newton, and it's pretty. I mean, Cam might not be the comp for Anthony Richardson here.
I don't have a comp for a 244-pound quarterback that runs mid 4.4. That doesn't exist.
The famed DTR of UCLA, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, nice 4.57. Stacey?
Oh my gosh, Rich, you teed me up perfectly. Favorite player growing up, Cam Newton for Anthony Richardson, and then it was Lamar Jackson. So he said, I called myself Cam Jackson. But beyond that, I'm going to give you the targets that he told me yesterday he wanted. He wanted a 4.4, just nailed it, and we don't even know the official. As far as the vertical, he wanted a 40-inch vertical. He superseded that with a 40.5. He wanted an 11-foot broad, guys. He underachieved, I guess you could say, with the 10.9. But what a day for Richardson.
Clayton Tune of Houston is now lining up.
Clayton Tune's a really productive player at Houston. Big numbers, big stats. See him throwing a little bit. That's a great time. That's an athletic time. He's got a nice little three-quarter delivery. Throws a real pretty ball. We'll see him in the throwing session.
Looking in the end zone, and Mark Gorsick is looking at Anthony Richardson to see, do you want to do it again?
Good. Let's throw.
He just shook Bryce Young's hand.
Yeah. I'm going to be his agent here, Rich, and advise against that. Let's just stay healthy.
There you go. And it's just been announced that he will not run a second 40. And then there was that. What a day. What a day for Anthony Richardson, who has got a big, huge smile on his face and words I've rarely said here at the Combine, hearing it from the crowd.
How about that?
4.44, and that's unofficial. It's possible. We just watched a 240-pound quarterback run a sub-4.40 here in Indianapolis. Back with more in a moment. Yeah, it's kind of wild because we were just all wowed by Anthony Richardson. I don't know if Dorian Thompson-Robinson just went up and said, hey, I still want to run my second.
Everyone thought it was done.
It's an incredible
and he improved his time. And Clayton Tune's like, I guess, well, you're at it. I'll run my second, too. You know, he's not 4.44 like Anthony Richardson, but 4.64. That's the Houston quarterback. So, it's kind of like,
I mean, the number.
I'll run. You know, yeah, get your popcorn ready because Anthony Richardson's about to go out there and spin it too. But the wide receivers in this group are going to go first, and Adam Thielen is here on NFL Network's live coverage of the NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. The young man is seeing himself on the screen. Yeah, there you go.
That's awesome.
There you go. Wait, he wants to get his phone ready. Keep him up there so he gets a shot. Don't take him off yet. Don't take him off there. Take your picture, sir.
Gotta send that to mom.
Go. And say cheese. There you go. All right. Now, here we are. Adam Thielen, you were on the field for the first workouts on NFL Plus. What are your impressions of what you saw?
Yeah, that was pretty special for me. This is my first Combine experience, so that was pretty cool. Honestly, I kind of put on my evaluator role and pretended like I was a GM or scout for a little bit.
What'd you come up with?
You know, I just enjoyed seeing how important the route running session was. Because, yeah, the 40, obviously, you want to see a good 40. You want to see pro agility. You want to see all that. But that route session really validated a lot of guys' tape, and it validated a lot of guys' 40s. You know, there was guys that were kind of tiptoeing through some routes, and then you saw the guys that really separated themselves by, you know, putting that speed in every route.
Names. Give me names. Who are they? Who are they?
Well, we got the
like
Downs
Josh
kid.
Downs
Yep.
North
Carolina. I liked how smooth everything was, and I liked how everything felt very natural and not forced. I felt like a lot of guys, you know, just kind of felt forced.
Okay.
And so that was really good. You know, Steve Smith, his favorite guy, the Boston College kid.
Oh, Zay Flowers.
Zay Flowers. He kept raving about him. But, yeah, I mean, smooth, again, natural, body control, all the things that you would say will help you be a good receiver in the NFL.
You like the fact one of the things we've done now is we've put slot routes in there. You saw some whip routes and different things in there. Forever, just been everybody lined up outside, and to be able to win inside is a big deal right now in the league. How valuable was it to you to see guys moving inside as well?
Well, I think it's important because whether you're an X receiver, a Z, an F in this league, you have to be able to move inside. Because guess what? When you're Justin Jefferson and you're having 200 yards a game and you're getting a bunch of targets, they have to be able to move you around to be able to get you open and be able to get you guys to play off coverage. And so you have to have the ability to go inside if you want to get if you want to be an elite receiver in this league. So it's fun to see that.
So obviously you were undrafted. You didn't come to the Combine. What was your pro day experience? Like, how did you get to show off your wares for an NFL audience?
Well, I signed up online for the NFL Regional Combine.
Did you really do that?
I did, and I paid $500, drove to Chicago to the Bears facility to do the Regional Combine. I tell this story all the time, but I showed up and the quarterbacks were warming up, and I was like, oh no, I think I made a mistake. Because the quarterback, one of the guys couldn't throw it 10 yards and throwing it right in the dirt. They actually asked him to leave because they said, you know what, like this, you're wasting our time, and you wasted.
Did he get a refund on the $500?
I'm not sure how that worked out, but they asked him to leave.
A prospect to leave.
They asked him to leave because I think if I remember right, you had to like put in like, okay, how many years you played college, where you went to college, and I have a feeling he may have lied and to get in. But anyways, it ended up working out great. Got invited to the Super Regional Combine, which was at Cowboys Stadium, and was able to kind of do everything in front of scouts and GMs. So it was good. I was able to validate my tape by running a good 40, and I think that was one thing that no one had any idea who I was. I never ran a 40 before.
I used to go, this is the newer version. You went to the newer version of the regional combine. I went to the unsanctioned regional combines when I was a young scout, and I remember at one point in time, a guy coming up to run a 40, and I was like, does your son play? This guy looked like he was 52 years old out here at a regional combine. I bet you stood out like a sore thumb.
I think I saw a few of those guys at my regional combine.
And that guy who was asked to leave your regional combine is now a member of Congress. Is Jaray Jenkins of LSU, the first 40 of the second group of wideouts today. It's Anthony Richardson warming up. I mean, what
He's doing some rotator cuff warm-ups here. There you go.
What must be going through his mind right now, knowing that he has crushed it? And he's got to know that, right? I mean, now he's got to show the on-field. But I can only imagine what's pumping through his veins right now.
Definitely some adrenaline.
Yeah.
This is Jaray Jenkins here from LSU. He's a really good special teams player.
Sure.
Plays outside. Had some drops, some contact drops. But Adam, you talk about a lot of these guys. If you're going to be a day 3 wide receiver, you're going to be an undrafted free agent wide receiver. Special teams is your way on the club.
Yeah, absolutely. I think even honestly for a lot of guys now when they first come in, they have to show that they can play special teams. You know, if you're a 3rd, 4th receiver in this league, you have to be on the field. Otherwise, you're probably not suiting up, and that limits your opportunities to get reps as an offensive player. So I always treated special teams as an opportunity to show that I can play at a high level, whether that be on special teams or offense, and that allows you to have an opportunity to show what you can do on offense.
Charlie Jones is about to do something, and Mark Gorsick told him to stand up.
Take some breaths. You're cool.
I guess something's up with the stripe here of some sort. I don't know. In the meantime, we just showed the brass of the Chicago Bears. Well, you remember the paparazzi. I might as well ask you, what do you think they're going to do with the pick?
That's a great question. I
only asked those, Adam.
Yeah, great question. Great question. I think they are going to trade it away. I think they like the quarterback they have.
Does he pass the eye test to you when you've been there? You've watched him?
Yeah, because, you know, we get to watch a lot of their tape because of the common opponents, right? So we see a lot of their tape. And there was a few games that stuck out to me as this guy's got it. He's got an opportunity to be a great football player and help his team win games. Is he completely there yet? Maybe not, but I think he's definitely got the ability. I have a friend of mine who coached me in the receiver room who's now their quarterback coach, and all he has told me is positive things, and he's excited to coach him. And that's not just you know, coach speak. That's real. So I think that's an encouraging sign.
By the way, I think the home fans here in Indiana just watched a Purdue Boilermaker go 4-4-4. Charlie Jones.
Biggest cheer of the day.
That was strong. It's a home game for him. He made a smart move, by the way. And the transfer portal, I like it because if you're in a situation that doesn't necessarily fit you or you want more opportunities, you can make a move. He moved on from Iowa where they just don't have much of an offense. He goes to Purdue where they chuck it. His numbers go way up. Shows he can play inside and outside. Has tons of production. See him win on a bunch of option routes. Showed he can really go and made the most of that opportunity.
Matt Landers.
This is, again, an opportunity.
Remember, offhand goes back, hold it for 3 counts, okay?
This is an opportunity, I think, for these guys to solidify what they've shown on tape.
Here's your guy from a couple years ago. Justin Jefferson.
Talk about natural and smooth, right?
He makes it look so easy.
It's unbelievable. I still will, to this day, I'll remember when the first time I met him and he came and worked out with me and we were running routes. I believe Kirk was there as well, throwing to us, and I just will never forget. I was maybe 3 routes in. I looked at Kirk and I said, yeah, I think he's gonna have an all right career. You know, and it's crazy because you can't explain what that is that you see. It's just that natural ability to make things so easy or look so easy, but to still do it at a high pace and an effortless you know, kind of way to do that.
Speaking of making it look effortless, Matt Landers just ran a 4.39 right there.
He also is 6'4" and 3/8", 200 pounds. That's a big dude who was flying.
Marvin Mims Jr. of Oklahoma now.
He's a good player. Enjoyed watching him over the last couple years. Good burst in and out of breaks. They'll use him on some of those jet sweeps.
There he goes. Wow, 4.38.
You see him get over the top. You go back to when Caleb Williams was there the year before. We'll see him get on top of coverage.
Oh, they're rolling. Well, these receivers are definitely as a group faster than the ones we just saw, I think.
I think when the quarterback goes out there and sets the 4.4 mark, you
can't let him beat you. Yeah, I agree with that. It's nice to have that aiming point, right?
All right, we're going through the NFC North. Now there's the Green Bay Packers. Mark Murphy on the right. Brian Gutekunst, the general manager, in the middle. Still waiting to hear on Rodgers. What do you think he's going to do?
I don't know. I mean, the whole thing. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of movement with the quarterbacks that's going to change a lot of things for a lot of people.
I know
think.
That, but you're part of the paparazzi. What do you think he's going to do? You think
that's true. I think he's going to retire.
Okay.
I think he's going to retire. I think he's accomplished a lot in this game. I think he's at peace of who he is outside of football, and I think he's going to call it quits.
4.46 for Jonathan Mingo. Adam Thielen here in the booth, watching the 40-yard dash.
You think Kirk is watching right now, or is he at a darkness retreat as
well? Kirk, I can confirm that he is not on a darkness retreat. He is probably spending time with his beautiful family and in Orlando. So just was with them yesterday. Got to hang out at Disney World with our kids and our wives. Yeah. So that was a special time, and it's always fun to be around him outside of the game. You know, we spend so many hours together on the field and in stressful situations, but it's so good to spend time with teammates outside of the game and with our families.
Joseph Ngata of Clemson with a 4.54. A Florida Gator quarterback simulcam. Anthony Richardson, Cam Newton, Tim Tebow.
Good night.
I like that.
That is called a dusting. Jeez.
How many national championships there?
Yeah, no kidding.
Adam Thielen, enjoy being out there when they hit the field on NFL Plus one more time. NFL.com/plus/combine. Check it out here in Indianapolis, wherever you are. Will Levis, yeah, that's fast. Yeah, you got a cannon. Hey, hug it out. I don't know who came with this idea to put this QR code up for the Lucas Oil fans to vote on. Who do you think would record a faster 40-yard dash time? By the way, there I am on the right running it. You're just standing there smiling, like mocking me.
I think that's why you got up to the 28%.
By the way,
I gave you an action shot.
I love it's live voting. They still. I love the 30%. Let's go. Come on, people. You're hearing me in the stands. Let's go.
How many times have you voted?
What do you care if you're wrong? Just keep voting. There we go. I love the 29% of you. Trey Palmer ran from Nebraska while we were away.
Yeah, he's fast. He is fast.
Whoa. This is a much faster group of receivers this afternoon.
We're definitely seeing that.
A.T. Perry from Wake Forest.
Big production for him at Wake.
All right, that looked like he jogged that 4.47. Jeez, these guys are fast and smooth. Jaden Reed.
Good.
Michigan State.
Good punt and kick returner.
4.45.
Great time. Oh, this is going to be big for him because speed was the question that people have with him. Let's see what he gets.
She Rice at 4.51.
Great time for him. Lots of contested catches.
Rice cooking. See what I did?
There you go.
Thanks.
Oh, this dude can fly.
Tyler Scott of Cincinnati.
See what time he has here. He's faster than that. That's who Sauce Gardner was talking to us about yesterday in practice, about how much he challenged him.
Alec Pierce, too.
Yes.
Justin Shorter. Fans here in Indianapolis know all about Alec Pierce. He's got to run faster than his quarterback, right? No, the answer is no.
Significantly no. Anthony Richardson just still can't believe what we
does
saw.
That mean Anthony Richardson can catch his own passes?
We might, yeah. I'd like to see him try, yeah.
He could throw it so deep that he can, he can get it.
This is a good player here.
All right, here's where are you, Charles? You out there? Cedric Tillman.
Big receiver.
Pretty good.
Uh-oh, did I introduce? Were you having lunch? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump. I didn't have you jump in there. Okay.
This is a little dinner theater for Chuck watching the balls.
4.55. Well, he's probably sneaking in some lunch or some late lunch because he's
on the
spending
move.
time on the field.
Yeah, he's on the move.
Okay. Cedric Tillman's 4.55.
I'm in.
You there, Charles?
I am. How about Cedric Tillman?
You know what's crazy? We talked about this.
Charles.
What?
Just take a minute.
What I miss?
No, there's just like I don't want you to with your mouth full or anything like that. But
no.
Okay, go for it.
I was good.
Mitchell Tinsley. 4.60. Go ahead.
Listen, Cedric Tillman at 4.55. This goes back to what we've talked about since we got here. These guys are running so fast that 4.55, we're like, what happened with the young man?
Right.
What did he weigh? 215, 218, something like that?
Yeah, Cedric Tillman was 213 pounds.
That's a big wide receiver who started the year last year as the Tennessee's #1, got hurt. Jalen Hyatt more than filled the void. But everything I heard about from him in Knoxville, didn't pout, didn't hang his head, hung in there, and now we have him here.
Think about that time that he posted. Remind everybody, Devontae Adams ran 4.56. CeeDee Lamb ran 4.50. Amon-Ra St. Brown 4.59. So those are some of those numbers.
Remember that kid we had here? We had
Jalen Wayne.
Jalen Wayne. He's got a couple wild catches going up and getting the ball up high.
4.51. Jamie?
Guys, I'm down here watching Quentin Johnson at a TCU warm up very thoroughly. Looks like he'll take part in the route running portion for wide receiver. Such an impressive young man size-wise at this position at wideout. As I mentioned, at a TCU, over his time in college, the roller coaster that the Horned Frogs went on to go from the seasons that he had, losing seasons, to playing and beating Michigan, sorry, Rich, in the semifinal and on to the national championship. He smiled yesterday. He thought someone brought up that Michigan game, and they kind of changed their question. He said, I'll talk about that Michigan game if you want me to, but what he's most proud of is that he rebuilt that program from the ground up, and he knew he was a spark that was a part of it to reset that offense. He stayed at TCU, and I'm sure he's hoping to be a spark and a rebuild maybe for a team at the wide receiver spot. Sorry,
Jamie.
Rich, again.
By the way, it's okay.
I know.
Jamie, it's okay. And part of the reason why it's okay is that soft November landing the last 2 years. It's all right.
I know CJ Stroud just shook that team up north. He couldn't get past them. So you have to stand there with pride, my friend.
I am standing.
Very good.
And you can attest, Daniel, with pride.
Yeah, no question. I've never seen Rich standing without pride.
Thank
So that's a given. I'll tell you what, the comments that Jamie just had on Quentin Johnson, that's excellent stuff. And I would add, him not running today, I don't think it's a surprise, because the question with him is just consistent hands. He had a lot of drops, and that was the concern with him. And then running a full route tree. We've seen not a real high hit rate out of Big 12 wide receivers, Charles. And with Quentin Johnson, I think he's really been honing in on his routes and trying to catch the ball, and that's what he's trying to show here today.
And that's what we're going to want to see, isn't it, DJ? Because you just mentioned it about the catches. A lot of it is the hand catching versus body, about whether he has the confidence to go up and snatch it. Michael Wilson, who we just saw run, I know he ran 4.59, and durability is the concern for him. But boy, did he have an impressive Senior Bowl week. I cannot wait to see him run routes, because I think he's a guy now that people are going to take another look at and have to get comfortable with the medical. But once they do, I think he's got big-time potential.
Yeah, he's got stop-start quickness and plays with burst, too. I don't really worry about the 40 time with him because I've seen it on tape. I've seen the 78-yard touchdown against Washington where he can go, and you mentioned it, an outstanding week in Mobile.
Jeray Jenkins is running his second 40. He's the first of the receivers of this group. alphabetically, and thus the first to get a second shot at running a 40. It's pretty much his time. Let's see what Charlie Jones does here. One of my favorite announcers.
Oh, he was great.
Well, I mean, you're being in San Diego. I mean, he pretty much did every San Diego Chargers game for NBC, right?
Was with Fout? Was he with? Who was he with?
Was he with? Might have been with Trumpy sometimes before. But
Merlin Olsen.
That's
it.
right.
That's the one. There you go.
I knew it was somebody who was also with Enberg.
Soundtrack of my life there. Charlie Jones, excellent time. He's got some wiggle too after the catch. He can make you miss. I thought he played with really good instincts. Has some contact catches as well. It's a real smooth, easy run right there.
Oh, that's his time.
Excellent.
They like their Purdue or Indiana players. Last year there was a ton of Cincinnati Bearcats fans in the crowd too.
Yeah, we've got the Purdue
There
sweatshirts going.
All right, there you go.
Let's see Landers again here.
Landers, great name.
He has a huge catch radius. One of the issues with him, just getting off press coverage is going to be a challenge when you're that big, but when you see this type of speed, that can be taught. So he does change in directions as well. Though the straight line speed is there.
Wow. 4.37. Well done.
He's not even breathing. I mean, he does
not. I know. Like he's not out of breath.
Wow.
Anthony Richardson getting ready to throw. Let's go. We just simulcammed him against Cam and Tim. Josh Allen, Mahomes, Herbert, and Anthony Richardson in their 40-yard dashes.
Jeez.
See ya.
I mean, that is. I have a feeling that you're going to end up in that simulcam before the end of the week.
I might need a 20-yard head start, okay?
We look at the athleticism score. We take in those important measurables, and can't get higher than that.
There he is. What a great week he's been here. Hey, please, everybody grab your phone, do me a favor, and hit that QR code with your phone. And or just go to runrichrun.pledgeit.org, because I'm raising as much money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital starting now all the way through to the draft. And then along with the NFL Legends community in Play 60, I'm going to run the 40 in my suit at the Rose Bowl in April. And all proceeds go to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. And I know a lot of coaches and members of front offices are within the sound of my voice have, sometimes stopped in here and dropped a check. Everyone's largesse is so appreciated and so welcome. And please, just scan that QR code, runrichrun.pledgeit.org. We're back to our proceedings here in Indianapolis in a moment. The 40-yard dashes that you missed during the break. Jonathan Mingo. 4.46.
That works. 2 great times.
Trying to beat Trey Palmer's 4.33.
220 pounds of Jonathan Mingo.
Joseph Ngata. 4.61.
That first one. Been a few wideouts come out of Clemson in the last decade.
Trey Palmer, let's see what he does now. 4.33 is the better time. But 4.36 is pretty amazing.
He was moving.
I know,
man.
I sounded disappointed. Get out of here. That's crazy. A.T. Perry.
A.T. Perry at 6'3.5", running in the 4.4s. That works. 11 touchdowns for him. Big old frame, adjusting the balls down the field.
Jaden Reed of Michigan State.
He had a great Senior Bowl week of practice. Tough kid.
Stick with the first. Rishi Rice of SMU.
That is a home run time for him. So many contested combat catches, and was like, okay, can he separate? Can he run? 4.51, you'll take that.
Tyler Scott of Cincinnati. We're back live.
This one surprised me. I thought for sure he would run in the 4.4s, maybe even the low 4.4s.
This looks a little quicker. See, I've done enough of this.
Good eye, Rich. He's fast. I mean, that's more like it.
Right.
You can see he just relaxed on that one.
Are there any running backs that can break 4.3 or no?
Oh, yeah. We've got a running back, A-Chain from A&M, that's going to break 4.3. By the way, this is Ian Rappaport's favorite player in the draft.
Oh, no. No. You didn't just do that. That's cold-blooded. Jamie Erdahl, take it away.
We're looking at Bryce Young not participate today in the Combine, but he will, of course, throw and participate in Alabama's Pro Day a little later on this month. I was talking to him before his group started working out, telling me the teams that he had formal visits with and conversations. Just Stacey mentioned this earlier, how much he's enjoyed the variety of the process, but we've heard this from a couple different guys, how much fun it is apparently when you walk in the Chicago Bears meeting room while they hold the top spot, while everyone seems to care about what they're going to do with that. That doesn't mean they're taking themselves too seriously. The Bears, of course, engaging in dart throwing, or they have a putting green there. You get to pick as a prospect when you walk in that room. Bryce Young decided to play darts, although he said he hadn't thrown a dart in about 10 years. He said, I'm terrible at golf, but he really enjoyed being able to show that side of his personality, but he couldn't reiterate more to me that no matter the conversation, everybody did it differently, and he enjoyed really being able to feel loose and show all these different sides of it, but he was really amazed at the different parts of Bryce Young that teams wanted to know about and how different it all was. But the Bears having a little fun in their meeting room.
How about that? Okay. By the way, I'm watching Dorian Thompson-Robinson warm up on the other side of the field. He just made an incredible catch retrieving the ball.
I was talking to Chip Kelly about him this morning, and he was just raving about how tough and competitive he was. And again, we would have been given more time and attention to the 40 time that he ran, which was incredible, but Anthony Richardson in that same group stole all that attention.
I mean, that USC-UCLA game at the Rose Bowl this year was lit.
Oh, gosh.
There's a lot of offensive tape for you to see from that game.
No doubt.
There you go. Jerry's in the house. I've got an idea.
By the way, veteran move by Will McClay. Just backing out of the picture.
Get out of the
That's
picture.
A veteran
Let the
move.
Joneses go there. If I was an owner in this league, I'm just going to throw it out here. I would get a bus bigger than the Cowboys and bring it to the Combine and park it right next to theirs and just start something. You know
Just mess with them.
Yeah, you're not the only one with a bus. You know what I mean? Don't you think?
It's your money. I mean, you want to buy it.
Well, there's no cap on a bus, right?
By the way, somebody brought up a great point to me.
Let's go.
So we've been talking about the Bears.
Yes.
And the first pick, and do they trade it, and do they take a quarterback and then trade Justin Fields? And we're raving about Anthony Richardson. He just ran 4.44, and somebody astutely reminded me, you know, Justin Fields didn't run here at the Combine, but he did run at the Ohio State Pro Day, 4.46.
Yeah, I mean,
he can go too now.
And he's pretty big too in his own right.
Yeah, he ran at 227 pounds. He ran a 4.46 at Ohio State. So we got to keep track of the quarterbacks we see here. We've got the free agents. We've got Rodgers. We've got Fields and what's going in there. We've got Lamar Jackson. I mean, there's a lot of quarterback conversation to be had the rest of the day.
4.42 right there. I believe right now Bryce Young is surrounded by T.J. Houshmandzadeh and Reggie Wayne.
Two good ones.
Yeah, so Jalen Wayne up there now. It's take it away, Stacey.
Well, you know, you guys have talked about the Bears and the #1 overall pick. I do live in Chicago.
Yes. So.
And, you know, the bottom line is Ryan Poles has said over and over, the general manager, we would have to be blown away. And then somebody asked him to take a quarterback, and somebody asked him, well, what does that mean? It would be like wow, holy cow, like wow, that quarterback just did something and checks all the boxes. I think they're completely in on Justin Fields, Rich and DJ, and love the growth. They saw obvious big play potential, and they're ready to see him take the next step in the pass game next year.
Yeah,
makes sense.
I'm with you.
I mean, that makes complete sense. Now, look, the benefit is when you start anew,
just reset the clock.
You reset a clock on a contract. But it's not like Fields is already in year 4, year 5, a la, say, Jordan Love. You know, you've got 2 years under his belt. And each of the first 2 years, the general sense and conversation is just, we watched Dontavian Wicks run a 4.68. The general sense has been, you know, who have the Bears been able to surround Fields with, protect Fields, that he's running for his life? And I know they lost every single one of their games after starting 2-1, which is why they're first overall. But I don't think it's because of Justin Fields' play why that happened. So I understand the benefit would be, you know, we'll start the clock again. We'll draft our own quarterback because don't forget they inherited Fields. But wouldn't you think the interviews for Eberflus and Poles were about how are you going to help Fields? And so 1 year in, and how well Fields did play despite the lack of wins, don't you think it would be completely off the board to just flip a switch and draft someone new?
Can I give you a tease?
Sure.
As we get ready to come back in just a moment, I'll tell you what you can get for that pick. And if they were to go say to number 9 with the Carolina Panthers, I'll tell you what that'll fetch when we come back.
Very good. I will take that. The 40s are done. And Anthony Richardson is about to throw. And C.J. Stroud is now out there. Okay. So many reasons to not touch that remote. I didn't say dial because I know that there was none.
Old school.
Yeah. Got it.
With NFL Plus, see which prospects rise at the NFL Combine.
He is such a competitive player.
Then watch the NFL's future stars take the stage at the NFL Draft.
Here's the pick.
NFL Plus. Sign up today.
Here, destiny doesn't hide.
Turns on the Jets.
This is where the NFL journey begins.
It's the future.
The NFL Combine continues tomorrow at 1, only on NFL Network.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
The soundtrack of Chipotle?
Oh, yeah. You come in, you're going to be hearing that sizzle. That's how you know that we always have fresh food.
Fresh.
Cashback category. So up in birthday cake. A simple return for free.
Rewards and, of course, the budget. For now, bet like us.
Whatever you want.
Juice building here. I mean, you want to talk about numerically, alphabetically. QB 11 in this group is Anthony Richardson. QB 12 is C.J. Stroud. QB 13 is Dorian Thompson-Robinson. And just to give you an idea, that's a 6'4" quarterback in Richardson. Stroud is holding his own, man. Yeah. I mean, what is he, 6'3" and change?
Correct.
Stroud?
Yeah, I'll give you the exact number here. C.J. Stroud was 6'3", even 214 pounds.
Yeah, I mean.
All right, let me give you a little Anthony Richardson on video because we've seen him already dominate all the testing. But let's show you what it looks like with shoulder pads on here. Just a big-time explosive arm. Deep post, you'll see those. You'll see the power arm, the ability to climb up in the pocket. Look how athletic this is. Then late, get your eyes up off platform and throw a dime. Again, the creativity. My buddy Dan Orlovsky's calling this game with Utah. I don't think he's recovered yet from seeing this play. With him jumping up in the air, still palming the ball and making a play. Then a power runner. You want to run him inside like Jalen Hurts has been used some with the Philadelphia Eagles early in his career. Look at him just use those 244 pounds. And then I referenced this earlier. This 80-yard touchdown run against LSU. He's got 80-yard runs. He's got 60-yard runs. And people say, but you look at his stats. He's a 54.7% passer. You can't take him in the first round. Well, we're going to explain that away as the day goes along. Pretty simple evaluation here from Chad Johnson. This is just, I did this morning, just the Missouri game. So you look at the stats, 8 of 14, 66 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 pick. So those 6 incompletions, 2 bubbles, which were easy misses that frustrate you. But then you have what should have been a 38-yard touchdown that's dropped, climbs up in the pocket, just grazes the defender on the helmet, so that's an incompletion. You have a drop on a 30-yard over route, which is ridiculous. And then you have his interception is popped up in the air by his receiver and gets picked off. So you can't just look at the stats with him. You've got to study the game, and you can see it's all there. He has it all in him, Rich. I think it's going to require a little bit of patience. I recommend, to me, I think it's the Patrick Mahomes plan. You draft him, you let him sit for a year behind a veteran, you get him dialed in, and the payoff is bigger than anybody else in this whole draft.
You did that this morning?
The chicken scratch this morning. I apologize for my penmanship.
Don't worry about it. I slept in. So we're on the field now for the second group of quarterbacks and wide receivers. And Charles Davis is on the field. And then after this, it's the tight ends. And you say it's the most talented tight end group in over a decade.
Stacked.
Okay. So
we're seeing some different wideouts out here as well that we didn't get a chance to see run. We saw Puka Nacua from BYU, who's one of my favorite mid-round guys. Charles, we saw him early in the week before he had to bow out of the Reese's Senior Bowl, but I thought he was an outstanding route runner.
Terrific route runner, a guy that you can use in the jet sweep. Use him in all aspects of the game. He plays the game the way we're playing it now with receivers, where they are a part of the run game, and 2, 3, 4 times a contest. The tough part for him, staying healthy. Every single year at BYU, some ding, some injury. We had the same thing at the Senior Bowl. Having a great week, gets hurt, didn't play the ball game. So we'll see how all that goes. But all these great quarterbacks we're talking about, obviously Anthony Richardson. What about Aiden O'Connell from Purdue? The walk-on who's created a little bit of buzz going into the draft. And Tanner McKee out of Stanford. Remember, he ended up taking a mission for 2 years, coming back and playing. Plays in a pro-style offense under David Shaw, our buddy there, before he resigned to Stanford. He'll be a guy we'll be taking a look at. Remember, Davis Mills was coming out a couple of years ago.
Good call. I teased it, Rich, before the break of what it would cost and what you could get if you're the Bears in this draft. Okay. You want to trade. Let's go. Let's just take the team like the Carolina Panthers, who picked 9th overall. You would get the 9th pick. You would get their 2nd round pick, which is pick 39. You would get their 1st round pick in 2024. You would get their 1st round pick in 2025. So you can talk about the benefits of resetting the clock and maybe you make that move, or you could sit here with Justin Fields and have all these resources coming your way over the next few drafts.
I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any decision to be made other than trade out. Certainly, if there's somebody as talented at the quarterback position that's worthy of the 1st overall selection, and you stay put with Justin Fields in year 3 and year 4, and you go for it. What about say the next door neighbors to us, Indianapolis?
Yeah, what it would cost the Colts?
Right. Yeah. So what the difference is netting it, because obviously you're going to get more if you drop all the way down to 9. What about the one that I think everybody believes is most feasible, that the Colts move up 3 spots, get their guy, and then the Bears move down and get a defensive player of significance?
So here's what it is. Yes. If you look at quarterbacks, and again, I'm using the trade chart, and it's a 20% premium if you look over history. That's about the average to pay for a quarterback to move up. So the Colts would go get pick number 1, and they would also get a 4th round pick in 24. It would cost them the 4th round pick this year, their 2nd round pick this year, a 1st round pick next year, and a 2nd round pick next year.
So you get if you're the Bears, you would also trade a 4th round of your own.
Correct.
Okay, and then you would get a 2nd round in addition to this year. You'd move down to the 4th. Correct. A 2nd this year, and then a 1 and a 2 next year.
You got it. And here's a list, by the way, if you're looking at since 2011, the targets for teams that have traded up for quarterbacks.
Yeah, well, look, I mean,
hasn't worked out great for those teams.
I know that. Well, they, the Jets moved up. They could have moved up and taken Josh Allen too. I mean, so it's not like there weren't guys worthy of moving up to go get. You just chose the wrong one. The Bears moved up for Trubisky instead of Mahomes.
Part of the process.
That's what I'm saying, is you've got to hit on it. It's not it's not to say, well, you moved up and there wasn't somebody valuable enough to go move up 4 in that draft. And I know a lot of people are carping. You throw Goff on there too. But Goff is
a Super Bowl.
Wentz just got released by his umpteenth team, and Goff is doing very well with Detroit after taking that team to the Super Bowl.
Those were without opinion, just offered as the quarterbacks teams have traded up for. And what the point is, is it's easy in hindsight to say how you would have taken this guy or that guy. In the moment, it's evaluating quarterbacks is very difficult. Therefore, if you're comfortable with Justin Fields, you know what you have. You've been with him. You know how he works. You know what he is and what he can be. And it's a little bit of a risk when you go out into the unknown into the draft. That's kind of the point there.
The gauntlet drill that we're seeing here was the debut of Quentin Johnson here at the Combine. He didn't run. And
Landers is having a day.
Clearly, Charlie Jones of Purdue does anything, the Indiana home folks are loving it. While there is a Sooner on the field, let's throw it to our Sooner on the field.
Nice one, Rich. Thank you. Hey, we're keeping our eye on the healthy Jackson Smith-Njigba of Ohio State, right? He suffered that hamstring injury. What a brutal injury for him. Played just 3 games this past season, and he told us this week 100% health-wise. Now, he felt 100% about 2 weeks ago, but didn't get enough reps in the 40, but wanted to come out here a little cautious and not run that 40, but do everything else because he's raring to go. He's ready to go. He plans on doing everything at his pro day on March 22nd.
Thank you, Stacy. What do you think of this young man that we're seeing now for the first time, Nacua, that we just saw?
Yeah, I like him. He's been working. You see TJ Houshmandzadeh down there. I think he's one of the best in the business in terms of working with these young receivers and route running. And he's worked with him, raves about him. And I remember when T. Higgins was coming through the draft process and TJ was raving about him. And he's got, not only is he good at teaching these guys, he's got a good eye. And Puka Nacua in that first day at the Senior Bowl before he had to bow out, is creating a lot of separation and making it look real smooth and easy.
DJ, know who he's really raving about?
Who you got?
Michael Wilson.
Yeah, exactly. Another one of his from Stanford.
I mean, he is really, really high on Michael Wilson.
Rightfully so. Michael Wilson was just an issue with drops during the year and limited opportunities.
That was a nice gauntlet by Jaden Reed.
Rashee Rice should be good here. He's got great hands.
Well, everything's just stuck right in.
He just swallows the ball.
He sure does.
Yeah. Oh, no, we
jinxed him.
We
punched the clown.
Yeah, we did. That was a great rep up until the very end. This is all, it's a speed game of Tyler Scott. He is looks like, Charles, when you watch him, it looks like that he's a speedboat in a ocean full of rowboats.
That's a great call. Really not touching the grass much, is he? Just glides over it.
Here's Jackson Smith-Njigba, who had a remarkable Rose Bowl game against Utah 2 Rose Bowls ago. Just dominated the day.
Remember who sat out that day for Ohio State? Wasn't that Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave?
Yeah, it was funny because I called one of the coaches at Ohio State because I was thinking about going to the game to see Olave and Garrett Wilson. I said, he goes, yeah, they're not playing. I go, oh, man, I'm sorry about that. He said, well, we got this guy Marvin Harrison Jr. and you'll see Jackson Smith-Njigba. I think we'll be okay. They do an unbelievable job there. Brian Hartline, as good as it gets with wide receivers, identifying talent in high school, Charles, but then developing the heck out of them once they get there.
No doubt, and finally rewarded as the offensive coordinator. Well deserved for him.
Lost track of the number of times our draft night compadre Joel Klatt said during one of his games with the great Gus Johnson on Fox with Ohio State, saying he thinks Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be the best receiver in the NFL in a couple of years.
Yeah, strong.
He would say that over and over and over again.
He's a stud. Let's get into some tape here with Jackson Smith-Njigba. Polished route runner. He plays in the slot. I think that's where he's best suited at the next level. Just understands how to use leverage, set up defenders, create separation. Again, he's going to be quicker than fast. Not going to just blow you away with his vertical speed. He's fast enough.
There's the game.
There he is working against Utah in that Rose Bowl. You'll see a lot of that. Just really comfortable working in the middle of the field. He's tough. He can make those combat catches if necessary, and then tracks the ball. Here he is making a difficult Willie Mays catch over the shoulder.
He caught everything that night.
Everything. They had no answer for him whatsoever. A lot of that was against Clark Phillips in that game too, who's a good corner we saw here. But he's not nearly as dynamic in terms of that top-end speed that we saw with Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. Built different, built more like a running back, and he is going to work in the middle of the field. I know he wants to play inside and outside. I think he's at his best working in the slot, and that's where he'll spend the majority of his time. Here he is in the gauntlet. You see the tracer right down the line. That's what you want to see right there. Steve Smith's a fan.
PhD in route running, huh? There he is. The latest Buckeye receiver to be here at an NFL scouting combine. We're gauntleting the other direction now.
I like Marvin Mims' game. He ran well in the 40. He can just really track the ball. Tracks the ball like an outfielder down the field.
How about Jonathan Mingo, another one of those plus-size receivers from Ole Miss? They catch it and people just bounce off of him.
Yeah, he's so big and strong. There's Puka Nacua. Let's see him get going here. He's running full speed. Confident in his hands. Nicely done.
Last throw in these gauntlets are from Stroud. The second throw as they're running through is from Richardson, and both of them are getting ready to really show it off when the true route running occurs. That's the Richardson throw.
By the way,
that's the Stroud throw.
Here's a nugget for you, Rich.
Yes, sir.
Next Gen Stats and Zebra Technology. Anthony Richardson reached a top speed of 23.44 miles per hour on his unofficial 4.4440.
What was the fastest somebody clocked in on a field?
Last year on a field with a helmet on, the fastest was 22.11. He was 23.44. The big man was moving.
And yeah, he can do that too. All right, Anthony, what can
we'll see it tomorrow.
Urgently needs today. Your
the big stuff.
Mama!
59 miles an hour. Anthony Richardson is the first we've seen today that hits 60.
Pretty easy. Yeah.
And then DTR.
Like he's got kind of that baseball delivery.
Okay. No pitch clock in this league, though. I guess you got to call a play by then.
Keep it moving. Here.
Here's a clock. Now, let's watch some guys throw. Tanner McKee of Stanford is first one up, throwing.
Tanner McKee was a highly rated recruit coming out of high school. It really is right down the road from where I was living. Saw him play in high school, and I called David Shaw from the game, and I said, hey, are you recruiting this kid from Centennial? He goes, yeah, I think we're going to get him. Oh, you got a pretty good one here. He was big and strong and athletic there in high school, and unfortunately, the group around him kind of deteriorated a little bit at the end at Stanford and just didn't have much of an opportunity with the pass protection.
Aiden O'Connell.
He gets to throw the ball a lot here at Purdue. A lot of anticipation and timing. I think he had a huge arm. Charles, I don't know if you're down there or not, but kind of remind me a little bit of like a poor man's Jared Goff. It's kind of what I thought, wrote down in my evaluation.
That's a good call, but I think maybe, Jared's not a big mover, but a little bit better than Aiden O'Connell. Aiden seems to be one of those guys to me when I watch him. The pocket truly is his friend, and he likes it back there.
No doubt. Here's Richardson.
First throws from Anthony Richardson today. Not on a gauntlet, but here we go.
Nice ball.
Look how easy it came off of his hand, DJ.
First throw from C.J. Stroud now.
So Stroud to me.
Here's the Buckeye fans.
Look at how smooth he is. I was mentioning earlier, as a quarterback, you have coaches say, how smooth can you be? Everything he does is so smooth. The rhythm, the ball. Look at that nice, tight, short stroke there with the ball. And it's got good pace on everything. That's three really pretty balls from C.J. Stroud.
We always fall in love with arm strength, don't we? But receivers like those balls they can catch easily and keep moving, don't they?
Yes.
DTR.
They had a play against USC and the reverse or something broke out, and you saw him get out, make a block, and put someone on their back. He's just a really competitive player.
And wasn't he one of those players you felt like was there about 8 years?
Yeah, well, because he was.
Just wondering if he's the first quarterback Chip Kelly sent to a combine since Marcus Mariota. Just wondering.
It's a good call.
Might be it. But I think Dorian Thompson-Robinson predates
40.
Chip Kelly's.
He played in 50 games in college, 48 starts.
A lot.
A lot of football.
Didn't Jim Moore add him? I think that's how far back.
I remember him
goes.
coming out of. He went to Bishop Gorman, was a big time recruit there in Las Vegas.
Tanner McKee.
All right, we're in a little bit of a break between drills here. Let's get to CJ Stroud and show you some plays from this Georgia game, because this was the game. This was the one, if you're an evaluator, you saw everything you needed to see. The ability to maneuver within the pocket, he checks that box. How about accuracy and rhythm? On time, back foot. Look at this ball placement again. Look how beautiful that throw is. Nice tight ball right on that outside shoulder. How about the ability to escape? This was my question. Does he have this suddenness to be able to create and escape and make things happen? He showed you that in this game. Another example, just creating plays, buying time, eyes up, fire a touchdown. Again, moving off to the left, using his legs,
he had
athleticism.
Some big runs.
Big time athleticism was on display in that game. And here we are at the Combine. Again, no 40 for him, but he's out here throwing the ball extremely well. Again, just pure natural thrower. That's in my report when I was writing him up. I just kept seeing those words over and over and over again. Great base. That's textbook. Stacy, I know with CJ Stroud and talking to John Beck and the guys he's been working with, they bring in the biomechanical experts to break everything down. And when they watched him throw the deep ball and they broke it down, they said, just keep doing what you're doing. This is actually perfect.
Good job. Tight turn.
Stacy?
DJ, I love this stuff you're talking about, because I asked CJ Stroud yesterday, how would you describe your style as a quarterback? He told me that he's a ball placement specialist, to your point with the accuracy. But here's what's really cool. He said, I'm a free-flowing quarterback, but very disciplined. He wants to take the completions when they're there, and he feels like he can extend plays, but when the routine plays are there, he wants to take them and not be Superman necessarily. And I think that speaks to everything you're talking about in the film breakdown. He knows he can make the big plays. He knows he has the arm to do so, but it's the accuracy that he prides himself most in, and he just doesn't want to put his receivers in bad situations. He really feels like he can lead receivers and put them in positions to catch the football, DJ, but as smooth as it gets and as confident as it gets, he thinks he's been the best player in college football the last 2 seasons.
Well, here's Stroud again, and he's essentially 5 for 5 on his throws today.
And just
there's
very,
a 6th one.
There's a calmness to him, Rich. I mean, like, again, you just look to him. Everything he does is graceful.
Well, he threw 6 darts already. 6 perfect strikes. There's DTR, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Jamie?
Rich, it was also interesting listening to CJ Stroud answer questions about his ability or willingness to rush with the ball when asked to, and he admitted regret maybe at times for not wanting to tuck it and go, or not doing that so he could have shown people that he had the ability to. But he answered, you know, I felt that if you go back and look at some of those plays where I had to run with the ball, I did so and I executed. But DJ, I was just curious in answering those questions, and you think about CJ Stroud and his ability to run with the ball, because now we know that's where the position is going in the league.
Yeah, it's a big part of it, and it's 2 parts, right? Can you use him every now and then in some design quarterback run game? And then it's, you just have that suddenness when you get a free rusher, because there's going to be 3 or 4 times a game where you're going to have a run through. Can you just get away from him, sidestep, and then make a play? That's going to come up in an NFL game. So those are the box that you want to see checked. And in scouting, we have the old adage that if you can do it once, we know you can do it. So
well, I mean,
that's it. You know it's there.
Look, I know he's not known for his running, acumen. Put on the Georgia game.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
that was where the questions got answered.
Needed it.
Yeah,
he did it.
And going into that game, his evaluation was, everything that's on time, he's outstanding.
Right.
He gets moved around, and some of it from the Michigan game, he struggled. And so that was a fair criticism. Well, then he goes into the Georgia game. I think he was healthier. He had his legs underneath him. And he utilized that aspect of his game that people wanted to see. So I think it was fair to have that critique, but I also think it's wise to say now we've seen in that Georgia game he can do this. It's there. And I think you'll see more of it as he goes off to the next level.
You'll be on deck. Here's Richardson.
Richardson has got so much. He's got power. You can see that. I think Stroud's more fluid in his drops and just his delivery. Everything's a little more smooth. It is just big time force and power from Anthony Richardson.
See two more from Stroud here.
This is what's great. You could see him right back to back.
Footwork's almost impeccable.
Yeah, that one I think he wanted back. CD though was a little bit inside because everything else had been just like that. I mean, he doesn't even know these wideouts. He's putting it right on the right shoulder.
When we come back, here are the official 40s from the wide receivers. I have the official 40 for Anthony Richardson. I'll give it to you when we come back.
Nice,
how's that?
nice.
I kind of feel like it's like the Masked Singer. We'll take off.
Take it
when
off.
we come back. Anthony Richardson from Florida. We clocked him as a 4.44. The official time is in. And they shaved off a 1/100th of a second. 4.43 is his official time. And as you pointed out, thanks to our friends at Next Gen Stats and Zebra Technology, his top speed on his 40-yard dash was 1.33 miles per hour faster than anybody with a helmet and pads ran the football.
Yeah, every number that we see is sillier than the previous one.
I mean, RG3 blazed it here. By the way, he did it last year, part of the NFL Legends community at the Rose Bowl.
Still running.
Run. He looked just as fast that day too.
Should add Lamar Jackson did not run, or he would have found his way
well, he
onto
didn't
this
run because
list.
he came here and people were still saying he should.
Yeah, that was
work
silly.
out
That
as a
was
receiver.
silly.
I mean,
That
how
was
silly is it?
That was silly.
So, and that's why he didn't run. He's like, I'm not going to run here and give anybody the figurative run for that he shouldn't be a quarterback. There's Kurt, Adam Thielen, and Steve Smith. They're on the NFL Plus broadcast side of things.
Did you ever get your gear, by the way?
Nope. I was told personally I'd receive it, and with each passing day, I don't get it. The louder I get.
Okay. I just want to give you the platform.
Marshall Faulk nicknamed me Squeaky Wheel in the NFL Game Day morning meetings.
Squeaky Wheel gets the gear?
In this case, no. So, you know, oh God. For a split second, this young lady looked like she was. There you go. Yeah, you're up. Look up.
Here we go. Nice. That's a sweet haircut too.
Second.
Yes, show that thing off. Got the mohawk going.
She looked to have that 1,000-yard mom stare for a second. Glad she popped up and started smiling.
By the way, Stroud just threw another beautiful, beautiful ball. Every ball requires a different velocity and touch, and I think he has that capability of changing speeds, changing trajectory. We talk about layering the football. He does that very naturally. And we talk about timelines for these guys. CD, for me, when you look at Bryce Young and you look at CJ Stroud, I don't care really where they go. You put them in the lineup week one and you're rocking and rolling. I think when you're talking about Richardson and Levis, I think, you know, Levis, I think, can go out there and play, and you're going to use his legs more. I think with Richardson, I just like the Mahomes plan of let's give him some time. Let's give him time to continue to develop before we get him out there, and then it could be a huge, huge payoff.
Absolutely agree with that, because the payoff is going to be so huge, as you've talked about. But, boy, just get him comfortable. Don't forget, how many starts in college, DJ?
17.
That means Coach Parcells had that formula down, and we're not going to get it much anymore, as you guys well know. We're not going to get the Brock Purdy's who are in college 4 or 5 years. Guys who are good, top level, 3 years. They're going to come out and go play. So we're not going to get that formula anymore. The formula may have to change. But some of those guys, as DJ has pointed out, a little more ready to go. And you know how it is. If you're getting drafted in the first round, the owner's going to want to know when he's going to be on the field.
Well, so does the coach, so does the fan base. Is there a team in particular that is in the quarterback market that you think would be the fit, the coach to be the fit? Is it Frank Reich? Is it
with Anthony Richardson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I've already gone on record and I'd said it was the Detroit Lions.
The Lions.
Yeah, and the Lions fans lose their minds because of how well Jared played last year, and I don't take anything away from that, but it's not going to be an Anthony Richardson versus Jared Goff. It's going to be Anthony Richardson and all the money you're going to save for the next 5 years to load up the rest of your roster around him versus Jared Goff. That's the conversation that has to take place in the room. And there's no such thing as a middle-of-the-road quarterback contract anymore. You're going to the top of the market, or teams are going to have to go with a younger guy. There is no such thing as that middle-tier contract. It doesn't exist anymore.
So you're talking 6th overall pick? For the Lions,
they have 2 picks.
Well, they got 6.
It reminds me a little bit of, you remember the Daniel Jones year where they had, I believe it was 6 and 17, right?
Yeah,
6 and 17,
and a third. They had a third first round.
And the thought was they would take. There was a lot of chatter about them taking Daniel Jones at 17, and then when it came down to it, they said we're just going to take him at 6, so we don't have to worry about him getting there to 7.
Because I think Washington had a pick later on. And they were concerned about maybe Washington snagging Daniel Jones, and that's when they got it. And then, and then he was pick 6, which is what Giants fans were hanging their hat on. They're taking some Duke kid.
Yeah.
Not many Giant fans, I think, watched Duke football. And then it didn't help that it took a while for Jones to develop. That's why I'm asking. You're saying Detroit and its system and its staff, that's the spot.
And they can be patient.
Because they have Goff.
They have Goff. There's no need to get him on the field next year.
Don't forget style of play that helps too. You got Dan Campbell who's going to want to run the football. Big, strong, physical offensive line. To more than dependable receiver, an excellent receiver that you can look to on 3rd down, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Those types of pieces help a young quarterback develop so quickly. Brock Purdy in San Francisco, perfect fit. Think of the other places he could have gone, and you would have asked him to do that over 7-8 games. I don't know that we're having the same conversation about it.
Let's just chop it up a little bit more while waiting for the next drill. What about Seattle at 5?
I think that's absolutely in play, and we'll see what happens with Geno. Can they get a long-term deal done with Geno? Maybe that ends up just being a franchise tag situation.
Well, I asked that point blank of John Schneider the other day, and it was like a wave drill. See ya. That was a wave drill. Like he gave me nothing.
Yeah, and I think absolutely that's in play.
By in play, I mean for Richardson, for Levis, for whoever they might fall in love with.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Geno, it's an unbelievable story what he did last year. But Geno's not real young, and there isn't a long track record of him having played at this level, and you've got to work out a contract situation. So you're always looking to the future.
What do you think of him?
I've been impressed. I think he's thrown the ball really well. Obviously, we saw what he ran. Again, he's played a ton of football, and you get the highest of recommendations from your coaching staff in terms of your preparation, your toughness, your work ethic. All those boxes are checked. You know, one of the things with him, not going to see it out here in a combine setting, is fumbles. That's been a little bit of his bugaboo. We had eight fumbles, so that's something he can clean up a little bit, Charles. But
yeah, but he was big. Not to excuse him, but how big was he in the run game for them? So handling the football, fumbles in the pocket, as you would talk about. That's one thing. You're right. Remember Daniel Jones cleaned that up, and what happened this year? You know, you remember how that was with him. It's fumble, fumble, fumble. And now cleaned it up, and boy, they started to really progress.
I think DTR is going to be someone that's going to go in those middle rounds. Canvassing folks around the league, the expectation was coming through this process, you're probably looking at a 4th or 5th round was where his value was, and just talking to folks, but he's done nothing but help himself so far here.
DJ, I know this is more of a receiver drill, but I just continue to fixate on the footwork that I'm seeing of these quarterbacks, because I know the arm strength, who's got the big arm, always comes into play. But so many more passes are completed because the footwork gets them into the right spot to make the throw. And you keep talking about C.J. Stroud and his footwork, how easy it is. He doesn't have to reach for anything when he's going on his drop. He gets to the right spot so easily and so naturally. It sets everything up for his accuracy.
Yeah, and he transfers. He gets his cleats in the ground, and you can see him really transfer his weight. Aiden O'Connell, you talked about him, Charles. He, a pure pocket guy, as you mentioned. But he throws a nice ball in here. He's on platform. He's on balance. He's very comfortable.
One thing for all of us to keep in mind as we look at guys who might go later and all that good stuff, remember last year, the New England Patriots, right? In the 4th round, they took a guy who threw about 8 million passes.
Yeah, Zappy. By the way, this is Smith and Jigba. This is Smith and Jigba here. Let's see this route.
This is the route he's comfortable with, little whip routes.
But when you have those guys who've thrown a lot in college, made a lot of throws, there's usually something there that you can work with. Clayton Tune would be one like that.
So close to Stroud throwing it.
And they missed by one.
And they missed it by 1. That's part of the combine. You hear from agents tell the guys, well, you're not getting thrown to by someone you know.
Almost. Again, I don't want to keep saying the same thing with Stroud, but Charles, some guys just kind of meant to throw a football, and some guys look like they've been doing it their whole life, and that's C.J. Stroud.
And there's just a little bit of difference in just that easy motion. Aiden O'Connell does all the right things, but it's just not as fluid, and that's not a knock. It's just different athletes, different types.
Let's take a break. Kansas City, April 27th. Mark your calendar, DJ.
I'm going to be there.
Are you free? This year. Are you free?
Yeah, I'm going to be there.
Great. I'll be there. I'm free.
I'll see you there.
Well, I mean, we're available. I don't think we're free. You know what I mean?
I hope not.
Point that out. What happened?
I don't know. Why is there a camera on me? I'm just trying to get to work.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah, they made me do this, Rich.
What do you mean they made you do it?
They made me do it. I got out of it last night.
Personal best here.
He's got potential. He's just old. You okay, man?
Ooh, I've been better.
All right, Anthony Richardson chatting it up with Bryce Young. Young did the interviews. Now he's with his mates. Here is C.J. Stroud.
Look at that.
Okay.
It's pristine. Now that's just a
that was
beautiful ball.
Well, that was to Smith and Jigba.
Yeah, they've done that a few times.
So they did get to connect finally.
I love it.
Worked out.
I'd have been line counting the whole time, making sure I position myself to throw to my guy. DTR.
That's it.
See, he did a nice job of, you saw him, Charles, he got to the top. It's not ready, keeping his feet alive. Just get a couple hitches, couple bounces in there. Don't just get you stuck into the ground. Keep your feet alive.
You see that slight move to the right to make sure he stayed open to deliver.
Hey, the Bruins having a day, man. I played against Dante Culpepper in college.
Yeah.
Watching him come out in pregame and just the size of him. I mean, that's kind of what you see here with Anthony Richardson. It's unique. Stroud. I mean, again, that's maybe maybe the first incompletion he's had all day. Being a little bit, so the timing wasn't right. So on that one, you saw him hesitate to count after he simulated the snap, just to make sure the timing synced up a little bit better with his feet.
There you go.
DTR once again. All right, let's take a look at C.J. Stroud, some of the throws from him today. We've been raving about his workout. Everything is on balance, under control, smooth and easy, right where it needs to be. Again, look at his base, just a nice, relaxed, calm feet. Once he gets to the top of his drop, very under control, always on balance. Transfer your weight, nice tight stroke, upfield shoulder, and off we go. Have a day, C.J. Stroud.
Okay. entirely possible
Bryce Young right back there.
that Bryce Young or C.J. Stroud are standing on the turf that they're going to play professional football on as the home quarterback. The Colts could trade up for either one of these guys. I mean, another possibility with this Richardson in the back right there. That could be the first 3 quarterbacks taken in the draft.
By the way, McAfee's texted me and weighed in on that thing with me in the chain in the tunnel and said I looked like I had a great time at happy hour in New York and ended up as the oldest human in a nightclub. That's McAfee's take on that. I think, Pat, you're pretty accurate there. It's pretty good scouting.
Look, I mean, if we're going to evaluate you, Daniel, there is one piece of evaluation I haven't brought up yet. Might as well do it right here as we're looking at Tanner McGee. His lunch came by, and it was a Chicago-style pizza lunch. And you chose the thin crust, which to me is a major red flag. I have to stop the evaluation and question a lot. For as far as I'm concerned, a thin crust Chicago pizza choice is something I think you need to account for. I got to put you on the board and ask you questions about it.
So all times in evaluation, there's a question and you give the guy a chance to answer it,
okay,
right?
Yes.
So if you'd like me to go that route, considering that I can't have cheese, you better get yourself a cough drop because you're going to be talking by yourself up here for quite some time.
Okay.
Rich.
Didn't know that. Yes, Stacey.
I have an additional defense for DJ.
Okay. Wow.
And
okay.
I do, because I live in Chicago, I do love Giordano's. Lou Malnati's fans, I'm sorry.
Sure.
But this Giordano's, God bless you, Indy, but it's an Indianapolis Giordano's.
Wow.
Okay.
There's an evaluation happening right here.
You go to the original in Chicago, get you a deep dish with cheese, DJ.
Oh, you don't.
No, apparently that's a problem.
That's not going to be good for me or anybody else around me.
That's a problem.
All right. Well, we could just do a tomato pie then.
Okay. So I guess we just need to stick to you looking like you're the oldest guy in the club.
Guys, it's Jamie. I'm going to come to DJ's defense here, too.
Thank you, Jamie.
You know, you're on TV later, Rich. You can't have, like, sauce in your teeth and the whole thing, the whole experience.
Thank you.
Jamie,
Thank you.
Jamie, not to, honestly, I know I'm dating myself. I've been around a long time. I can do pizza and live television, and nobody will know.
You're a professional, Rich.
Nobody will
know.
know. My record is spotless.
Hey, Rich, how about the burger during Nolan Smith? How about that one?
I got that one going. Honestly, I'm a stealth live television eater. It's not my first combine. It's not my first combine. Here we go.
DTR throwing another laser. He's had a great day.
To Smith and Jigba, that was a hyphenate combination right there.
Nice ball. Clayton Tune, nice and smooth. Again, this ball does not require your fastball here. Just a firm ball.
Let's get the go routes. When do we get the go routes?
It's coming up. It's coming up.
Okay. I want to see Richardson bomb it. I want to see Stroud open it up. DTR. Clayton Tune. You want to talk Clayton Tune a little bit here?
Yeah, Clayton Tune's got a ton of production when you watch him. He's got that three-quarter delivery. We've seen that here today. My thing with him, and I need to pay more attention to it here, is I didn't think he really drove off his back leg. I thought he left some velocity on the table. I think there's more there. You'll see him on some quarterback draws. He'll take those free yards as a runner. Interesting guy.
All right, we're going go routes, but before we do, let's get the tracker going from Next Gen Stats.
All right, here we go. Let's look at these wideouts here. First one up is, who do we got here? That's Jenkins. Oh, there you go, Jerry Jenkins. Here you go. Here's Quentin Johnston. Get a chance to see him run the 40 yet, but he is big, and you know what he can do going down the field. Interesting. It's going to be interesting to see him continue to work on routes where he's working back downhill. That's Nada from Clemson. Here we go. A.T. Perry running a little whip route. Love seeing the tracer on them. You can see their change of direction and where they're going. Here's Justin Shorter from Florida on an out route. That was Mitchell Tinsley there on that last one. And now we got some deep balls just for you, Rich.
Okay. I think the fans here are going to dig this. Aiden O'Connell throwing deep.
There you go. Good start. We're off and running.
Fans like it. Purdue guy connecting on a pass. That one was to Jeray Jenkins. Here's C.J. Johnson. Nice grab. Pardon me, that was Quentin Johnson.
This is Charlie Jones. You can see he gets going. You better get that ball up quick.
He does. Look at him go.
Nice.
Teammates connecting here in Indiana. Anthony Richardson, here we go. Matt Landers going deep. Look at that. Oh my goodness. He threw that from the 9-yard line and it landed on the 30.
Yeah, he turned that one over like a punt. Tons of air.
That's from the 10.
Look at that. And those are beautiful.
On the 30.
Beautiful deep balls.
My gosh. That was a 60-yard throw. Let's see if we can do it one more time. From the 10.
That's
just and it landed right on the 30 again.
Those are 3 winners, though.
Now it's Jonathan Mingo. Listen to the buzz in here. It's Stroud. All right, crowd's into it.
Got a little too much air on that one.
All right, that was Nakua. And here's Ngata.
This one will be better here from Stroud. Get your back foot into it. There you go.
Beautiful.
That's the throw.
Oh, off the hands.
We are at the quarterback driving range right now.
Trey
we are
Palmer.
hitting the ball as far as we can.
From Stroud.
Stroud let him get out there.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, he's
Beautiful
got it.
ball.
All right, in there. That dropped at the 27 from the 9. Well done. Dorian Thompson-Robinson.
A little bit underthrown on this one.
Look out.
Get that one again. Up and over. Get that one up and over the top.
There's A.T. Perry trying to.
The first throw's been an adjustment for a couple guys here. You get a little more comfortable once you get that second one.
There's Jaden Reed, who's, by the way, going through the workout with an eye infection that's caused one of his eyes to be closed.
Oh, gosh.
And he's still going through it.
Hard to track the football with one eye.
She Rice.
Every throw was better than the previous one there.
Okay.
Those 3.
Okay. Here's Clayton Tune.
There's some weight transfer. Charles, are you down there? I'm curious what you think, because that was one of the things when I watched him. Just want to see him load a little bit more. Get that back foot, load, transfer your weight.
You talking about Clayton Tune?
Yeah, I think he's doing a little bit better job today with that.
One to shorter.
He's certainly doing that. And DJ, when you watch his tape, how many times was he really doing that with their type of throwing with Houston? Remember,
Smith
with the
and
routes he
Jigba.
was throwing.
No doubt.
Nice grab. Okay. Tanner McKee. Can we get one more out of Richardson? Can we do that? Can we like
one
request?
more throw?
That's
one
exactly.
More throw.
Let them play.
Get the fans into it.
Scouting combine breaking training. Let's go.
We still got a post.
Tanner McGee.
Got another one coming. Oh,
Nice,
that's
that one. Apparently 6 more routes.
This is fun, man. I love it. We got people in here. There's energy in the building. There you go. That's 2 good balls.
Nicely done. All right. Who's coming back out? Another one from Clayton Tune we need to see.
Go, good ball.
I'd like to put in a request.
You want to name that tune?
Yeah, nicely done. Nice throw.
Nice adjustment.
All right, here we go. We're getting him. Is it him?
This is Stroud. I think this is
Stroud.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Okay, let's get Stroud. See it.
There you go.
Oh, that's so nice. Good Lord,
That
it was
beautiful throw.
That was beautiful.
C.J. Stroud, you couldn't script a better day for him throwing the football today.
Look at that tight spiral,
that's
man. I mean, he just flipped it up there, landed on 26.
He throws a beautiful deep ball.
It's funny, Richardson popped out there, and they're like, no, they want to see one more from McKee.
He's on deck.
I don't know. Richardson's like, I want to tear it loose one more time. Stanford, no.
And Rich, you know why he wanted to bounce out there. That's the competition we talked about before. You saw Stroud do it. Rich is like, okay, let me show you what I can do.
I'm also requesting
equal time
on behalf of NFL Network's audience and everyone here. Okay,
there we go.
One more from Richardson. Who's going to take it? Here we go. Fans are into it. Let it loose.
A little too high on that.
Too high. Okay.
That was fun.
That was fun.
All right, so hey, come back.
Let's
one more throw. One more throw.
I guess we'll relieve these. Look at that.
I'm just glad we kept the ball on the screen. I thought it might go out of our shot right there.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, just effortless.
Beautiful. Right in stride.
Better than that.
Brother, C.J. Stroud was ripping it.
Oh, this is smooth operator.
From the 10 all the way down past the 30.
I got Sade playing in my mind watching him throw a football, man.
It was like smooth operator, 65 in the air. Back with more from Indianapolis in a moment. That was fun. In Indianapolis, seeing some nice routes run here. Dorian Thompson-Robinson spinning it. You get some comebacks.
I mean, I don't want to shortchange him. He has had a great day. I mean, he couldn't script it any better.
Let's take a look at Richardson's day.
Yeah, Anthony Richardson again. The testing is silly. 4.43 at 244 pounds. That's not a tight end. That's a quarterback. He is working on dropping back and throwing the ball again. The ball just jumps out of his hand. Look at that power, the force as a thrower. I think there's going to be a time where you'll see him be a little more smooth, a little more fluid in his drops. But once he gets his feet in the ground and that ball comes out, Rich, it is beautiful. See, that's where he generates all that power from that lower half. There's plenty of throws on tape where you're seeing even when he can't engage that lower half, he still has plenty of velocity.
Stacey?
Rich, I just want to add, to spend 5 minutes with Anthony Richardson and you will fall in love with him. And his background wasn't easy. And when I spent time with him, he told me about it. From Miami, he has mom and his little brother, who is 7 years younger. Growing up in Miami, he told me they just didn't have a stable foundation. They bounced around every year from home to home. They lived with his granddad their last couple years in Miami. They finally moved to Gainesville and found something stable. He basically served as a father figure, still does, for his, again, 7-year younger brother. His mother is now remarried, which he's very happy about, is a good man. And it's a really cool story because growing up, they used to ride around to get around on a black mountain bike, and he would take his younger brother around with him everywhere to go get food. He actually worked jobs to support the family. This moment for him, you guys, this is an immaculate moment, and he couldn't cherish it more, as he and I talked about. And certainly the ceiling is high next year somewhere.
Thank you, Stacey. Greatly appreciate that perspective. And Stroud, meanwhile, just threw two beautiful dimes. Right? I mean,
I just tweeted it out. I'm like, this is one of the best combine throwing sessions. And to me, when you get out here, this is not just a display of just raw, velocity. You want to see, can you make every type of throw? Can you touch it up? What does it look like come to your hand? But then can you make the variety of throws? Every throw he's had to make, he's made it, and it's been unbelievably smooth and easy.
Yeah, and the ball just spins tightly.
It's effortless.
It does look effortless. You're right. It does.
Yeah, some people were just made to play quarterback, and C.J. Stroud is one of them.
I wonder what the folks to the right of us in Indianapolis is sweet. They're saying
they're locked in. I would imagine if we had appeared in there and offered any takes, that they would not give us any reaction to said takes.
Yeah. Especially since if you don't go up to go get him, you might see him twice a year.
Well, that's what's so fascinating about this draft. Is when you have Houston and Indy needing quarterbacks, and then you turn around and look at the NFC South with the unsettled quarterbacks in that conference. And so this could set it up for the next decade. If you're Atlanta and Carolina, which one of you? If you don't, Ritter's there.
Yes.
But maybe the future of that division's decided by which one of those two teams gets a quarterback here.
I mean, it's entirely possible that all 4 teams in that division have a different starting quarterback. All 4 of them.
And it's wide open division, even when you
now with Mr. Brady having departed.
That's what I'm saying. It's wide open.
Yeah.
Aiden O'Connell is throwing the ball well today. A little late on that one. Again, as we've talked about, though, I think his team's looking for guys that can move around a little bit more. You know, that's not really his game. He's going to want to beat you up from inside the pocket.
Last time he was in this building, he put a scare in me in the Big Ten championship game about halfway through. That was not easy for Michigan on that night. Here's Richardson.
Man, it is just a flick of the wrist there from Anthony Richardson. See Stroud again here. Charles, we've been to a lot of these combines. I mean, I'm trying to do my best to put into
you're trying not to be, trying not to do recency, aren't you?
No, but I'm literally just going through the Rolodex in my mind of the different workouts we've seen, and we've seen some unbelievable individual throws, but start to finish or where we are in the workout right now, I haven't seen many more consistent workouts than what we've seen from C.J. Stroud this afternoon.
I would agree, and go back a few years. All 3 of us, right? We've all heard the same thing. We all dealt with the same thing. This guy will not throw, and typically it's because he doesn't have his receivers. We don't know what routes they'll run. Will they cut it short? Will they take it long, etc.? I feel like the receivers and the route running is a lot more consistent, and these quarterbacks are able to cut it loose. There's not too many times we've seen they've had to adjust. They've just gone back there, set up, and thrown, and I think that's helped the throwing today.
There's Frank Reich. Josh McCown in the mix there in Carolina.
Scott Fitterer, general manager there as well. Yeah, they've got a big decision to make. Who's going to be their guy? I don't know. Watching these quarterbacks, and if you were thinking about maybe moving up to get one, I tell you what, this week might have give you a little more courage to go do so.
Yeah.
Everything I've heard about the interviews, and then you match that up with what
are you hearing about the interviews?
That these guys have done a great job, and Bryce Young, we're not seeing him work out here, but the interviews have been off the charts when you talk to guys that have been in the room and met with him. Will Levis, I've heard, was phenomenal in the interview room. We're seeing, we're hearing the good things, and now we're seeing him throw as well. I just think, man, if you don't have one and you're picking up there in the top 10, you're so close. Hoping and wishing for one in the future, that's too risky for me. You got them. You got 4 guys right here this year. Make it happen.
Yeah, I know you keep hearing of next year's class is remarkable, 2 guys and so on. Ooh, look out.
Hey, don't be too fast. Don't run out of,
and let's just say you do have a crush on either one of the 2 guys next year that'll be available, right? You can't guarantee that the teams 1 and 2 on the clock aren't going to be quarterback needy teams. So this is a rarity where the team that's first overall likes the quarterback that they have immensely because he's still young and he's shown a tremendous upside and they love him in the building. It's very rare to have that as a situation.
Here's what happens, and this is, if you're picking and you have an elite quarterback coming out, the only way you would not take him is if you have an elite quarterback yourself. If you have an elite quarterback yourself, you're very rarely going to be picking all the way up there to face that decision. So, and it's Justin Fields, even though he's shown so many positive things, if this were a year where you had, Trevor Lawrence, Joe Burrow, like we would see those guys, they would move on from Justin and they would take those other guys because they'd feel like they're just better players and they're not only the high ceiling but also the high floor. That's why to me, betting on the future and hoping that you're either going to have that pick or somebody's going to be willing to part with it that's too risky.
So you're saying if Caleb Williams is available this year, we'd be having an entirely different conversation?
I think it would. I think we would, because of not only the upside he has. We've seen him where he is right now, and he's going to check every single box that you have.
Can I get in real quick with that?
Go ahead, Charles.
Because as you continue with that, and I love what you guys are talking about, Joe Burrow wasn't exactly on the radar his junior year. And everybody's saying, waiting for, I got to get a quarterback. And then he jumped. Zach Wilson, for everything we want to talk about, another one that was a jump. And then think of the number of guys who I will not name that we said, hey, this guy's a future, blah, blah, blah. And then by the time it came around, if you wanted to wait, you were taking him in the 5th round if you were taking him at all. So if he's there right now, you better not hesitate.
I agree. Another nice ball from Stroud here. And again, that's just a nice firm ball. That's touch down here in the red zone. It's not just lobbed up in the air. It's not flat. It's just that perfect trajectory that you're looking for.
Slow it down. I'm right here. Come get me.
Charles, DTR down there, what does he look like? We've been raving about him up here.
He's in great shape. He looks fantastic. He looks comfortable, and I think he's gotten more comfortable as time has gone on. Sometimes when the competition is there and other guys are lighting it up and doing well, those guys who are competitors and have that experience, they start to get into the groove a little bit too, and I feel that's what's happened with DTR today.
I'd love for one of these quarterbacks to just tuck it and run it right now.
Pump fake,
quarterback draw.
Yeah. Just show. I know what you want me to do,
Rich,
but this is what I also can do, right?
It's great.
Rich, what you need is Jason Kelce leading on that quarterback draw play like he does in Philadelphia with Jalen Hurts. That's one of the best plays in the NFL right now.
Speaking of which, Jason Kelce's probably in New York getting ready to watch some rehearsals of his brother.
That's right. That's a big one.
Is he in makeup yet?
Maybe so.
Got a tight end in this draft reminds me of him, by the way.
Is it? What's uh-oh. Oh! Anthony Richardson.
Oh.
How many
what?
How many drill closing face plants can we see on it in the combine?
That's the first quarterback backflip I've ever seen at the combine.
Wow. I'm glad that he's
I don't remember Brock Osweiler doing a backflip back in the day.
Okay. Some slow motion here. What do we got?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, beautiful.
There's the ball.
Look at
the
dotted
tail on
line.
that ball. That's like the Nerf Turbo right there.
Beautiful. Moments ago. Oh, Anthony Richardson, look out. But nice somersault to finish. Yep, he's trending, but CJ Stroud had a day. So did DTR. We're back with the tight ends in a moment.
Flip. Scouting Combine presented by Noble. Stacey Dales with you, joined now alongside quarterback Anthony Richardson. Do we want to redo on the landing, on the backflip?
Yeah.
But that was solid. I mean, the momentum just, you were stoked.
Yeah, that's my first one in 2 months. Probably my last one, but I just had to get one in before I left.
The things that we love that we saw, not only your arm and the ability down the field, but let's start with the measurables, right? You set a record as you watch. You can check yourself out on the monitor there. We'll clean that one up. But let's start with the 40, right? You told me you wanted a 4.4, and you obviously nailed it.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things I was worried about, coming into this, running the 4.4 and hitting it, because I haven't done it in a while. But today I came out and did it. So I was
like record-setting, dude.
Yeah, definitely.
And that was your goal?
Yeah. Oh yeah, of course.
You told me you wanted over 40 on the vertical, 40.5. Were you satisfied?
Definitely not satisfied. I was aiming for 41, but I guess I'll take 40.5.
And are you disappointed with the broad man? It was only 10.9. Now they're tied for a record.
Yeah, definitely disappointed for that. I thought I was going to get 11, but it is what it is.
How do you think you tossed it around today? Big arm. We saw you downfield. What was your takeaway?
I think I did pretty well. Definitely room for improvement. Clean up my footwork a little bit. Definitely accuracy, but overall, I think I did pretty well.
What are you bringing to the next level? Tell me the total package of Anthony Richardson.
I guess I definitely showcase what I'm able to bring on the field. But it's the stuff off the field. I like to connect with people. I can definitely connect with people. And connect with my teammates. So definitely trying to bring that leadership quality there, and definitely bring my athletic ability there.
You sure do connect. You connected with me, and I fell in love because of your story. I mean, mom and brother and your mom's husband, they watching?
Oh, I hope so. If they are, I love y'all. Shout out to y'all.
Yeah. Hey, great job today, man. Awesome job.
Appreciate you.
Right now, we're going to go to Jamie Erdahl. She is standing by with Bryce Young. Jamie, take it away.
Stacey, Anthony, thank you so much. Bryce, we have to address the Roll Tide elephant in the room. Everyone was so interested in the measurables for you coming in. Finally today, 5'10" and 1/8 of an inch and 204 pounds. How did you approach all of that talk and the narrative surrounding everything that people cared about in terms of the numbers?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't really too big for me. I wanted to be, I want to be at the best, weight that I thought was best for me. So that was really a point of emphasis just for my growth. Again, I know everyone had an opinion and, super valid, but for me, I was kind of just focusing on what I feel like will get me to the, more prepared for the next level.
Whatever the number may be in terms of what you found to be most successful and comfortable for a playing weight at Alabama, what you have now learned from the coaches that you work with, what is an ideal number for you playing in the NFL?
Yeah, I mean, I think I feel pretty good where I'm at. It was good for me to be able to just focus on, training and nutrition and all that in this break from when I was playing to preparing for the combine. So, I think this is something that's new for me a little bit, but, I've been working out, training, still feel good. So I feel good where I'm at.
Now, we have heard of the interviews that you have gone through with the teams that you are just a football brain. You can see a playbook, digest it. I want to have you break down some plays that you saw today because I know you watched your group really closely. What did you think of Anthony Richardson out there? His 40, his throws. You guys were incredibly supportive of each other. Break down his day for us.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if what Ant did was surprising to anyone, but it definitely wasn't for me. Obviously the stuff, all the athletic stuff, we've seen that. We've seen all the amazing plays. Being in the SEC, I watched a lot of his games, and I've seen how gifted he is, how talented he is as a passer too. So all the great throws he made today, it wasn't a surprise for me. It wasn't a shock. Again, I watched a lot of reps of him, so I know just how good he is and how well he performed today. It doesn't surprise me at all.
And quickly, I won't let you go without talking about yourself, your game, and how you feel it translates. In particular, your out-of-pocket ability to break down a play and continue an offense going. How much pride do you take in that ability to extend a play?
Yeah, I definitely take pride in it. In a perfect world, you can sit in the pocket and go through your reads, but sometimes it doesn't go like that. And for me, I try to make sure I remain a passer. I try to make the most efficient decisions for the team, and that's something I definitely pride myself in.
You're going to help me throw to break here. There's a show that you watch in the mornings on NFL Network. Do you know what it is called?
It's called Good Morning Football.
And it is on from 7 to 10 a.m. And when do you get to see it in the weight room at Alabama?
Yep, in that area.
There you go. That's when you know Bryce Young is working out, when you're watching Good Morning Football from 7 to 10 a.m. We've got more here on the NFL Network from the 2023 Scouting Combine. That one is Bryce Young, but we're going to see the tight ends as we wrap up a Saturday.
Can't have them swerving so much. Everything else looks pretty good, though.
You think you could coach me up? Is it coachable, or is that just a lost cause?
I mean, it is coachable. I think, with good coaching, we can fix anything. He's got great potential. He made it up to where he's supposed to be, so that's the first step.
I got up here, got a little oxygen. Sitting next to you.
He was huffing and puffing on his way up, by the way.
Sounds to me like I'm not going to be a high draft pick. Hey, maybe a priority free agent.
Mr. Irrelevant played against these guys in the NFC title game.
Priority free agent.
Hey, you just got to make the most of the opportunities, and we're going to do that.
By the way, Dallas is good enough to join us. He's part of our NFL Plus program. You're going to be joined by Dawson Knox and Steve Smith Sr. down there on the field as you check out the greatest tight end class we've seen in the last 10 years, according to our Daniel Jeremiah.
Yeah.
You want to jump in? You got a pretty good tight end class.
According to him, I think 2018 is going to be tough to beat. I'm not sure what the class was back in 2013, but they must have been really good if that's where they date it back to. But no, I'm really just looking forward to going down on the field and seeing these guys work and look at the next great generation of tight ends coming into the league.
Well, your 2018 class included Mark Andrews, Dalton Schultz was out there, Hayden Hurst was there as well. Do you still keep in touch with those guys, and what was your fondest memory from that time?
Yeah, so obviously the first time meeting them all, coming to the Combine was just a really cool, really surreal experience coming from the FCS level, coming in here and seeing the guys that went to the Alabamas, the Floridas, the big schools like that. I was kind of starstruck by these guys and figured out that I fit right in with them, but that was really cool. And, I stay in touch with a lot of them. A few of the tight ends have started Tight End University, so we get to go back and hang out with each other this in Nashville here coming up. And it's just a lot of time hanging out with guys that play the same position, have the same, journeys that you have, and you can just relate to them in so many different ways.
Do you remember what you put up bench? Because I don't think you ran that day, but do you remember this?
I didn't run. I think I did like 23, maybe 24. They might not have gave me my 24th, but yeah, I trained hard for that. That was fun.
Nice rhythm going.
You know, I felt like I was going to go forever. Eventually, that weight hits you when it gets really heavy. It gets really heavy, but you know, I know that was about the only thing I did at the combine, so I had to go pretty hard and give it my all.
Did you save it all for your pro day? Did you go back and do pro day? Is that how you did it?
I kind of did that. I never ran a 40. But I did go back and run routes and do my shuttles at the pro day, which I did pretty well. I got hurt in the Senior Bowl, hurt my hamstring, and we figured my 40 time was going to be too high for the public, so I decided to wave it underneath. And
at least you had a reason.
I didn't just fold and give up, but yeah, you know, in my opinion, I think especially for tight ends, you know, not very often do we get to even show our top speed. So I like to look at the guys first 10. I feel like you can learn a lot about a guy just getting out of the blocks, the acceleration like that, because so many of our routes are the 5 to 10 intermediate routes. You know, that's kind of what I told everybody. You don't need to see my 40. If I get one to break away, I'll probably get caught. So
hey, listen, you must have blown Howie Roseman away in the interview process. So if you were just doing the bench back then, you won him over that day.
Hey, you know, it worked out. I'm glad I'm still there with Howie, and you know, he's got a busy offseason this year for us with all the free agents we have, but it's going to be fun going back and spending another year with him.
Why don't you head down to the field? We'll see you during the drills. The tight ends, you and Dawson Knox and Steve Smith Sr. on NFL Plus. Dallas, it's good seeing you, man.
Yes, appreciate it.
You got it. So check them out as you head on over to NFL Plus. We got the tight ends coming.
Welcome back to the 2023 NFL Scouting Combine presented by Noble. Here at Lucas Oil Stadium, we've seen some of the quarterbacks put on an absolute show. It's actually just talking to a couple of quarterback coaches there, absolutely loving what C.J. Stroud did throwing the ball. That session seemed to be spectacular. But, of course, there's been plenty of news in the NFL world, not just the prospect world, as it pertains to the quarterback. It is right now Saturday. I think it's Saturday. I think tomorrow's Sunday. On Tuesday this coming week is the deadline to franchise tag players. And, of course, Lamar Jackson has garnered a lot of conversation. General Manager Eric DeCosta expressed optimism at getting a deal done. Just doesn't seem like Lamar himself has really engaged in a potential long-term deal. It's been clear he wants a lot of it, maybe all of it, fully guaranteed. Doesn't seem like there's really been any significant progress as of yet. If no deal, he will be franchise tagged by Tuesday, remain the Baltimore Ravens quarterback for the foreseeable future. And we'll see down the line if they're able to get things done. Obviously, not nearly the only quarterback that a team is trying to strike a long-term deal with. Daniel Jones, another one, the Giants' potential, I would say, likely franchise quarterback. I know the Giants and his new agents at Athletes First have been working basically around the clock here in Indy, trying to strike a deal, trying to find that right mix. If they do not get a long-term deal with him, I think he would get the franchise tag, but obviously there is, I would say, a little bit of optimism that they'd get something done. Meanwhile, we are still waiting on the future of Derek Carr. Met with teams here in Indianapolis. Wouldn't be surprised if he makes a decision this coming week. And then what is Aaron Rodgers going to do? He is out of the darkness. He has not yet made clear to the Packers or the public what he is going to do. So, of course, that is something we are still waiting on and waiting on and waiting on. And now let's send it to Jamie Erdahl with one of the former stars of the Combine.
Indeed he was. You all know him as Dawson Knox. I know him from Good Morning Football as Dawson Knox. Because that's how he's introduced on Angry Runs, because he was an Angry Run nominee for a minute. What's going on, Dawson?
Oh, it's good to be back here on this side of things. It was kind of stressful when I was actually participating, but it's fun to come back and watch some of these guys compete and get after it today.
Okay, let's go there first. Let's review your Combine experience and your memories and what you think. What is the mentality on a day like today?
Whew, man, it was a long week. People don't really see what all goes into this week. They just kind of see the field stuff. So at this point, these guys are exhausted. I mean, they've been up probably getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep every night, having interviews through the late hours, like crazy IQ tests, personality tests. They've been doing a lot of stuff. So it's impressive to see these guys run as fast as they do, jump as high as they do after a full week of doing stuff.
And now you're here today for what purpose?
Just to kind of encourage some guys, evaluate some tight ends, see some coaches, shake some hands with some friends that are out here. We're really just hanging out. It's a lot more chill on this side.
I can imagine you're going to be on NFL Plus with Kurt Warner and Dallas Goedert and yourself to break down the tight ends. You're going to see them behind us as they begin their drills right here on NFL Network on the 2023 NFL. Get your popcorn, as a good friend of ours at Ole Miss said to me once on the sideline at Alabama.
I don't know if that game ended up as
did not.
As we wanted it to be, but
Here, speed is undeniable. Strength is not a debate. But belief will be tested. And destiny doesn't hide. Because here is where the NFL journey.
All right, we're back here in Indianapolis for the final group of day 3, first day of offensive players. It's the tight ends getting ready to run the 40-yard dash at the Scouting Combine. Coverage here on NFL Network presented by No Bull. Rich Eisen in the booth along with Daniel Jeremiah as Davis Allen, darn near a 6'6" tight end from Clemson, runs the first 40 for a tight end here at the Scouting Combine, and it's a 4.86. And inside the booth, thrilled to be joined by my Hall of Fame friend from NFL Game Day Morning, and he's doing a lot of the coverage for NFL Plus. Good to see you, Kurt Warner. How are you?
I'm doing good. Good to see you guys, man. It's a little different though. I don't get to hear your voices when I'm down on the field. I got to talk for an hour and a half without your voices. That's a little bit harder, but it's good to see you guys. I hope it's going well. It's been kind of a fun combine today with the quarterbacks and wide receivers going. So
all right, Payne Durham is on the 40-yard dash line. I'll give you the floor on what you saw down there with the quarterbacks. What'd you think?
I really like this second group. Will Levis obviously was the big name in the first group, and I actually was pleasantly surprised. I had some questions watching tape a little bit, and then hearing his comments about having the cannon arm, I'm like, okay, are we going to see any touch or any feel? I thought he actually threw the ball with a little bit of feel today, but it was really about the second group. I thought C.J. Stroud is just, it's almost effortless, and that's what I love to see when they talk about a natural thrower, a gifted thrower. You want to see a guy that it never looks hard for him. And thought he missed a few throws today, but not anything I'm worried about. But I thought he was very smooth. Anthony Richardson, who has obviously been the talk of the last couple days, I know, with the way he's blown up the combine, I was impressed as well. The same kind of thing. He's got power, but he didn't overpower anybody. He didn't try to throw it through anybody. Thought he had decent timing, decent feet, and threw the ball fairly well. And then DTR, from UCLA, I thought threw the ball really well too. And I watched him on tape yesterday, and I thought there's some things here. There were some inconsistencies, but there's some things here. And I saw that translate out there today. I thought he looked pretty good.
We're speaking the same language there, Kurt. And to me, it's exciting just to know that, we were at this event last year, and who would have thought that Brock Purdy'd be one out there playing, in playoff games. And so you're trying to identify who that guy is. And we were talking about DTR a lot during the throwing session as somebody that, man, it's been impressive. And Stroud is one of the best, to me, one of the best performances at the combine as a thrower that I've seen. But in terms of helping yourself, who helped himself the most, I think, was DTR.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't doubt that. And, you talk about Brock, and we talk about Bryce Young a lot, and him, measuring in at 5'10", and these different things. Maybe Stetson Bennett a little bit. And we were actually talking a little bit, off camera. And I'm one that thinks that if you can see it and you've shown that you can play at any level. And so we joke down there, I never played at the NFL level at 5'10". I was only 6'2", and so that's all I know. So you wonder how height does affect you, but you watch Bryce Young play at Alabama with the biggest guys in front of him that that you could have in college football, and he seemed to see it just fine. And so I'm not as hung up on that as I think some people, and I think we've seen Drew Brees. Again, he could see it. He knew how to play. He was that same height, and he's one of the best that we've ever seen. So I think it is rare. A lot of times you don't have smaller guys that see it as well as that. But when you do, and I think Bryce Young does, I believe you can play at the highest level and play as well as anybody.
By the way, we just saw a 6'7", 3/8 inch tall tight end, Zach Kuntz, just running 4.61 40. He jumped over He jumped 40 inches at the vertical.
At that size.
Well,
Wow.
there's only one other player since 2003 to measure at least 6'7" and jump 40 or more inches at the combine, and that was the #1 overall pick in '06, Mario Williams. Wow. So we just saw that, and then Sam Laporta of Iowa. Wait a minute, Iowa's sending a tight end to the NFL?
Who'd have thunk it, huh?
Hold on a minute, I got to look up my notes. Does that ever happen before?
He's a
4.59.
Let me give you some numbers here, Rich. So if you're looking at the top 10 tight ends in receiving yards last year, this has turned into a traits position where speed does matter. 6'4" and 5/8 is the average height, 249 pounds. The 40 is a 4.62.
Okay.
So you look at Kelsey was a 4.61. Mark Andrews was a 4.67. Evan Ingram was 4.42. Kittle 4.52. Like the top tight ends can all run right now.
Just little Mallory from the U. How about Kittle running a 4.52 at the combine? How about that? And by the way, you want to talk about a big day for tight ends. Here you got,
There we go. Look at that one.
Laporta with a nice comp to Kittle. And, of course, we know that's where George went to school and played his football in Iowa. Then you see all these guys out here. And then tonight, an NFL tight end is hosting Saturday Night Live. I mean, that's happening tonight. I mean, I know it's Travis Kelce with his personality, but an NFL tight end is hosting SNL. By the way, I'm 4.74 for Michael Mayer there. I'm hearing there might be some other Chiefs that show up there tonight, too.
Really?
Okay.
One that plays this guy's position, maybe?
Yeah, maybe.
I'll be honest with you, that's not the one that I heard.
Okay.
Travis will do a great job. It'll be fun to watch. Great personality.
This is going to be a fun one here. And Luke Musgrave, he plays really fast. And the expectation is you're going to see a pretty great time here as well. He's moving, guys.
4.62. 6'5" and a half.
He's got a chance to get into the first round. When I talk about being 3 tight ends in the first round, I think he's got a chance to get in that mix. Might even see 4 when it's all said and done. But that's almost 6'6", 253 pounds. He's rolling.
Here's Luke Schoonmaker from Michigan.
Plays in line. He's a real easy mover. Some nice back shoulder catches. They'll use him on some of those tight end screens there in that offense at Michigan. Clean start.
Moving.
It's a great time.
6.5. Well, as you know, the fastest time at this combine was run by a Michigan man, and DJ Turner. There's Mike McDaniel. They have a decision to make on Gesicki, don't they? Pretty much.
Yes, they do. Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what happens with him in the offseason. I want to know what he's saying in there. He's saying, he's saying that. Oh, it's Chris Greer. That's Chris Greer.
That's his decision. Yes,
nice.
We got it.
Nice. I'm speaking
we got
your
it.
language,
Way to
Coach.
pass the buck,
Nice.
Coach. Not my decision. It's his. 4.70 for Brenton Strange. I like having conversations with other people through television.
Nice. Know they're listening to you. They're hearing what you're saying, and then nice little communication. Right
I said
there, Coach.
something nice about Brian Hartline, a receiver coach from Ohio
And he
State.
showed
and
up.
The next time I looked over my shoulder, he's
There
right
he
in
is.
here.
Well, just whoever you want on.
Yeah, who do you want?
Compliment,
Who do
right?
you want,
Compliment
Kurt?
some
Who do you
people.
want?
Come on, let's go.
Who do you want?
Man. Good stuff. It was fun to see the fans getting excited about the quarterbacks here in Indy.
Wasn't that fun with the go routes and the fans were getting into it?
You knew they were getting excited, wanting to get one of those guys as well.
How about the size of this tight end? Darnell Washington from Georgia. He is enormous.
Oh, my gosh. 6'5". 6'7", right?
He's 6'5", so just
6'5".
under 6'7", 264 pounds. He just ran in the 4.6s. That is a big dude coming right at you.
Come on.
That's silly.
This is crazy.
Isn't it?
Man,
This is the
D
thing.
lineman. I mean, seeing fours from D linemen, this is crazy.
He's the second best tight end on his team.
That's true. That's right.
That's true. True.
I called my buddy at Georgia and I said, hey, we're going over the player. I said, tell me about the freak tight end. He goes, he can't come out this year. I goes, Coach, the other freak tight end.
That's right.
That's where Georgia is
They
right
are
now.
talented.
Blake Whiteheart of Wake. 4.7 flat.
If he runs 4.6 and he just yells freedom at the end of his run.
Nice. Whiteheart. Hold. Well, you don't want that out of your tight end, by the way. Hold.
Yeah, true.
Very good. Come on. Come on. You're on camera now. That's not when you're supposed to sit down. Somebody coach these ladies up. Come on. Oh, no.
Got some Lions fans. Are there Lions jerseys there?
This is when you're supposed to get up.
Rich, this is just one tight end after another.
Josh Wiley.
It's just one.
They're all the same size.
They're
all just
enormous, and they can all move. Josh Wiley, that's a smooth run.
All right.
Good night.
All right, man. Thanks for joining. By the way, since we're speaking things into appearing, Kurt Warner, latest individual, looks great in the NFL Plus gear that I don't have. Day 3.
Hey,
okay.
I'm not
Day
responsible.
3.
I am not responsible for that.
Come on.
I can let you borrow one of my extra ones.
I don't.
Oh, wow. He's got a bag over here.
This
Got a whole
very, very tall man. Davis Allen. 4.84. Like, I guess if you know how with the Pro Bowl games where they're having the players do other sports.
Correct.
This is kind of like a pilot if the NBA wanted to have 40-yard dashes instead of their dunk contest or something like that.
It is. It's a basketball
These
team
are like
out there.
power forwards, essentially.
This is a good one here in Tucker Craft.
Running 40-yard dashes. I mean, if this is one of those amusement parks where you have to be a certain height to ride the ride, what's the cutoff? Like 6'5.5" for this ride? Zach Kuntz for 4.55.
He might be too tall to ride the ride.
So, Sam Laporta moments ago, the Iowa tight end. Look how he's like just keeping on tumbling forward. 4.61. That's the idea, right? Just to keep everything moving forward the entire time. And here's Will Mallory. Can he better?
He doesn't need to, but let's see if he can. He's rolling, man.
You know it. Wow. 4.54. Michael Mayer moments ago. 4.74. And he's better.
There you go. That's a good time for Michael Mayer.
We're back live.
Inline tight end.
Where Luke Musgrave just got whistled. So he's going to have to go back to the beginning. Stacy?
Look who I found, Rich.
Who do I?
We can't get rid of him.
Where?
Sauce Gardner. He loved the combine. He dominated the combine so much last year. He's still here. What?
You gotta tell him, Stacy. I haven't heard from Al the jeweler.
If we've been honest,
yes.
You know, I have a few guys here from Cincinnati. You know, I just had to watch them. You know, and just support them. You know, I'm technically still my teammates, even though, you know, I'm a New York Jet now. But I just love football so much, man. It's just great to be out here. Great to be seeing guys, you know, try to accomplish some of the things that I accomplished. You know, and I've just been trying to just give certain guys pointers and everything like that. So,
Yeah, well, Rich is bothered because he hasn't been contacted by Al the jeweler yet. What happened?
Al definitely hit me up. He ready to get rich. He ready to get him.
He ready to get rich, I guess you could say.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Cool. Just quickly, any quarterbacks stand out because you're going to be defending some of them maybe next year?
CJ. CJ stood out. He just made it look natural. Who else? Anthony Richardson.
Anthony.
He got a cannon. He got a cannon. And that 4.4. That's crazy right there. That's crazy.
Cool. It is. Well, he's still here, guys, with Wiley's up. One of his Cincinnati Bearcat tight ends. So he's closing out the day with the Bearcats. Awesome sauce.
Appreciate you.
Awesome sauce indeed. By the way, you know, as you know, I've got this here network that I've been here since day one and coming into year 9 of my show, my daily radio TV show, by the way. Almost 9 years, the Rich Eisen show. I might need a third job if Al the jeweler thinks I'm going to buy the same drip of sauce.
By the sounds of things, I think you're more likely to get that chain than you are that sweatshirt.
You mean Al the jeweler plus? I'm going to get that gear.
If it's a race between the NFL Plus gear and Al the jeweler's jewelry, I think that Al the Plus is in the lead right now.
Al the Plus. Luke Schoonmaker of Michigan, 4.65.
Great time.
Wolverine rolling. 4.63. Nicely
If you need a
done.
tight end, this is your draft. That's why it's going to be fascinating to see the free agency with some of these tight ends we have out there. You know, Evan Ingram looks like he'll get tagged there in Jacksonville, but got some interesting guys out there that are going to be on the market. And man, it's going to be hard to ask for a ton of money if you're a free agent tight end, knowing that this is coming right behind you in the draft.
Brendan Strange of Penn State.
He's a good player as well. Use him flexed out. Understands how to lean on defenders and create some separation. Break tackles after the catch. My favorite tight end, the top tight end of the draft for me, is Dalton Kincaid. We're not going to see, who's coming off a little bit of a back injury there at Utah, but he's outstanding. Washington.
Final 40s of the first day of offensive players. The offensive linemen and running backs finish up the combine tomorrow. Coverage starts at 1 p.m. Eastern time here in Indianapolis, just like today. That's on our Sunday coverage.
Washington is an unbelievable blocker. And now you have just this piece of clay to work with as a route runner and a pass catcher. You look at the size comp, it's Mercedes Lewis, who's been in the league forever. Look at how close those numbers are, except he's just more explosive and dynamic in terms of how he runs. But Mercedes Lewis played forever because he's an unbelievable blocker, and they're hard to find. This guy's going to enter the league and function as a 6th offensive lineman. That's what he can do in the run game. You watch the Oregon game, the first game of the year, the first play of the game, he sets the tone. You see it pick up the end man on the line of scrimmage, just throws him on the ground.
Number 0 on that team jumps out at you too, right?
Oh gosh. That is not normal to see a tight end that big and then you slap the 0 on him.
Blake Whiteheart.
But it's hard not to take it. It's hard to take your eyes off the other tight end and Bowers.
And the final 40 of the day, Sauce Gardner rooting on his former teammate Josh Wiley.
He had a nice week at the Reese's Senior Bowl. Real clean route runner, real smooth. Understands how to change gears like a wideout. Let's see Sauce's reaction here. 4.69. He's already got a great time posted. So this is anything here is gravy.
Careful. .71. There you go. George Kittle, Sam Laporta, and T.J. Hawkinson. A good old Iowa simulcam.
George.
Look at George. Come on.
Laporta's hanging in there.
The OG. Don't come for George Kittle. Get the horns, you know?
All 3 of those guys have the same agent as well. Jack Becta.
There's a mom tweeting out right there. Love it.
Oh, he's having a day so far.
Terrific. Tight end drills when we come back. And I just heard some very disturbing news in regards to the NFL Plus swag.
No.
Very disturbing news. It's going to get awkward. Very awkward television on the other side. We don't usually do that, but I have no choice. I have this weekend. So those guys have the NFL Plus swag.
Wow.
That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
Wow.
Yeah. I saw Calais Campbell had it, which means not only did he have the swag, but they make it in like 4X, and they gave him what they had too. I found out, by the way, looks good on you. Looks good on you.
Fits well.
I bet.
Great.
It looks like high quality material. I saw it on Kurt. I was told. Nice. No, that's what I was told. I was told that there was an NFL Plus hoodie given to somebody, 2 of them, and they were supposed to bring it to work and hand the second one over to me, and somebody kept both of them. And that, I was told, is you,
That
Daniel.
is not true. That is not true.
You're denying this.
No, this is not
Again,
true.
this is an interview process. Yeah. Like, I'm going to find out. You know, I can go to the trainers to find out the information. You know how it works around here, and I have to tell you it's not your
here's
first
true
rodeo.
Story. True story.
Yeah.
I went into work after the season was over, and there was one in my locker. I noticed there was one in your locker as well, but you won't see it till next fall because it's at work. So that's the problem. I was never told I needed to pick that up and take it.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the truth.
So I got one.
You got one sitting in your locker just waiting for you.
I just have to go to work.
Now, I did get another one given to me this week, but I have to have a backup because every now and then I'll spill, so I got to have a backup.
All I know is so far it's NFL minus right now, as far as I'm aware right now. But anyway, I'm glad everyone else has stuff we all get. That's this.
Gosh, remember the one year the Colts brought you a bunch of stuff?
They did. They did. That's sitting in my locker, too.
Right next to your NFL Plus sweatshirt.
Okay, so the tight end's getting out there. Here we go. Walk me through what we're doing here, sir.
All right, we're going to go catch the ball over the shoulder. And so, again, it's just how you track the ball. Make it look easy. Make it look like Mark Andrews has made it look throughout his career. Let's go back to the combine when he's coming out of Oklahoma, tracking the ball over the shoulder. Again, adjust the ball in flight. Again, think of yourself as like an outfielder as you're a tight end running this drill.
Oh, Lamar does this with him all the time.
Look at this adjustment that he makes. Okay, ball's going over the other shoulder. Let me get that shoulder around. Track it nice and easy.
There it is.
It's like a nice outfielder out there. Like a Fernando Tatis in right field.
Nice.
Nicely done. Although if you watched him the other day, we got a little work to do.
Oh, is that right?
A little bit. Yeah.
Here we go. Jamie?
Rich, I feel like we're teetering at times on the Georgia Bulldog love fest, but it's hard. Every time we say, oh, this guy came from a certain position group, and oh, they have great players in that room. It's true, even in the tight end position. Darnell Washington, 6'6", 264, runs a 4.65 40 today. Unbelievable. But he's been at Georgia to block. He has taken full ownership of that role. That's why he was brought in. His Instagram even says, Darnell, quote, the sixth lineman Washington. So he wants that as a part of his title, but he was able to double his receptions this last year in 2022 within that Georgia offense. He was praising Stetson Bennett yesterday, and Stetson's going to come to the combine, do the things that Stetson does well. Well, we're seeing that from Darnell. Kirby Smart, the head coach of Georgia, has gone on to say that Darnell has taken ownership of this role. He has matured a lot at Georgia, and he has become a great ball in the air guy. So you'd love to see a guy that can block and go up in a vertical passing game and snag one for you.
I just do love the video that we saw earlier this week of the team watching Nolan Smith running his 40, and they all went nuts.
So cool.
Just seeing them all locked in on our coverage there. And
so, Rich, real quick.
Yeah.
My son Hayden.
Yeah.
15. He just sent me this text.
Oh, it's a very nice NFL Plus hoodie.
He's wearing an NFL Plus hoodie.
Looks like my size, actually. Good. There's Darnell Washington right there. Looks like he has a lot of the steak that they serve in that restaurant that Nolan was telling us about.
No
the
question.
surf and turf that they serve.
Well fed there in Georgia.
Blake Whiteheart.
See Josh Wiley again. Great week at the Senior Bowl. Finish it. Braden Willis, they'll use him a lot in the run game. He'll play some fullback for you, some H-back. Another really good blocker.
Okay, looks like we're going to get some blocking sleds here for the first time all week. We'll see a lot of them tomorrow, I imagine, in the offensive line group. But what do we got here?
We're going to see George Kittle. We referenced these Iowa tight ends. And when it comes to blocking and tight ends, there's still none better than this guy. You can see, again, the ability to roll those hips, hit the bag, roll your hips. There it is. Strike, roll, and drive. Here you go, working against, that's Everson Griffin here on the edge. Again, watch how he's able to just get rolled up, see those feet just keep going, driving, digging, creating that movement, torque and turn with your upper body as well. Again, look at the movement that he creates there in the run game. Working up to the second level again. Stay attached, drive, and finish.
Feet and hands. I want my eyes.
And he was here in the combine back in the day where they just had other guys hold the bag.
But now Fred's back. Belichick liked it. Remember?
By the way,
Belichick came in here
when
and
you called it Fred the Sled over and over again, I just thought that was not, it's not up to your usual standard of humor fare just to call a sled Fred. And then Belichick came in and blessed it, unsolicited, I might add.
No question.
Now I gotta go, I guess. So I'm gonna go with it.
When the other guy's going, you run up and get ready to roll.
I think it's cool to have these sleds.
Do you remember
here.
that first year though they had too much weight on it and the guys couldn't move it?
Right.
So I think that adjustment has been made.
Okay.
Fred,
what do you got? One. It looks like we got a plate or two on the back there.
I think Fred mixed in a salad, and now we can move him a little bit easier.
Fred, the sled's on one of those diet pills, pretty much. Half of Los Angeles is on right now. All right, here's Davis Allen from Clemson, first up.
Hey, again, this is going to be challenging for a lot of these guys because they're so dang tall. Davis Allen is almost 6'6". So you got to really get down and roll.
So as you can see,
a little bit better there. Payne Durham.
It is a
Purdue.
three-man job to put the sled back to where it was.
Good job by Tucker Kraft on that rep. He's a good one. I think he's got a chance to go on day 2. Again, that's a tall tight end.
Zach Kuntz.
Kuntz is over 6'7".
Sam Laporta. Here we go, Sam.
Good job, Sam.
Feel yourself get high. Feel yourself get high. If you get high, just reset.
You want to keep it moving. When you pop it straight up, what coach is saying, you're gonna lose. So you got to stay low and drive through it.
Stay down. Run your feet. Run.
There you go.
Yeah, I guess it's that back piece of metal that's longer than the most that sticks into the ground if you lift it up too high. That's why you got to stay down.
This is Mayer can do
like
this.
that.
That's Mayer's game. He can do everything as a complete tight end.
Hey, that's good with tight hands. Good
That
tight
even got
hands.
some,
That's Notre Dame.
Yeah, boy, the India home crowd, man.
Damn good job right there.
How by Brent Strange. He can block as well. That shows up on tape, so that translates here.
Taylor.
Run. Oh, stop.
Look out.
If you feel yourself get off, just slide off. Here we go. Be violent. Run, get out.
We're seeing Travis Vokalek.
And he plays in line there.
Here we go.
He's tough after the catch.
How big this individual
He's
is.
enormous.
Stay down. Got me? Right, there you go. Run.
Whoa. Oh, my God. He might score a touchdown.
Good job.
He almost spiked that thing.
Feel yourself get hot, just reset your hips. Right, face it
That
in,
was
be violent.
nicely done.
Get down.
Too high.
Careful.
You got too high, right? Keep your hands below your eyes. Right? Here we go.
That's a great
Blake
teaching
Whitehart.
point there. Keep your hands below your
Come back,
eyes.
give him a blow.
Drive.
Give him a blow.
Wiley again, another 6'6" plus tight end.
Right, there you go. Run.
There you go. Your face right in the chest and go.
Good job.
I tell you what, this is a sophisticated audience. They appreciate a good sled push here.
Stay down. What's up? Good. Stay down. You feel your face get tight. Well, that's what I mean when
We
I
still
say
have
sink,
Charles
over
down
your-
there?
Over your feet. All right, stay down. If you
We-
feel you
Yeah,
get
he's
high,
down there. I
just
see him.
resync.
CD, what are we thinking down here?
Here we go.
I'm thinking that these guys are a little bit different from what we've heard about in the tight end position in recent years. Even you guys talk about Coach Belichick. When you talk with him, he'll tell you very simply, pass catching #1 now in these days with tight ends. But this group looks like a bunch of blockers as well, so it's going to be fun to watch. And you can play them at fullback.
Well, Fred goes off on the cart now. Fred's getting carted off. We hope it's the DK Metcalf type of cart off. Oh, getting a face full of Fred right there.
Hey, I'll tell you what, Fred's here for a good time, not for a long time.
Look at this one. Darnell Washington. My gosh. Getting it done for the tight ends. Back with more on field. Leonard Taylor running the stripe.
This is a big group of tight ends. Get running down there. Get going. Go. Finish. Vokalek in line. See his ability to adjust to some balls down the field. Tough physical after the catch. Washington. Look at his catch radius. Charles, there's a lot of room for error for a quarterback throwing the ball to Darnell Washington.
In other words, I could probably throw a few drills and get away with it. You know, just a bit outside usually meets completion with him. But DJ, real quick, as I look at this group and the size, I see inline tight end bodies for the most part here, but move tight end skills. And ordinarily, we've been getting a lot more move tight ends out of college ranks. This feels like a return to the days of yore.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, usually you get one or the other, and there's a good group of these guys that have that incredible size, but then the athleticism to go along with it and the toughness. But sometimes you'll see the 6'6" tight ends have some size, but they want to flex out. They don't want to block anybody. I think there's some willing blockers in this group. It's phenomenal in its depth and its talent. Stacy?
Yeah, and just to give you an idea of that talent, I know you like Luke Musgrave out of Oregon State, DJ.
Yep.
Did you know he's a champion alpine skier? I mean, this guy was a ski racer. His mom was on the USD team in terms of skiing. I think she went over to Europe, but he said that his quads developed from skiing, and it's kind of a pastime now and a hobby for him. So they all have kind of an interesting story. Yeah, sorry, somebody talked to me here. They all have an interesting story, but you know, when you think about some of the versatility with this group in particular, I think Musgrave's a good example.
I'll tell you one more nugget on Musgrave. He's a smart guy because over this last summer, he worked at a golf course. He was cleaning carts and picking up range balls just so he could get free golf. He'd get 18 in after work every day.
That's pretty good. Will Musgrave, an official 4.5, 440. Kuntz 4.5, 540. Laporta 4.5, 940. So 3 tight ends just ran sub 4.6s, and Luke Musgrave, the aforementioned Mr. Musgrave, came close. He 4.61. Schoonmaker 4.60, 4.63. Darnell Washington.
It's dumb. It's dumb.
He's almost 6'7". He ran a 4.64. Oh my goodness. That is nutty.
You look at the top speed, getting to their top speed in the gauntlet drill. So this drill that we're watching right now with our next gen stats player tracking data, Washington got over 19 miles per hour. He got at 19 miles per hour in that. It's crazy. Mayer was at 17.4 in that drill.
So who were the first rounders in this, in your estimation, if you had to peg it?
So we're not seeing Dalton Kincaid work out today as he's coming off of injury. I think he's going to go in the first round when it's all said and done.
Kid from Utah.
Correct. When we go to Mayer, who we've seen out here today, I think he's going to go in the first round. I think when it's all said and done, Darnell Washington is going to end up going in the first round. So Musgrave has a potential to get in there. That would give you 4. And then after that, talking about guys who I think are going to be second-round picks, you're looking at Sam Laporta, you're looking at Tucker Kraft, then you've got a whole host of other guys with Davis Allen, Payne Durham. I mean, we're seeing them all. Wiley Schoonmaker, Strange. These guys are all starting, NFL starting tight ends.
Well, 4 tight ends in the first round would be a record. And again, if you think you're going to have 4 quarterbacks and 4 tight ends.
Well, the receivers is where they're coming from.
Well, I'm just saying is that let's just do that. It's simple math. There's only 31 picks in the first round this year, with the Dolphins having forfeited, is the phrase the NFL has utilized. So, I mean, that's darn near a third of the first round. And then you got all those edge rushers. Tomorrow, obviously, we're going to see the
corners as well,
the tackles, and
I think that the pool that
split. Do you think
it's going to, if you're going to get something in, you got to take something out. Right. And I think that's receivers this year. I think you're going to see some tight ends take some of those traditional receiver spots in the first round. He's got strong hands. Charles, there's some guys just looks like they swallow the football with their hands.
I think that watching so far, and we'll continue through, Sam Laporta from Iowa, easy mover. And Will Mallory ran better than I expected.
Yeah, I didn't see 4.5s when I was watching him on tape. I didn't know he had that club in his bag.
We spent a week with him and watched him. He did a nice job at the Senior Bowl, but I was with you. When I saw him run and saw the time, that blew me away, and he's catching it well, too.
I just think, you know, Rich, when you look at all these young quarterbacks we have in the league too, and helping their development, what's going to help their development more than a big-time tight end? This is baked-in easy completions. It's like, I mean, I guess we're in Indianapolis, so I was going to say like Antonio Davis right there,
nice,
running the drill.
Got to be a little more up to date, though. You know,
I haven't watched as much NBA as I did in my younger days. That's why. I mean, Rick Smits. I'm kind of
Rick Smits, the Dutch boy in the paint.
Rick Smits in Coming to America. He's in the video In the Face.
Miles Turner, 6'11", plays just up the street.
Okay. I admit I'm not current. Charles Willis can do a lot of things for your offense.
Listen, I play him at the fullback position. You play him out on the wing, and he's a guy who's going to get 2 or 3 blocks for you per play.
I'll tell you, though, I wouldn't mind watching Joel Embiid running a gauntlet.
Let's go.
I mean, that's probably a little too tall. Like Draymond Green, let's get him. LeBron running a gauntlet.
I'm for it. I want to see him do this right here. A little next-gen stats, player tracking data. Look at him stay down the line. Davis Allen, nicely done. Here's Michael Mayer from nearby Notre Dame. Get that high one, but we're good everywhere else here.
That's a nice slide there.
And then here's Washington again. He's rolling, just gaining ground with that big stride. Ball's outside his frame. A little double catch there on a couple of them, but got him down long enough.
Those are the official 40s right there. Will Mallory of Miami is first up there. More on-field drills for the tight ends when we come back.
Obviously, so much of the talk here behind us today about the receiver prospects, so much of the talk in the hallways of Indianapolis and the bars, which maybe I've been to 1 or 2, some of the restaurants, has been about the NFL receivers, specifically some players who may be available via trade. And DeAndre Hopkins, I know, was the subject of trade talk right around the time of the trade deadline, and I would expect that to ramp up probably over the next week or so, leading in to the start of the league. Yeah, I know that new general manager Monty Ossenfort has been pretty open, I would say, about teams inquiring about DeAndre Hopkins. Has not made a firm decision on what he is going to do. Is he going to load up for the future, maybe get a draft pick to start kind of rebuilding the team in his way, or is he going to just have Hopkins on the team and allow him to kind of continue to be the star that he has been? I know teams are interested. I know they are inquiring. TBD, though, on whether or not he gets traded over the course of the next 2 weeks or so. Another receiver that we, of course, have been talking about, Rich, for, I don't know, maybe forever, Odell Beckham Jr. There was a time when we thought that he was going to be signed right around the early part of December. Never happened. He has been training. He has been working. Sounds like he's looking really good at a good point in his health. He is available to sign right now. There are some teams that have been interested. There have been teams that have talked to his agent, Zeke Sandu. But whether or not he is able to sign before free agency, take advantage of his little window right now, certainly something that we're going to be tracking over the next several days.
Great stuff, Ian, as always. I guess DeAndre Hopkins can fit anywhere, right? But
no doubt.
You know what I'm looking to see? I'm looking to see how many free agents saw what happened with Juju Smith-Schuster and Marquez Valdez-Scantling joining the Chiefs. Oh, I can just go there and win a Super Bowl, right? I'm wondering how many veterans are going to
navigate to the quarterbacks,
navigate to that quarterback and that place if they decide to make whatever Brett Veach and everyone in that room plans to do.
It's a powerful recruiting pitch.
I mean, Hopkins gave the googly eyes on his Twitter account to Matt Mahomes during the Super Bowl run, and I'm just wondering where those guys can also wind up as we're watching the tight ends here. And just one other thing to bring up here. Ian mentioned frequenting places here in Indianapolis. I'm in the midst, I'll be very honest with you, of a very impressive streak that I want to get to after you tell me about Mr. Washington.
Yeah, I'm going to break down Darnell Washington before you break down your nightlife here.
Okay,
Let's
sir.
Start with Darnell, what he does in the run game. Watch him just displace. That's Dylan Horton from TCU. He just drives and moves defensive ends off the ball. Here he is working out in space, and you don't want to be a little guy at the third level and run into this dude. Combat in the middle of the field, go get it, and then now you're going to have to try and tackle him, which is no fun. And here's some of the athleticism against Oregon. First game of the year, and there he goes, up over the top. That's some of the athleticism we saw on display here.
Sure.
But what a special player. Rich, your nightlife?
It's not my nightlife. I'm here. It's now Saturday, right? I've been here since Tuesday night. Have not yet paid for a meal.
Oh, that's a streak.
Everybody good with that?
And not tonight either. As you know, our fearless leader for so many years, Mark Quinzel, is now moving into an advisory role with our network, and we're going to celebrate him and fet him and Q-A-Palooza tonight. Not paying for that either. I got one more day to go. I got 3 more meals after tonight. I am determined. And, we're going to be here tomorrow. Not paying for that either. I'm on a roll right now, man.
Quick question. DJ Turner from Michigan.
Yes, sir.
What happens first? He finishes a 40 or you finish your expense report?
It's not got nothing to do with that. The expense report, it's just talking about meeting people who are saying, I got the check. And then I do, just so everyone understands, I do the, really, no, I got it. And then they push back and I'll just relent.
You do the old.
I'm very. I don't know if I should have talked about it so publicly. Now it might go.
Tell you what, nobody's
might go the wrong way now.
Nobody's better at reaching for the wallet that they left in their room, quite like Rich.
That's not true. That's not true. It's not true. I got my wallet right here. It's just you got to pick your spots. Is all I'm saying.
It's a heck of a run, man. You're to be applauded.
That's never happened in a combine.
With all that save money, get yourself some NFL Plus gear.
That might have just happened. Wait a minute. We'll be right back. Leonard Taylor running this drill. More drills coming after this. Watching the tight. All right, we got tight ends going deep now. Tight ends going deep.
And we've got Carson Strong back, right?
We do.
Nice throw. Nice catch by Payne Durham tracking that ball. Tucker Kraft. You'll see him. They'll give him some shovel passes and let him make plays. The ball in his hand. Lots of big plays there at South Dakota State.
There you go, cool. All right, here you go.
Hey, Charles.
Yes, sir.
Sam Laporta has been outstanding today,
Terrific.
having a phenomenal workout. I mean, he's not getting out of the second round. And the other one I would say is strange to me. I think he moves really well. I know the 40 was 4.70, okay, but I thought going through these drills, he's looked outstanding.
Laporta, for his size, has been one of the easiest movers tonight as a tight end. Everything has been effortless for him, from the gauntlet all the way through, obviously running the 40.
Mayer with a nice grab. That was a nice grab by Mayer. Sorry about that.
That was a great catch. Here's Strange, I was just talking about. Oh, tough one. Get out in front of it. You can see he can change gears, though. He's got another gear. Leonard Taylor.
Go get it. Go get it. Go get it. Hey.
Cat.
I like the deep throws. I'm not going to lie. I like these drills.
Rich digs the deep ball.
I do.
We've been going back to that commercial from days of past, right?
Oh,
Wasn't it
yeah.
the Braves?
Yeah.
Going deep this year.
Darnell Washington.
Look at him just gain ground.
Run through it. Run through it. Late hand. There you go.
Stacy.
Yeah, guys, I talked to Darnell Washington yesterday, and it's really interesting because, you get the comps with Mercedes Lewis, and he knows the comps, but he is just so raw in terms of his desire to develop as an athlete. He actually said that, I'm a good athlete, but I can turn into a great athlete, and he feels like he's only scratching the surface. He thinks he's the most unique tight end in the draft, obviously because of that size, but got a lot of work to do. So humble, and his evolution is kind of interesting. He started playing running back, then wide receiver, then he moved to defense, but he just got too big ultimately as a wide receiver, so they had to slide him out to tight end. And his favorite player right now in the NFL, well, you can imagine there's two of them. Mercedes Lewis is one, but Mark Andrews, big tight end, loves the way he is able to block and catch equally as well. So, one of his favorites to follow.
Good people, too. Those aren't bad role models to
Not at
follow.
all. Tell you what, the other thing with a guy like that, look at all the Georgia defensive linemen and edge rushers that we've had in the last couple drafts. That's what he was practicing against every single day.
Chipping them, practice.
Working against them, is seeing good on good, and stepping on an NFL field is not going to be a shock to him. Let's get to Michael Mayer. You just saw Michael Mayer from Notre Dame make an unbelievable catch on that last drill.
Yes.
Let's get to some game tape here and show you what he brings. This is a big body target. Again, go up and get it. Big catch radius, tough catches, combat catches. That was one of the things, like, okay, how much separation can he get? Does he get a lot of separation? Well, a lot of times it doesn't matter. He's unbelievable contested catches. Here's an example. This is against Daniel Scott, who we saw test really well the other day. That ability to create some separation there. Want to see a little bit more of that. But, man, in these tight window throws, he's outstanding. And in the run game, we saw him push Fred the Sled a minute ago. Rich does a nice job of doing that in the run game as well at the first level, and then can also work up to the second level as needed. When you spit out the numbers,
all right,
the numbers compare very favorably to Dalton Schultz, who's going to be on the free agent market. Really good player.
And then he was also an attendee of Tight End University, which is run every summer out of Nashville with the founders, George Kittle, Greg Olson, who called Super Bowl 57, and the man who's getting ready for SNL hosting tonight, Travis Kelce. He's hosting Saturday Night.
That's pretty cool.
That will be great.
Pitter patter your feet. You don't have to stick right at the cone. Whatever your normal stride length is, I want to stick is just giving the quarterback an indicator step to let it ride. When you stick, you got to come out digging and then locate the ball. Don't come out and look for the ball. Come out digging them first 3 steps, and then you look back and locate the ball. Word to the wise, when you look for the ball, I would look up, right? I'm running a deep route. I wouldn't look back at the quarterback. I'd look up and locate it, all right, and finish through. Anybody got any questions? Hey, fellas, keep working. Y'all doing a heck of a job. Keep playing, keep practicing fast, okay?
Titans tight end coach Tony Dews telling them what's coming up next, doing their Dews diligence.
Nice, nice.
Well done, Rich.
Yeah, that's what you do in the draft, right? You got to do your due diligence.
100%. Charles, by the way, you know that Rich is going to wake up in the middle of the night with a Butte pun that he totally just missed.
If I only had thought of it.
And not only that, he won't have to pick up the check for it.
That's perfect.
Look, I just want to let everyone know I'm not like looking for free meals in this town.
It's just coming your way.
But if they come your way.
Exactly. Schefter picked up a check. Executives have picked up the check. Agents have picked up the check. I don't want people to sit there and think I'm like skating and I'm not tipping people. I'm not doing the right thing. I am doing the right thing, which is getting free stuff when I can.
You're not insulting him. Did you guys see Payne Durham make that catch there?
Yes.
Had a chance to talk with him the other day. He was a big lacrosse player. Now, I asked him how big he was when he played lacrosse. He said about the size I am now, and I immediately thought of him bearing down on goalies. Payne Durham at that size and that beard throwing balls at the net.
Good job.
Zach Kuntz, who has had some great moments here today, also with the Vertex and so much more.
Look at him run. Sam Laporta is just easy.
Wow, everything's down, Sam.
If you need a tight end, go to Iowa.
That's definitely a spot, no doubt about it. Sam Laporta, the latest. Mayer and Washington, the rest of this tight end group as advertised.
I'll take it.
Second to last drill for the tight ends, and thus the night here on the Saturday of Combine Weekend 2023, Darnell Washington. Tracks it down, nice hands catch.
See some of these tight ends getting a little bit winded. It's a long day, very long day for them.
There you go. Good. Come on, Hollywood.
I want to give some love here for the week as well with Carson Strong and Kurt Benkert. Charles, they've done some great BP, man.
They really have, and they are here on a mission. Yes, they want to do all the right things for what's going on here at the Combine for the receivers that are running their routes. But they know 32 teams are here, both of them trying to get back into this NFL, get back into the league. They want to show that they can spin it.
Nice. All right, one more here. We look at Dalton Kincaid from Utah, who's not working out, coming off a little bit of an injury. But I want to show you what he looks like on the field. So we'll be seeing him in Kansas City. We'll be talking about him when the draft rolls around. But let me show you why I love this kid and his game so much. He is so fluid and smooth and explosive. The body control that he has to be able to contort and catch the ball at the high point, still concentrate, get your feet down. He attacks the football. Again, look at his polish as a route runner, and then go get it. Don't let the ball get into your frame. He attacks it consistently. The suddenness with which he snaps off routes just jumps off the screen. Just, you see it when he gets to the top of the route. There's just another gear he can hit, and here's the vertical speed working against Ohio State in that Rose Bowl. He is smooth and easy. He's got burst. Again, that USC game, Charles, I think he's still catching passes against the Trojans.
Sometimes it just happens like that, doesn't it? But it happens like that because you're uber talented, and that young man is.
He helped get Ohio State into the Final Four.
Correct.
All right.
That USC-Utah game for the Pac-12 championship.
Our eyes go back to the quarterback. All right. He's going
And Utah had a heck of a night. USC couldn't tackle. And Ohio State almost beat Georgia.
Had a game won. Put him away at the end.
Pretty much.
Rich, the college football playoff makes for strange alliances, doesn't it?
It sure does. I hear you, man. I hear you. Final drill of the night, day.
Oh, I like this.
The tight ends.
The tight ends do the goal line fade here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they're the ones you can put up. They can go get it.
You're going to walk a linebacker over one of these giants? Good luck.
Go get it. Nice shot.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah, they want a higher ball. You could hear that, which means you got to really throw it high with these guys.
Go get it.
All right. Right now, you don't want it at the back pylon. You want it a couple yards in front of it.
A couple yards in front and a couple yards in front of the sideline. That little box is where you want to put this football. This one should be easy. But the way he's adjusted all day, just couldn't quite finish there with Laporta. But he's made everything look so easy all day long.
Good ball. That's it. Nice.
Nicely done by Mallory there.
He's had a nice workout too, I think, DJ. Will Mallory.
Mayer. Nicely done.
Charles, you going to give me one Hey-Yo Mallory before this is over?
Hey. My name's Nick.
We'll take it either way.
Strange.
Are you going to give me a Dad Keaton?
Yeah,
rubbing your hand through your hair? And disappointed Nick's still around?
Family Ties holds up. Let's see Vokalek here. Go get it. One didn't give him a chance. Hit him another one in line.
I don't think you can throw it too far on this one, right?
No, just give him the lob.
Oh my goodness.
He wanted it up high. It was down low. He was all geared up to jump and go get it, and it was at his waist.
Go get it.
Oh, almost had a one-hander.
He got a little bit tangled underneath him. Oh, get the feet down, but heck of an athletic catch by Josh Wiley.
That's it. Go get it.
Nice job.
All you can do.
Run the win.
Allen.
Go get it. That's it.
That smooth. He does that at Clemson. Seen him make that play in the back of the end zone before. Kuntz.
Oh, I got both in.
Go get it.
He did not complete the process.
Did not survive the ground. All right, let's get him going here. Vokalek. Got it. Get the big bulldog one.
Go get it, Darnell. Go get it.
Oh, yes, he did. That's what we're talking about.
Whoa.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. He wanted one high, and he got it in his breadbasket the first time, but the second one.
Go get it. That was it. That was it.
That was it. But we've got to take one last look. A flourish by Darnell Washington to wrap the day up.
Rich, raise your hand if you're a first-round tight end. Just one.
And getting it down.
Look at that.
The Bulldog with one paw to finish the day of on-field drills at the Combine. Back with more and wrapping it up in a moment.